I once had an IFB that like, so there's these little pockets that you do for like. Welcome to the 2024 WWA Wakeboard World Championships, live from the Gold Coast of Australia. Myself, Kristen B, joined alongside Brad Smela. Brad, today we are in a different location. We're actually calling this one from the hotel. Some inclement weather moving in, so we decided to change locations, so we are not live on site, but we are going to do our best to keep you guys in on all the action.
Yeah, we'll be tuned in from here at the host hotel. Which is quite nice, actually. Didn't have to travel too far this morning to get here.
And of course, the schedule changed as well. They're trying to get this one in before the weather rolls in.
And look at that.
So we're starting early.
The conditions look beautiful.
Glassy.
I would love to be in one of these early heats. So, yeah, I think great move from the WWA to shift the schedule forward a little bit and give the best conditions possible for the riders out there. You know, we do have some forecasts for some wind picking up, a little bit of rain coming through. So yeah, I think really smart move, and hopefully it means we can get through the main bulk of the action before that weather does come in, and then potentially if there are some rain delays or anything like that as we go. So yeah, the WWA just really trying to get the best conditions possible for the riders out here. Obviously they can't control the weather, but yeah, looks like we've got Attack the Magpie again, the drone.
I wonder if it's the same one.
Yeah,
He's just feisty.
I'm watching on this other camera over here to my right, and it's just coming straight at the drone.
He's just a feisty magpie. I'm trying to figure out the Wi-Fi here because in the tunnel that we were in, not getting great service. So we're going to try the airplane mode and hook it up on Wi-Fi, and we'll be all Gucci and ready to go. The ladies out on the dock. I mean, early in the morning, like, for the most part, is it hard to get moving if you're an athlete? Like, you've had early heats before, I'm sure.
Yeah, and you really got to get out there a little bit extra early. Maybe go for a little jog, do a little bit of warm up, try and get the body moving, get it waking up. Really, because I mean, a lot of the time when we get up early to go wakeboarding, back in the day, it was more about getting up early for that golden light for photo shoots. So it meant you weren't necessarily having to do the best tricks. It was more, getting the best grabs, kind of dialing things down a bit more simple. But you do need to wake that body up in order to get it performing at 100%. But I am sure a lot of these competitors out there are more than familiar with that, and they just got out there early, little warm up, few stretches.
A lot of these athletes do yoga. From what I asked them what their cross training is like. A lot of them do yoga. A lot of them have great cardio programs, but because they are so gymnastic, in a sense, they do a lot of like stretching and like pliability, Pilates, yoga.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the way Sam Brown rides, you'd be surprised if he doesn't do
a little
yoga
bendy,
or
like Gumby.
Like yeah, I'm very surprised at the way that he's able to twist and move his body, getting those crazy grabs, and just so technical as well. But we're going to be seeing those riders over the weekend. The pros will be getting started tomorrow, and we may be coming from you again from right here tomorrow. We'll just be keeping an eye on the weather. The amazing crew at the WWA. Shout out to Shannon and Corey and Scotty.
They work tirelessly.
Oh, they're just like hustling, trying to get this thing. And just, really had our best interests at heart as well, especially for me in the chair. Obviously, if any heavy wind and rain came in and just started taking the tents out, and
We'd be in a bad
we'd
spot.
be a
My
bit,
hair would be messed up. You'd
oh,
be soaked.
we can't have that.
We can't have that.
No.
We can't do that. So we're looking right now, I believe the junior women 14 to 18, the men's wake skate final. Charles Cox was listed as entering. He was the only entrant in that division, so that already ran. We are looking at the junior women. We have Montana Norman, Isabella Zulian, Matilda Oldfield, and Demi McAuliffe. We saw them in their semifinal yesterday.
Awesome.
A lot of talented young ladies. It must be a little chilly out there, too. I see one of the little groms in a wetty. The girls are pretty brave, though. They're,
Yeah, I mean, you're only out there for a few minutes when you're doing your ride and come back in, get dry, get warm. But yeah, I'm sure. You know, we're the forecast is for a slightly cooler day today. We had, I think, 26 degrees Celsius yesterday. I think it's going to be about 21 degrees, which is still, you know, quite a nice, pleasant temperature. It's not too cold, not too hot.
Does everyone, I can only imagine the folks back home in the States watching this are kind of happy because it's a little earlier it's not as late for them, because normally when we would start at 9, that's getting a little late East Coast time. So for everyone tuned in from the U.S., thank you. Montana Norman on the water.
Oh, man, Montana getting the best conditions of the day.
Yeah.
Look at that. Heelside Indy grab, looking for a bit of a speed adjustment. Looked like a bit of a thumbs up there. Maybe
16 years old from Australia.
it's a half cab 180.
So she needed more speed. Why is that?
She might have just felt on that jump. She might have just come up a little bit short, or felt like she had to cut a little bit harder than she usually would in order to make it across those wakes. So sometimes as well, certain tricks, you know, riders might increase or decrease the speed based on the trick that they are going for. Heel side back roll, as we see from the drone view. Man, love these conditions.
Really nice setup here.
We really did have, you know, a little bit more rough conditions yesterday. You know, there was it wasn't too bad, but there was definitely a breeze coming down, straight down the course. So we had some, you know, the first pass was going into the wind, second pass kind of going with the wind. So we saw a lot of the riders kind of changing their tactics, maybe shifting things around in their runs just to.
I love how Dean Smith told me, he's like, because of the wind, I probably won't go as big and I'll make adjustments for that. And then he goes out there and everything was massive.
Huge front rip to start with, switch stalefish glide, and then, you know, he started his second pass, and then he's like, oh man, I'm done, like I'm hurting. And then still came back and did a tantrum of line to finish it off. So, you know, Dino just cannot help himself going big. But Montana on the water now, toe side approach, front row, Scarecrow. A little late on that 180, catching a bit of an edge. Hopefully that wasn't too hard of a face plant. We saw a really good one yesterday, which I kind of had to laugh that it was the only thing the WWA put up on their Instagram from yesterday was
the face plant.
A really solid crash. So.
Sometimes I think it's like Talladega in NASCAR. You want to watch for the dramatics, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, and just seeing there, Montana just not quite pulling that handle across her body to get that 180 completed. I always found that the Scarecrow was an easier trick to land than the front roll, which a lot of riders agree with. But, you know, we'll see a lot of these riders doing both of those tricks. I guess it just depends, personal preference. But, yeah, that straight front roll, you do definitely have to go over onto your toes a little bit more. It's a little bit risky, a little bit daunting. But, yeah, just pulling that handle across your body, doing the 180, doing the Scarecrow, which is what we saw from Montana. And we'll see if she is going to go for that one again and get a bit of redemption. I got to admit, it's a little bit different, a little bit odd being here with no background noise, no boat.
it is really
past.
quiet, isn't it?
It really is.
And the energy's, I think, different. But for the most part, this is where TV is actually trending for the Olympics. 90% of the commentators were calling the Paris Olympics from Connecticut, which is where NBC is based in the States. I think logistically, a lot of broadcast networks are now finding it just makes more sense. I don't like it, though. I like being at the event. You do, too. You like being out and about.
I do, yeah,
Yeah.
getting amongst it. And, as you were saying, there's the redemption.
There's the victory wave.
That's the Scarecrow that took her down. So 2 passes, 1 fall there, but some really great riding from Montana Norman to open up this women's 14 to 18 division. 4 riders, all from Australia.
Yeah. This heat is a full Aussie heat for the junior women, 14 to 18. Finals.
We're into the finals.
Oh, finals. We're in the finals. You're so right. These are the finals. This matters. This is for a world championship.
All the glory.
All the glory. And it is nice that I think, for the most part, these finals are coming up first. We do have some semifinals later in the day. The divisions competing for world championship are going to get the best conditions. Yeah.
Totally. And I think, it all comes down to the way, it depends how many competitors were entered, how many heats there were in the earlier rounds, as to whether they needed to whittle it down a little bit more from a quarter to a semi to the final. Can see, a few of the crew getting down there, probably mainly family and friends and other competitors getting there to start things off. I would imagine we're going to be seeing plenty of spectators coming along later on today, especially over the weekend.
Saturday and Sunday,
Yeah, I've been putting it out there to, got some cousins that live on the Gold Coast, and they may come down and check it out. A few other friends went out and caught up with some friends last night at the local surf club down the road, and we had to kind of weigh it up. I was like, do I go to the van and we drive there, or do I just take my wheelchair all the way down the beachfront as I did the other afternoon? And it actually only ended up being about 2 minutes longer to get to the actual surf club rather than to the van. But I actually had a good time, like cruising along, and had some random guy was like, "Oh, Brad Smaler, I follow you."
I saw that on your Instagram. I saw that on your Instagram. So cool.
Yeah, awesome. Oh, the back row.
Oh, and then it took her down further.
Coming up short, Isabella
Zulian.
Early fall there. She'll be able to shake that one off and hopefully come back, stand up the rest of her passes, put the pressure on, try and get herself onto that podium. These young ladies will be seeded from their runs yesterday. So obviously the stronger of the runs going to be last off. So these earlier riders, they do have the opportunity to put the pressure on, but they also have the pressure on as well, knowing that they would have seen the rides yesterday from the competitors.
They kind of know what everyone has.
Yeah.
At least, or what everyone showed they have.
Yeah, and I guess, they were riding in rougher conditions yesterday, so they may have something a little bit more up their sleeve in their pocket to kind of pull out here in the finals.
Brad, in that moment, as a rider, when you're getting up after a fall, what would you tell yourself? Are you working through what your routine should look like? Are you kind of going through what went wrong to correct it? What are you doing in these moments?
Yeah, you're sort of deciding, going, okay, do I go for that trick again, or do I, because you're losing some real estate in that course. So you do need to make a call. You're like, okay, do I just, forget that one, move on with the rest of my run, or do I need that redemption? Is this a trick that I feel is going to be strong enough if I can come back and land it? Toe side approach here for Isabella. Is it, toe side front roll? Getting a little butt check, but standing back up.
She hung on.
Yeah, you do see that quite often with the toe side front roll. Just really got to get over that board to land without...
Is that just the nature of the trick?
Yeah, and there are some tricks like that, whereas I always found, I'm not sure if you've spent much time on a trampoline doing flips or anything like that, but...
When I was more limber than I am now.
Yeah, I found backflips were always easier for me because as you're coming out of it, you can spot the landing, and you know where you are in the air. You got that aerial awareness, but Front flips, again, it's an easier trick to initiate and to start off with, but in order to land on your feet, it is a bit more challenging. So it's the same on the water, and it just depends on the trick, the way that you come out of it. There's that backflip, sort of, as I was talking about there, was able to spot the landing as she came around. Toe side back in at the wake. Going for the front roll again. That is a repeated trick, so I'm not sure if she was maybe looking to try and land it, but a bit cleaner. Maybe a touch cleaner on that one. Still a little bit of a butt check, but there's the back roll that took her down earlier. Love the redemption.
She's sending it, though. You have to give the girl props, and she's not letting, I think, the little miscues on the landing throw her, which could easily happen. I think sometimes in sports, if you make a small mistake, it amplifies itself if you think about it.
Yeah.
And she was keeping it together well.
I feel like in sports, golf is a really good sport for kind of the analogy of what's done is done. You've played your shot. You've got to play it from where it lies. You cannot change anything as soon as that ball leaves the golf club. And it's the same in wakeboarding. The moment you've had that crash or you've had that slightly sketchy landing on the trick, then you can't spend too much time, too much energy focusing on that. And there's the repeated front roll. You might see the replay here of the crash, and you can just tell she comes off the wake really early, didn't quite ride to the top, and she would have been wanting that scarecrow. That's probably what she wanted on that second attempt as well, but just didn't quite have the time to pull the handle across that body to do the 180.
When you were competing, did you ever work with a mental skills coach? I know that that's very popular, like among higher tier athletes, but I think in recent years it's become fairly normal for even amateurs.
Yeah, no, it wasn't something I really did. I think for me it was just kind of learn as you go and grow and kind of learn from, I guess, that camaraderie as well, the people you're riding with. And I had a really strong crew of people that I rode with, whether it was in New Zealand. Shout out to Ants and Brandt and Paul McGuire and Daz Bishop and all the crew that I used to go and ride with. And but then in the States we had a really fun crew as well. There was obviously the Aussies I'd go and ride with and spend a lot of time with over there, but then some solid crew from the US and Canada. And right now we're looking at Matilda
Oldfield, 15 years old.
Coming in with a frontside 360. Now, I'm pretty sure if I was watching correctly, it was a tantrum to start off with. Frontside 3, there's a scarecrow. It might not have been a tantrum though, because that was a trick off the same side of the wake. Oh, and there's a switch crow. Now, I love it when riders confuse me and I can't tell if they are goofy or regular.
Yeah.
Here's a hillside approach. Backside 180. Okay, so I'm going to say...
That was her switch, yeah.
Well...
Based on how she landed, maybe?
I'm torn. I'm going to say she is a right foot forward rider. Because as you see here, starting off on the heels, unless she does a switch tantrum, but... A switch tantrum is one of those tricks that you don't see that often. Scarecrow, switch scarecrow, you see. Actually the switch scarecrow looked a bit poppier than the other one, and then the regular backside 180, assuming she is a right foot forward rider.
If you're an amateur and you're looking into the boat, what is it like to see someone like Rusty riding in the boat? Just like looking up and seeing an icon from the sport.
I think it can be inspiring. It can be a little intimidating.
Right.
Depends on who you are and how you take those sorts of things. But
yesterday I wanted to grab a selfie, but I stopped myself, and then by the time I had talked myself into being that person, he had already left.
I'm sure. Well,
there'll be an opportunity.
Yeah, Sunday they'll be around. We'll be back down there on site. And I think for anyone out there, whether you're a rider or you're going to be down there as a fan, all of these riders and icons and people down there are all really approachable. So don't be afraid to go up and say hello, whether you want to take a photo with them, get something signed. I think it's really cool.
I have learned that about this sport. Everyone is so approachable. There's no ego in the States with football or basketball or some of the other sports that I cover. There is this wall. It's invisible, but there is a wall, and you know how to respect it and honor it. Here, everyone, the wall is not here. They're come and talk to me, come introduce yourself. It's such a cool sport. The community's amazing.
Yeah, and I guess that comes from, I don't know if it's the fact that wakeboarding in itself is really a leisure activity. It's something on the weekends that a lot of people go out and they just have fun with their friends and family. And obviously there's a competitive side of it as well. But yeah, like whereas basketball and baseball and things like that are very much competitive sports, I think, from even when you start as a young age. Yeah, it's just got a slightly different vibe about it.
We'll see Matilda now.
Pass number 2. Back on the switch heel side, there's the half cab roll. Oh no. Matilda just over rotating that half cab roll, not able to cling on to that handle, and you can see she is visually frustrated at that one. I'm sure that's a trick that she lands quite often in practice.
But again, a lot of, especially these women from Australia, they don't often train in open water. So this is a big challenge. They have to adapt to the environment they're in, as Shannon Starling was detailing to us yesterday. And the best wakeboarder in that instance is sometimes the person who is more patient.
Very true. I feel like are we getting a little bit of on-site audio coming in? Kind of like it. Yeah.
It makes us feel like we are there.
Yeah.
However, we are not.
Maybe.
Oh, I hear the wind. Give me
Yeah.
more. Give me more.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll probably hear the wonderful voice of Mr. Stu Wilson, the on-site commentator. Kiwi's on the commentary. You know, he's a Kiwi that moved over to Australia and works with Ronix Wakeboards over here. And yeah, really got into the commentating through the Moomba Masters, which is another event towed by Nautique down there in Melbourne. They do that earlier in the year, and it's a water ski wakeboard event, one of the best in the one of the biggest in the country, and so yeah, it's cool.
Look at this beautiful live shot we have from the Gold Coast of Australia. It looks so calm and peaceful this morning.
And there's us
And then there's us.
here in our cozy shaping room, they call it, and here at the host hotel. Lovely to see that drone angle without it being attacked by a magpie, although that is so entertaining.
I really enjoyed
I'm
it
here for it.
yesterday.
Yeah.
I did. And some of these athletes traveling all the way from Japan, the USA, Great Britain, all joining here on the Gold Coast of Australia to compete for a world title this weekend. I was surprised by how truly international this competition has been. So many different countries represented here. And it's so cool to see everyone just come together for the sport. I think, another thing Shannon Starling said yesterday, this sport allows you to have friends and connections worldwide. And I'm sure you have that as well.
Oh, totally. And what I found even after my accident, something that really stood out to me, were there were people running fundraisers and helping in different countries, that even ones that I'd never even been to. And I was like, there might have been a small interaction that I had with someone at an event along the way, and you never really know the impact you can have on people, even just by taking a moment to say hello, to kind of give them just a moment of your time. And yeah, really often they, sometimes something that means very little to us, and something that happens in passing, can mean a lot to other people, and you never know the connections and the friendships and things like that you end up being able to make. Now, you obviously with an amateur event, like we have here with the WWA, where and that was
a slap to the face.
Demi Metcalf.
Our top seed in this division, Demi
McAuliffe, sorry.
McAuliffe.
My eyes are just waking up still.
And
Yeah, taking a fall there, unfortunately. But yeah, with the WWA Wakeboard Worlds, as an amateur, you are able to enter without necessarily needing to qualify, whereas there are some other events where you have to qualify to get in there. Countries will send teams, things like that, and I feel like, "Oh, we got Attack of the Magpie." No, it's that one's taking off. And he's like, "No, I don't want to."
He's like, I don't want a piece of that today.
Yeah.
The one yesterday, however, wanted the whole thing.
Oh yeah.
It didn't just want a piece of our drone. It wanted the whole thing.
But yeah, so naturally when you have an event here in Australia, especially the WWA Worlds, then it means you'll see obviously a lot more Australian entries, a lot more entries from New Zealand, kind of the more local countries that don't need to travel as far. So and then if you go to the States, obviously you'll have the same again there, a lot more US and Canadian, and South American sort of entrants. But yeah, I love that the commitment from the riders to travel out here, to come to the land down under, not just to experience the event out here, but to get out and experience the Gold Coast, experience Australia as well.
I have been really enjoying it. It's been such an incredible experience. And if you're at home and you're wondering whether or not in 2 years, well, yes, 2 years, to come back because the World Championships will be held in the Gold Coast again, not next year, but the year after that, make the trip, do it, book it now.
Cuddle the koala.
Cuddle the koala.
Pet the kangaroo.
Do all the things.
Yep.
Miss Demi McAuliffe approaching her second pass. That was punchy.
So she's been riding for just 4 years. So getting off to an early start, 14 to 18. So yeah, nice early start to get into the sport. And it was really cool to see even some of the older divisions, like, some riders in the 40 plus, they only started wakeboarding in their 30s, some of them. So, you're never too late to get started, get out and give it a go. Frontside 540. Oh, and you can see right there, that's exactly why Demi is the top seeded rider there. Looked like she's going to take an extra moment, cut back out, kind of regather her thoughts and her approach. Switch toe side 540. Are you kidding me? That was
big.
Really cool. Oh man, frustrated, unfortunate there. It looks like most of our riders here in the heat have taken a couple of falls, at least one fall. It's going to be interesting to see whether judging falls for this one. I think it's now more likely going to come down to quality over quantity, with each of these riders taking a fall. Quantity might play a part as well. But yeah, that's going to do it for our women's 14 to 18 wakeboard final here at the Nautique's WWA Wakeboard World Championships. I'm an autopilot from the last 4 days earlier in the week of a wake park action. But yeah, the Wakeboard World Champs presented by GM Marine.
Which, by the way, the park competitions were fire. If you go to YouTube, you can rewatch the shows. And, I mean, there were moments, I think especially in the men's 40 plus, where we were in shock. Some of the best competitions, even from the amateur side. And then you go back to the pro competitions for park and features, and the upset of the season, not having Trent Stuckey in the finals for that, having both brothers, however, take a world title.
That was really cool.
There's such good moments, epic moments there. So if you guys want to go back to the WWA YouTube, you can catch up on all the previous shows. If you missed it, you don't want to miss the park shows. They're amazing.
Yeah, both ends of the spectrum. The older riders, also the younger riders, just seeing the depth of talent that, these wake parks allow the riders to be able to build and get out there and just spend time on the water. That's the beauty of riding on a cable. Obviously, if you're behind the boat, you're paying by the minute in gas, whatever that might cost. Whereas, some people, you can go out and buy a season pass for a wake park and just go out there and ride as much as you possibly can. And that's what it's all about, time on the water. That's how you get good at wakeboarding. That's how you increase your skills, learn new things, get comfortable out there. It's just all about time on the water. It's cool. I've been getting some messages from back home from the trainers that are working with my dog Jet.
Yeah.
They're working on teaching him not to see chickens as these fun things that he can chase and grab and pluck their feathers and you know, try and see them as friends. I'm getting messages and videos
Chickens
and
are
updates.
friends, not food for in that instance.
Yeah. Yeah. although it might be quite confusing because you know, when we do train them and we give them treats and rewards,
He's like, wait, this smells familiar.
Yeah.
This smells familiar. Yeah, so I was at FaceTiming family yesterday. We have 2 rescue horses. One is a bonus. It was a uh-oh horse. When we adopted Hope, we found out 2 months after adopting her, she was pregnant. So I FaceTimed whoopsie daisy. But I'm so glad we were able to save her. That was...
So you FaceTimed them last night?
I did. I FaceTimed them last night, caught up with everybody, even this morning. But it's so nice being here. Selfishly, I don't have to wake up at like 5 a.m. and feed horses. I can wake up at 5 a.m. and have a coffee and enjoy myself. So that's been nice. We are looking at the women's 19 to 29 wakeboard final. 3 women in this division: Georgia Malonis, Morgan Hakma, and Katarina Andropoulos. She is from Greece. Up on the water is Georgia Malonis from Australia.
Yeah, we've got an international final here.
Australia, New Zealand, and Greece being represented.
Yeah. I'm obviously going to be rooting for my girl Morgan.
Your Kiwi.
Absolute ripper. I used to coach her back in the day. She's now started her own coaching school called Shreddy NZ. Toe side approach here for the toe side 180. Unfortunately for Georgia. She was going for the one wake 180. Looked like she's sort of building up, you know, to those wake to wake tricks. Still, obviously, scoring. If you go wake to one wake versus wake to wake, obviously the judges will be favouring the bigger, more amplitude landing down that second wake. But yeah, it does get a bit challenging because it is more daunting, a little bit more difficult to hold that edge to be able to go all the way wake to wake. But then sometimes if you're going one wake, it can be a little bit more challenging as well, just to even, you know, to get a hard landing. I remember the very first time, and I will never forget, the very first time I went wake to wake on a wakeboard. I was so used to casing the wake. Every landing was quite hard. And then I landed down the second wake and it was just the smoothest, most buttery, beautiful feeling ever.
Buttery.
Yeah.
Buttery feeling. I remember when I used to wakeboard, that was the word. You know, you were in the butter zone when you really kind of had a nice landing. Or
Yeah, and you talk about glassy calm conditions being buttery as well. You know, it's just smooth.
And that's what you want to be out there. Smooth as you can be. So in this heat, we do have Katarina. She's the #1 seed. One of the few riders that is super, super familiar with open water. In Greece, that's all they have for the most part to train on for her. So that's her comfort zone. This is her comfort zone.
Yeah, she'll be used to riding all sorts of conditions, used to riding in salt water.
Describe the differences, because to me, water's water, but that's not the case for athletes.
Yeah, I mean, I'd actually be really interested when it comes to surfing, and you've got these surf parks now, the man-made waves, and whether they have fresh water or even if they make it salty so that it is used to, like, for, you know, regular for surfers out there. But I'd be interested to know if, you know, surfing in fresh water would feel that much different as well, because the buoyancy is different.
Yeah.
Salt water is more buoyant. It feels a bit more slippery, I guess, and visually you look at the wake and, you know, you're getting a bit more foam from that salt water getting stirred up. And yes, you just have to be a bit more patient. You know, even the way your board rides, it sits a bit higher on the water. If you try and really dig an edge like you used to on the lake, then, you know, that edge might slip out. You kind of get, be a bit more patient with it. Nice wake to wake to start things off for Georgia. Toe side wake, one wake 180. Riding switch now. We'll see her maybe go for a switch toe side 180. No. Cutting out. I'm pretty sure this is switch. Heel side approach. Yeah, the half cab 180. Starting switch, landing regular. Cutting out wide now. She's got room for one, maybe two more tricks.
Let's see what she throws down.
Heel side wake to wake 180. Love that she kind of built up there, you know. She got this sort of more safe ones with the one wake 180. Really going for that bigger one at the end. Yeah. And yeah, looking really good there. A couple of falls though. Georgia Milonas, 27 years old, from here in Australia.
So you mentioned whether or not the wave pools or the surf pools have salt water. I've been to two. One of them actually here in Australia, Urban Surf down in Melbourne. And I've been there twice now. Both times I've flown in, I went ahead and hit that up because it is such a good course. They have two separate wave pools, and you kind of walk down the center. And you can choose the variety whether you want left or right, which is also premier. And it is not salt water. And to be honest, my first time paddling out in it felt different because you kind of miss the taste and the texture, I guess, of the water. But I loved it because when you, I don't know, it felt smoother. It felt a little glassier. I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking in my head, but like I had a long conversation with some other people who frequently use the wave pool, and they're like, no, it is glassier. Like it feels different underneath the board.
Yeah, I'd imagine it's the same with wakeboarding, where the board doesn't quite maybe sit as high on the water. So when you're like, doing a nice carve, that rail of the board sinks into the water, and you can really dig into it.
Yeah. I do like the wave pools though.
Have
They're
you
so
been?
nice.
There's one, and I think it's up more around this area. I don't know exactly where, but it's a little bit different from like say the Kelly Slater style wave, where
Yeah.
you've got it's almost like a train that's kind of like plowing through the water. And there's one
Yes.
up here that it has like a big bowl shaped thing that kind of just dunks into the water, and it sends a wave out in all different directions. So
I've
it's
gotta
more
check
of
it
a
out.
it's more of a circular setup, and they've got all different brakes around it. So you've got a whole bunch of brakes. But yeah, there's Morgan Harkmer on the water there, starting things off with that front roll. Looked like she went for a little speed adjustment to start things off. Team Kiwi will be down there on the water cheering her on, all 37 of them that have made the trip over. Frontside 180, cab 180 back across. Now Morgan is really good at riding switch and regular. Backside 180, oh no. Curse to the commentator. Going down, sorry for that one there, Morgan. Yeah, just that backside 180, drifting a little bit over the heels. Not quite getting forward, knees over toes to right away from that one. A little bit of a spill. So we'll see how things start off. There's that front roll. And she went for a 180 both ways. Switch and regular. And then as you see they're just leaning back over the heels, maybe over-rotating that 180 a little bit.
Over rotating seems to be one of the maybe mistakes that some of these amateurs seem to have been bitten by throughout this competition. How do you manage that? If like on a trick you were over rotating when you were coming up, or even as a pro, I mean, what do you mentally tell yourself? What adjustments do you make?
So it depends on the way that you're jumping across the wake. If you're doing, say, just a heel side wake jump, you're facing the boat. So, you're kind of looking at the boat almost as you land, your chest is facing the boat. But if you're doing a toe side 180, you've kind of got to turn your front shoulder away from the boat. I always used to tell people when we were doing coaching, I'd tell them to spot the shoreline
Right.
out in front of them, almost even slightly back, like say the boat's 12 o'clock, and behind the boat is at 6 o'clock, you almost wouldn't want to be looking at about 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Or on the other side at, what would it be, 8 o'clock. So just slightly behind you, it allows you to get over the toes to be able to ride away. Shout out to anyone tuning in back in New Zealand. It's about 10 a.m. over there right now. So if you're tuning in on the live stream, whether it's through the WWA Rideline app or right there on YouTube, chuck a comment in. We'd love to hear from you. I had a few messages from some friends yesterday. Had Mr. Paul McGuire, who's a good friend of mine or someone I used to ride with. And I think I might have even made a mistake about mentioning an injury that he went through. It actually wasn't him, it was Daz Bishop that shattered his tibial plateau at the Nationals, I believe. There's a frontside 180 to start the course off, and the heel side back roll, Morgan landing that one nice and solid. You can see she's got the knee brace on there. She tweaked her knee a little bit. She's been over in Portugal training and spending her off season at a wakeboard camp over there.
She also runs a wake school in New Zealand, Shreddy NZ.
Shreddy NZ, yes, love it. There's a backside 180 that took her down earlier. She even got the scarecrow. Frontside 360, oh, just not quite getting the handle. But, hey, that was a solid run there for Morgan. She's well and truly solidified herself in the top spot as it stands. We do have Katarina coming up next, and Katarina absolutely killed it yesterday. Morgan will know that. Morgan and Katarina are friends. They met over in Portugal, I believe, at that wakeboard camp that she's been working at. So yeah, I got to meet Katarina yesterday as well.
Yeah. And she is
attack of the magpie again.
Come back
I
to
just
the
saw
magpie
I
shot.
just saw a wing.
Give us the magpie shot. So, side note on Katarina too, she is the defending titleist in this division. She won last year's World Championship in Portugal. And so she's coming in with, I mean, a target on her back essentially, but she was the #1 seed yesterday. And again, a slight advantage because she is so used to these conditions being in open water.
Yeah, and Morgan actually took out the 2017 Worlds in Toronto. So both of these
Women are former titleists.
yeah, world champs. Once a champ, always a champ.
Yeah.
I can just faintly hear Mr. Stu Wilson in the background there, a little bit of action getting started there. And I quite like, you know, I used to do a lot of commentary on site, the live commentary. I think now in my situation, without the ab strength and everything to squeeze and force the words out and, you know, have loads of energy and projecting my voice, I'm enjoying it here in the booth with you,
so
doing
much fun.
the live stream commentary. But I used to love being on site and kind of you're almost responsible for amping people up and getting the crowd hyped.
I started in live event, and it is such a fun job to have. However, I will say it is intimidating because when it's just us, oh, very nice, Katarina. When it's just us in the booth, it's a little more intimate. You don't feel like you're an entertainer. Live event, you have all those people listening and watching. It's a different experience.
Ooh, Katarina almost going down on that scarecrow. A little bit of a bounce on the landing that you saw there. She's kind of looking down at the water. You do not want to look down at the water when you land, generally. If you look down, your head goes down, your shoulders go down, the rest of the body goes down. But Katarina looking really strong, rock solid right now. The back roll, scarecrow, toe side. Oh, backside. Sorry, I missed the start of that. Was that a backside 360, I believe? Taking it down. We're going to get some instant replays here. There's that toe side 540. And then in on the heels. Yeah, backside 360, just slipping that handle.
Barely, but a really nice run up until that point.
It is. It's very easy to try and rush that handle pass on a lot of these spins, but more often than not, you have more time than you think you do.
Right.
And so it's you know, very important just to be patient, wait for that handle to come to your hand, and then once you do, then you can pull it across your body to complete the spin there. So there's a fall. You know.
How hard is it to be patient though, Brad? Like in the moment when you have all this adrenaline going, trying to tell yourself to calm down. I mean, what helped you?
Yeah, that's a tough one because I mean, even back when you know I was going for tricks like 1080s, so you're going 3 full spins in the air. Even on a 1080, you've got to be patient. You've got to, you know, just make sure it's from one hand to the other, really focusing on that handle pass. And the landing is really difficult as well because you, again, I want to over rotate. You think, okay, I've got to, you know, really spin all the way around, and you've actually turns out you got to spin slightly less than you think you need to. So patience is it is key. It is, you know, being patient with riding to the top of the wake to get all the airtime that you want, being patient with handle passes, even grabs, you know, just getting your hand down there, grabbing onto it rather than just a little slap and tickle. But, yeah, Katarina getting turned around. She's got pass number 2 coming at her. I think at this stage, you know, there is a pressure on. Morgan put enough of a run down to put the pressure on Katarina, knowing that, you know, Katarina does have maybe a few stronger tricks up her sleeve. But if Katarina doesn't stand up, if she takes a fall here, then she might leave the door open for Morgan to end up on the top spot. There's the Rayleigh. That's what I'm talking about. Those are those higher end tricks. Cutting it hard on the toes now with the toe side roll to revert. Landing that one clean. Wrapping up now. She's got room for, we're going to say, at least a few more tricks. She's coming up to the 3/4 marker now. There's that wrapped KGB. It takes her down 2 falls right there, and that second fall being it slightly earlier in the course. That's going to be one that the judges are going to take a little bit of time, I think, to kind of figure out where things land. I mean, Katarina,
that seemed like a tight competition.
Katarina had a couple of bigger tricks. She had the Rayleigh, which is, has a lot more going for it. But Morgan I feel like Morgan maybe landed a few more tricks than Katarina did. So.
And sometimes that is more, sometimes that is, sorry, we're having a.
Sometimes more is more.
Yeah.
Sometimes less is more. But, quality over quantity, things like that. It comes down to the judges. They'll be looking at drive format, difficulty, risk, just off the top of my head. What does the I stand for? Innovation, possibly, variety, and execution.
Now, one note, if you're tuned in on YouTube or on the WWA Rideline app, we will be joined by Zara Kell from 10 to 11, which is pretty exciting. We also have on tap Corey Tunison and Noah Flegel will be joining us on the broadcast at some point today. And Mary Morgan. We're getting some celebrity drop-ins.
Yeah, so, very much favorites coming into the weekend. Zara Kell, one of the strongest female riders out there. Corey Tunison, local Gold Coast rider. And I'm just going to correct myself. So the drive format, the I stands for intensity.
Intensity, I like that.
I had to take a moment to
I like
remember
that word. One. And I like that judging parameter as well.
And look at that. There you see Morgan and Katarina.
Talking through their runs.
Yep, competitors, friends.
Yeah.
They'll be chatting it over. I mean, look, if I had to really throw it out there, I would say maybe Katarina did just enough to edge out Morgan, but I think regardless, they're both going to be stoked. Obviously, they left a little bit on the table with those falls.
Yeah.
But, hey, that's how it goes here in wakeboarding, and we are moving on into the women's 30 to 39
wakeboard final. So we're actually going to take a slight break. We're going to go ahead, mute ourselves, let you guys watch this one, and make the call on your own, but we'll be back shortly.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill, since even a century of experience is only a start. Our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology, to imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure, so that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together, we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
so good up until that point.
So smooth for our Corey girl.
That late 180. We've also seen Taylor Fay, who's actually very new to wakeboarding, only just started this year, but she saw the Worlds were coming to the hometown. She's like, I cannot miss this opportunity. Gain a little bit of experience. Then we had Andrea Lilly, rider out in New Zealand, go out there as the second rider out there, and Corey Wilson, you see, looking really good so far. Some good inverted tricks, the back roll, the scarecrow. There's that Indy backside 180. Judges are going to love that. And there's that Mellon frontside 180, just to finish things off. Looked like being her first fall. Unfortunately, it was past that 3/4 marker. So unfortunately, that's her run done. But looking at things there, the way it kind of all fell, I would say the order in which we saw these riders go out at will be the reverse order as, I guess the seating for this round will be how they're going to sit on the podium. I would imagine Corey will most likely take the top spot, Andrea Lilly in second, and Taylor in third. But I'm not a judge, so we'll leave it to them. Those are unofficial results.
It looked as though that would be that way. Corey was just awesome out there. Corey just finished her run. Looked like an all-star. She'll likely leave here with a world title. Yeah.
Yeah, Corey knows people.
Next up.
She's organizing the event, so you
Yeah.
know, she didn't have to organize it, that she won. She did that on her own.
I just love the passion for the sport. Being out here on a work weekend and just saying, you know what, if I have a 10-minute break, I'm going to go compete. Atta girl.
Exactly. Yeah, and you get a lot of the judges and other people that are involved in the event. They're also competing as well. You know, we're going to see the likes of Chad Lowe, who's one of the head judges.
He'll be in the men's 40-plus wakeboard division.
Yeah. Mr. Brian Grubb, going to be out there wake skating and on the foil.
We are now watching Joy Manning in the women's 40-plus wakeboard final. 4 entrants in this division, and she is on the course as we speak.
You know, I'm really stoked to see a Kiwi in each one of these last 3 finals. Oh, there's the back roll, and unfortunately losing the handle, coming down a bit heavy on that landing. An early fall for Joy Manning.
In this division, we'll also see Amber Wing Smith, Dean Smith's wife, and she is a favorite heading into this competition.
Yeah, former world champion, I believe, multiple time. She is one of these riders that has absolutely pushed women's wakeboarding, not only as a rider, but also as a coach, also as an advocate, and someone who's just really, out there just doing it for the ladies. And she has got many worlds first. I believe she was one of the first in the world, if not the first in the world, to land a toe 7. Definitely the first in the world to land a toe 9, heel 7, a double cab roll and the kicker at a cable.
That's quite the resume.
Yeah, many worlds first for this incredible lady that we'll see coming up later on. She is the top-seeded rider. Then we have second seed Simone Kennedy. Charlotte Broadbent from New Zealand will be up next after Joy. Joy, we're seeing getting back up on the water. And that I just love how quickly this boat gets back on plane and still has a ginormous wake behind it.
We mentioned yesterday, this is Nautique's 100th anniversary year, if you can believe it. They've been crafting the best boats on the market for 100 years.
Wow.
100 years, 100th anniversary.
No way.
The boat that is being used in competition today, the Nautique G23, and that is a 2025 boat. So this is next year's edition. And it's snazzy. It's a good-looking boat.
I believe they released the G23 around about 2012. I remember going out to Orlando, and I got to go and stay with JD Webb, who was a Nautique team rider at the time. He had one there on the dock in the backyard, ready to go. And man, it was just such a eye-opener to ride that thing for the first time. I believe the first ever event behind that boat We saw two 1080s landed the very first time those were ever landed in competition. Harley Clifford and Ollie DeRome were the ones to put those down. Toe-side back roll there for Joy Manning. Second pass looking pretty good so far, and on the heels, grabbing that board, looked like a little tail grab. Taking her time here, setting up for something maybe a little big to finish off her run.
Go for it, girl. Go get it. Oh.
Edging in the toe-side roll to revert. Oh, no.
But what a place to do it. She strategized that well. She knew that would be a more complicated and technical trick. Put it in towards the end of her run.
Yeah, and she's got the responsibility of putting the pressure on. First rider off the dock in this 4-woman final.
Look at the cityscape behind our set, will you?
Oh, it is so cool. Like the drone angle, and like it gives us that cityscape, or if it goes up a bit higher, you can see the surf, you can see the mountains in the background. Like it's
Just a beautiful location.
Really is.
Now,
very picturesque.
She is done. That would have been her second fall.
Yeah, and even if it was her first, it was past that 3/4 marker. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Next up, we'll be seeing Miss Charlotte Broadbent.
Yeah, go Charlotte.
What's it like to see so many New Zealanders kind of growing in the sport too?
It makes me really proud to see how the sport is growing and progressing. And I think, as a rider, I started in about the year 2000 was my first nationals. And maybe 2001 was my first nationals. But, being one of those riders alongside Jeff Weatherall, Andrea Fountain, that were really pushing the sport early on. Charlotte's husband, Gavin Broadbent, he was the elder statesman of New Zealand wakeboarding, New Zealand wakeboarding royalty, if you will. Out here, family affair. We got 3 of them riding. Charlotte giving a little bit of a wave to us on the drone. What up there, Charlotte? And shout out to
Hey, girl,
anyone
hey.
tuning in to see this women's 40-plus final. Yeah, so they had Fletcher, their son was competing earlier in one of the younger boys division. Indie Tantrum, and I love that Charlotte's only recently added that indie grab to the tantrum, and she even said yesterday, I saw on her Instagram, that's her new favorite trick. She come back across with the front roll.
Did you have a favorite trick? What was your favorite trick?
Oh, there was a couple of favorite tricks. There were some that were more simple, and I liked it just for the feel. But then you get the real technical tricks that were up there as well. I'm gonna have to have a little think about that and see which ones I'd put up the top there.
Yeah.
Charlotte looked like a back roll, and then a scarecrow, and a frontside 180. That was a really, really good first pass. She's gonna be stoked with that.
Yeah, that was a nice clean pass.
I mean, 1080. The high-end tricks, the ones that I was sort of up there and being some of the first in the world to land. 1080 was one of my favorites. I landed 3 of them. The Indy Double Tensional Blind, again, one of those world's first that I got. That was one of my favorite tricks. But it's a little bit of sweet, that one, because that's the one that I actually injured myself on as well. So, but I think in terms of slightly more simple tricks, I really enjoyed doing what's called a nuclear glide to fakie, which is that Rayleigh style maneuver, but you grab the board, you really twist it one way, and then you come all the way back around and land switch out in the flats. So I really enjoyed that. Charlotte starting off with that half cab roll, really clean landing. She knows, obviously, with the likes of Amber Wing following up after her, she's really got to stand up her run. Like if she stands up her run right here, she's really going to put the pressure on these ladies. Oh, coming up a little bit slow on that
Did you jinx
takeoff.
it?
I might have. Curse to the commentator. It always
Is
happens.
that a thing?
It might be, although I'm just going to say that there's a slight delay between the actual action that's going on and when it arrives here. So that trick might have actually happened before I said it. That's just my defense. Yeah, seeing there Charlotte going for that toe side back roll, just getting a little bit hung up. Now let's see, is that past the 3/4 marker? Her board is off, so I believe it might be, unless she Might be trying to get it back on. Hard to say. We'll see if that boat. Yeah, the boat's turned back around. You can see the 3/4 marker there behind the boat. So it looked like Charlotte might have gotten ejected from her boots. Which with the new bindings, you've got sort of more fabric liners. You know, the old ones were more of a kind of a rubber or even neoprene. And you'd come out of those ones a lot easier. You used to have to use like the detergent to get into them.
Yeah. But that's probably a good thing safety-wise to have a little more ejection from the board, correct?
Yeah, I remember when those new style of boots first started coming out, and like if you caught an edge, you'd rip the inserts out of the board and you'd have to get a brand new board, or you'd break the base plates off the boots. And I remember just getting stretched out. It was almost like going to see the chiropractor.
Yeah.
You know, it just stretches your whole body out if you catch a solid edge. But the way that technology has advanced, not only in the boats but also the boards and the boots and everything like that, it's been really cool to be involved in that as well. You know, as a team rider, you get to test new boards and give a bit of feedback on, okay, yeah, I like how this rides, but I maybe don't quite like this, or it could be improved here. And that was something that I only really got to be a part of in my last couple of years riding for Ronex. But yeah, it's awesome that these companies, they lean on the riders, because obviously we're the ones out there using the product, and you know, obviously the sponsored riders are some of the best in the world, so you got to kind of believe that they're the experts, I guess. And
sure. And performance-wise, they require a certain level of performance. I'm sure the development and the R&D on those boards being done by actual athletes is amazing.
Let's see if we get Charlotte going for a bit of redemption on that toe side back roll out on that same side of the wake. So going to take a nice strong cut in. And toe side, front side 360. Oh, she almost had it.
Oh,
almost
you can see the
had it.
disappointment.
But that run from Charlotte, you know, she had 1.5 stand-up passes, maybe even slightly more than that. It was looking really good. So, you know, with Simone Kennedy coming up next, it's got the pressure on her. Obviously, we know Amber Wing can go out there and perform as a former multiple-time world champion. You know, she's the favorite going into this. So, yeah, Charlotte's done a really good job at standing up most of her run. Shout out to Charlotte Broadbent. Shout out to the fam, Gav, and everyone else tuning in from back there in the land of the long white cloud.
We are going to next see, of course, Amber Wing Smith, the favorite heading into the women's 40-plus division. We were talking about wakeboards a moment ago. Did you ever keep any of your past boards? Do you have a collection?
I do. I've got my favorites. I've got my...
Which one is your favorite?
Well, I've got my 2 boards that I won Junior Worlds on. I've got my 1080 board, the first 1080 I landed. That is probably my favorite. I've got a couple of the gold boards that actually got released when I had my accident. They released a pro model graphic for me, which was really cool. Ronex did that to help raise some funds for my recovery, and it's this beautiful gold foil board that I do have a couple still in the box that I'm preserving back home. And then there's a couple more. There was one that a friend of mine did some really cool spray paint art. He's a graffiti artist there in Tauranga. Shout out to Jace MacArthur. And it's funny though, because it started off, it was supposed to be my face on the board. And as he got further and further through it, he's like, this is looking more and more like Eminem as I go. So it's just going to be Eminem. And so it's an Eminem wakeboard, Slim Shady.
Was that your go-to when you were wakeboarding?
That was up there. Yeah, that was right up there.
We talk about how much the boards have changed as we see Simone Kennedy on the course here. So I kept the board that I learned how to wakeboard on. I had an old CWB, and I loved the flowers. It was the lotus on the back, and it was so cool at the time.
Yeah, that's what my worlds boards are. My 2 junior worlds was on CWB.
CWB boards. And then now that we do so much surfing on the lake, that's where things have gotten crazy. So the boards, when we started wake surfing, were maybe $300, $400. Now you can get the really cool, tricked out, really well done boards. And so we've got a few of those in the garage.
Yeah, it looked like we saw a stalefish to open up, a back roll. We saw the front side 180. Heel side, front side 3, hanging on to it. She's hanging on. Oh, she's got
She
it.
got it.
I mean,
Oh.
almost lost it again. The judges will
You go, girl.
will definitely mark her down
Would
on
she?
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the fact that she's hanging on, I mean, it was at the end of the course as well, so she will
Right.
get she will get a score for that.
Would she have been better off to, however, let that go early on and then gotten 2 more tricks in at the end of that pass?
No, I think if she'd have fallen, there wasn't enough time for the boat to get up to speed before the end of the pass. So hanging on for dear life there, you know, digging the nails into the handle, not letting go.
She's like, I'm not leaving.
We'll do the censored version of that one.
Yeah.
But you know, that was really, really, really clutch, I guess, there to hang on.
Massive. Yeah.
We'll still get a score. Won't get it as quite as much as if she got it nice and clean. There's a heel side 180 and switch 180 or half cab 180 to start off pass number 2. She saw what Charlotte did. There's the invert going upside down. The tantrum so far, she has not fallen off. So we'll see if she goes for something a little bigger here, maybe a little more high risk. The toe side 540. Oh, and just popping that handle. And I think we saw that red 3/4 marker go by in front of us. So that is going to do it. Oh, visual frustration there from Simone Kennedy. I think she knows, like she saw Charlotte put a really good run down. Even though Charlotte did have the 2 falls,
Right.
she did a handful of really good tricks. Simone did as well. That's going to be a really hard one to separate, I think, for the judges. You know, those are the experts down there. They'll know how to go through. They'll look at that drive format. They'll look at the difficulty, the risk, the intensity, the variation or variety, and execution.
Amber Wing-Smith on the dock, and this is going to be a fun run to follow because she is so talented and so creative. I loved not only watching her on the water yesterday, but also listening to her call and her perspective on the sport. She was our live event commentator yesterday down at the docks and also at Park. She was in the booth quite a bit there, and I always enjoy listening to a woman's perspective in sports. It's fun.
It's great. It's really good to tap into that knowledge. Yeah, we spoke to Amber Wing-Smith. We also spoke to Courtney Angus. And
I will tell you, of all of the women that I had the privilege of meeting there, Courtney Angus's energy and truly, she's such a mentor to the girls. Like it wasn't her division. She didn't have anyone she was specifically being paid to coach, but some of these younger junior park divisions, she's down on the dock talking through things with them, talking to the parents. And it's so encouraging to see women giving back to other women in sports.
And
she's just awesome.
She really is. She's like, you know, you see her face just light up when she's talking about
It's so
the
genuine.
sport.
It's
Very
so
passionate
genuine
about it.
Yeah.
So yeah, shout out to Courtney Angus if you're tuning in, whether you're coming down to join and watch some of the wakeboard action out here. But Amber Wing-Smith, final rider off the dock. She is the favorite, but hey, anything can happen out here. You never know. She might just have a little, you know, maybe earlier in the morning. The riding now, it's
They're starting to wake up a little bit.
Around about 8:50 in the morning here, local time in the Gold Coast. Amber Wing-Smith starting off with that Indy tantrum as we bring in Mr. Shannon Starling, the El Presidente of the WWA. And Amber Wing going off axis with that 360. I love off axis spins. That was my favorite way of spinning, where you kind of cork the board out behind you, like we saw there again with that toe side 540. Amber is looking rock solid right now, and going to finish off this run. Stalefish looks like room for one more. Cutting back in and finishing it off with a scarecrow. Ooh, a little bobble on the landing, but nice and solid. And yeah, it's been a little bit of shifting things around here, Shannon. You know, we've had to shift to the shaping room here at the host hotel, going from a bit of a distance from where the actual course and actual action is going down.
We can control a lot of things, we cannot control the weather. You know, but I will say, you know, I said we control a lot of things, but not the weather. It's been a good move. It was a shift. We always try to put the athletes first. Our sponsors feel the same. We had a meeting yesterday, said let's move forward. earlier into the morning, shift everything out of the weather.
And look at the conditions we've got here this morning. That was
Perfect.
a really, really smart move to move things. I'm sure the riders appreciate it. Obviously, we've got a bit of forecast for some wind and possibly some rain coming throughout the day. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. There might be potential rain delays if it comes down quite heavy. But yeah, Amber Wingsmith looking for a grab there. She didn't quite grab it solid. I don't know if she kind of was caught in between two grabs, didn't know which one to go for. There's that big mute grab, 180.
She's stoked.
The early start's not bothering her.
No, not at all.
As a mom, she's probably been up early.
So true. So true. So Shannon, you mentioned we've made some adjustments to the schedule. What did the WWA do for today? What are we looking at?
So, we were supposed to run later into the afternoon. We like people to come out and spectate. None of us want to be up at 5 o'clock in the morning to do this. But at the end of the day, it's about what's on the water. It's about safety. As the wind picks up, we definitely take safety very seriously. We don't want to see anybody losing any knees out here. So we moved earlier. We'll end earlier. I will say the forecast looks very positive for the weekend. Looks really good for Sunday for all the pro finals. But and the pros, they can fight through it. That's this is their job, so they're used. But for the younger amateur athletes, any of the amateur athletes, it's just better for them. It's better for us all to be out earlier.
Yeah, you want them to have a really pleasant experience and good memories and everything of this event. I recall certain events. There was a world champs from the other federation out there in Russia where the conditions were horrible, and I have not great memories of that experience, and and I really love when these events are put on. And as you said, can't control the weather. It is what it is. Sometimes, the venue itself, there may be a seawall, there may be a bit more exposed, maybe on a bit more open water, which can mean the conditions can be not so great. But I quite like it here at the Spit. It's
This is pretty nice, and we study these things. A lot of people are like, "Why'd you pick here?" 2 years ago, we started looking at almanacs, wind directions, tides. There's a lot that goes into the planning of an event like this. And this one's thrown us a lot of curveballs. When you talk about tides, tidal is not something we deal with in freshwater.
Yeah, that's why I completely forgot about the tides.
So we have to make sure that our timing matches that. So when you say, hey, we need to move forward in time, we need to go earlier, we may not have been able to. It may have been too shallow at that point.
Yeah.
So a lot went into it to make that happen. I don't think Scotty Broom slept last night. I know the minute.
He's so hardworking. Major
he's
shout
done
out to Scotty
such
Broom
an
and
incredible
Corey.
job.
Yeah.
They both grind.
The minute I heard the rain, eyes wide open, and I don't think I've slept. And because you worry, is the site going to be there? How windy? And tonight we're expecting some very strong winds, so we got a lot of moving parts. But it's about what's on the water, not about us. We're here to do a job and make everybody happy, and that's what we're doing.
Exactly. And Scotty was, he's been really accommodating for me as well, like inviting me over for this event, making sure, there are some certain needs that I do need for my injury, my situation. So he's been really, really accommodating for that, and so that's been just awesome.
Junior boys under 9, anything goes on the water. Perfect person to ask, by the way. Yesterday, we weren't sure what anything goes means. Can you elaborate on this division?
So we have a beginners division as well that has limits. You can only do up to one full 360 spin, anything done outside of that. And that's in an effort to make sure that new people can get into the sport and they're not
and
highly
have an entry-level
intimidated.
division.
Brad would remember back in the day when we had junior men and then we formed a junior pro, because junior men, there were a lot of people that said, I can't do that. I can't compete at that level. So we have you constantly
have to separate.
You have to let the sport evolve, and it'll shift back. It'll come to this. So anything goes means do whatever you want on the water. This is your time. Kill
You're
it.
under 9, go crush it.
Have at it, yeah.
I love it. This makes sense now.
I do remember that, like, even before I first came to the States, I went over to the States and started competing over there in the junior pro division. I recall the first toe 9 was done in a junior men's division.
Yep.
Very first one that was ever done in contest. I believe that same competition later on in the day, Sean Watson went out and landed the first one in pro. But yeah, I mean, it'd be so intimidating if you're new to competing in juniors and you get like a world's first gets done in your in your heat, and you're up against.
We would get feedback, from people. Hey, why aren't you competing? I can't do that, you know, and you have the likes of Shane Bonifay, you know, in there trying to decide, do I go pro this year, do I not? And it's like, you know, that it's not fun just to go get beat down. You want a chance, right?
Yeah.
So we navigate the rules to accordingly for the time and how to just grow the sport. That's our job.
When you saw Shane Bonifay coming up, did you know he was something special?
Well, you'd already seen Parks, and you knew that family knows the water. And yeah, and what I loved about Shane is Shane came in with a completely different style than Parks. You know, a lot of people at the time, you would think, oh, they're going to ride the same. They come from the same, and they're a long lineage of water sports within that family.
Oh yeah.
So when you saw Shane and he came with this completely different attitude, much like a Randall Harris, things of that nature. Yeah, it was really cool to watch him grow. We're from the same town, so I saw them more than most. But
Well, I think when your brother is the best in the world,
exactly.
you know, you're like, okay, do I try and be better than him, or do I just try and take a different angle, be a bit more creative?
Yeah.
You know, Shane
Offer the
looked
world
like he was
something different.
out there having a lot more fun.
Exactly.
You know, being
A lot more creative.
yeah. You know, and creative with his names as well. That he was naming tricks, Tootsie Rolls and Tum
Yeah.
Dums.
Yeah.
He was a young teenager at the time when he was landing those tricks. So you can
And
see.
naming them accordingly. Charles Cox on the water out here for that junior boys under 9. Anything goes.
Yeah, and he's charging it. He went down early in his run, 180s off the heels, back to back right there, switching regular, back to regular stance now, and a toe side approach at the wake. Big scarecrow. Yes, hanging on to it. Now, that rooster tail on the boat is so big, we lose the rider behind it sometimes.
They're so little.
Toe side 540, and I believe that was a switch toe side 5.
Yes, I believe it was, based on what he just did.
Unbelievable. And then
That's anything goes.
That's anything
There
goes.
you go.
We love it.
Yeah.
Now, he was past the 3/4 mark, do you think?
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
looking right at
the line.
The line there now. Whether that's the final buoy that he was sitting next to. couldn't
That's a
quite tell.
judge's call.
Yeah.
We'll share. There's a written rule in our book. Benefit of the doubt goes to the rider.
Although
Yeah.
that is
So
a
if it's a fuzzy area, athlete.
that's the
always.
second fall though, actually. now
Oh,
that
okay, it
I
is.
recall, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Kristen, I'll get you to scroll up slightly for me.
Yes, of course.
Just catch up on who we got here in the junior boys under 9.
My eyes aren't very
So,
good.
yeah, no,
I
other
scrolled
way.
too far. No, I didn't.
Keep going up.
I'm going too far.
Beautiful, right there.
Right here.
Thank you. Charles Cox, we got Leonardo, and then Cameron, our next rider. So Charlie coming out of Perth, 10 years old. All of these riders 10 years old, and you know it is the 9 and under, but you know it's as of the start of the year, I believe. So as long as you are at that age at the beginning of the year, then you are in that division.
We have some memories from Perth. Pretty far out. You'll be in Perth soon.
I will be in Perth very soon.
I've never been to Perth.
Oh, you didn't do Gravity Games in
No.
Perth. Oh, yeah.
No.
What were Gravity Games?
Gravity Games was NBC's
Version of X.
Version of X. Yeah.
Actually, I do know.
It was somewhat. It did really well in the beginning, but you know, I think they realized that's a big, heavy investment, and X owns it already. So it was a
Yeah.
good time,
Mm-hmm.
but
I never
Perth
got to
is
do
far
Gravity
away.
Games. I got to do the Planet X Games, which they held
Yep.
out here, and it was actually I managed to take home the gold medal when it was a winch event. They set up a whole bunch of inflatable pools along the beach in St Kilda, and it was a really cool event. They had a bunch of skating and freestyle motocross and all sorts going on.
I remember those.
And yeah, the winch events were really cool. It was before the 2.0 came out, so it did mean that you know, you only go one way and you have to
Back in the winching days.
run the rope all the way back.
Yeah.
Look at that big,
Oh,
that
he just went out.
toe side front roll. Now, we're going to get a replay here, Kristen, and this is what we talk about when you see a lot of those riders on the toe side front roll. They'll come down and they just fall down on their butt and bounce back up. So it's not getting over the toes enough. This is why they do that, because if you go over the toes too much, you catch that edge and you go out the front. But that was big. That was a big toe side front roll.
You get to see the underside of water. That's what you get to see when you do that.
Yeah, you get your eyelids peeled back.
It took me a minute to get that.
Yeah,
Good dad joke.
Yeah.
Good dad reference. In this division, we have 3 different countries represented. We've got Charles Cox from Perth. We've got Leonardo Solis Guerra excuse my butchering of that name, from Mexico, and then Cameron McKenney from the USA. So 3 countries being represented in the 3 finalists. Truly international.
Yeah, and they're just
Mexico has a
fighting-
lot of riders. Mexico's really coming on with a lot of good young wakeboarders. They've opened a
Yeah.
few wake parks. They're holding some good competitions. It's really exciting to see that happen.
There's been good riders coming out of there for quite a long time. I remember my first season in the US. I was working at the wakeboard camp out there in Claremont, Florida, and yeah, there were these families that would come through, just really passionate wakeboarding families, and yeah, really strong riders, and it's just been getting better and better.
We actually held a Worlds there a few years ago as well. I forget that one on the list of
Yeah.
Japan, Portugal, Mexico. Yeah, it was a good one too.
Wakeboarding has taken both of you to so many places the world over. Question for each of you. What is your favorite place that wakeboarding has taken you? Or your
Ooh,
favorite
this is scary.
venue? Right, a lot to consider.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed Spain, 2004 world champs from the other federation, and that was one that I, special memories because I took out the junior world title there. Also, I just found the women were beautiful everywhere I looked. The food was really great. The one thing I found, and I don't like to have regrets or anything like that, but one thing I found when we travel and we go to all these events, a lot of the time you're just going from the hotel to the contest,
Yes.
back to the hotel. It's such a tight schedule, and then you leave at the end of the event, and you don't get to do too much of the tourist side of things. So we did get to do a little bit of cruising around in Spain. I really enjoyed that, and I think that's something that I feel like a lot of the riders are going to be doing here on the Gold Coast, getting out there and experiencing it, and just
Holding
doing
a
the tourist side
koala.
of things. Yes.
Petting a kangaroo.
Frontside 360 there, Leonardo, switching it around. Going to have a switch approach now with a switch 360 on. You see the splash there, unfortunately. That one took him down, and he's in front of that 3/4 marker.
Oh, he's frustrated. But remember, you told me that is not what we do in the water. We don't want to kind of unravel or give any indication to the judges.
Well, I think if it's on a fall like that,
Yeah,
it
you're
doesn't
gonna be frustrated.
It doesn't change anything in the judges' eyes. They know you fell, and you know you fell. It's more so, I think, when
They land it and they're
they
frustrated.
land it, but it's not
Got
quite
it.
what they wanted, and they show this frustration. And I think more so as well in the park, riding when you don't quite get the rail hit you want. Just bouncing and catching the edge.
Yeah.
I think, and it's, I always found, I learned quite early on, learned the hard way. One of my first WWA events, actually, I think was Weight Games. I don't know if it was called Weight Games at the time. In 2005, I was a junior rider out there, and I felt like there were some things that were a bit unfair in the way that my heat went. There was a transfer box, and a bunch of wind came through, and it blew the transfer box out of the line, so I couldn't even reach it. And then it kind of threw me off, and I was like a bit confused, and I'm like kind of put my arms up at the boat, like what do I do? Cut out, came back in for a Pete Rose, and I landed right in line with the 3/4 marker, and the boat just kept driving. And unfortunately, as a young man, I expressed my frustration above the water.
Yeah.
And so I learned from then on, you got to do it underwater.
Do it underwater.
Yeah. And unfortunately, my sponsors were watching. I got in a bit of trouble.
Oh, so you really expressed
I
your
really
frustration.
expressed it.
You
Yeah.
probably voiced it as well.
I may have used some
Yeah.
what do you call it, sign language.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
this
I
makes
can't
a lot of
imagine.
sense.
That
But
doesn't.
yeah, foolish. Very foolish. You
To
don't
go
want to
back-
do that.
To
You
go back to
scream
the
at
question
fishes.
about where we were,
Yeah.
because I love addressing this. I love, we have a tagline of where wake takes you. When I brought that tagline to a marketing meeting, and the marketing guy at the time, he's like, dude, I just don't like it. I don't think it's going to take. And then a year later, he goes, okay, I get it. So my
Yeah.
favorite places don't exist. I love them all. I love Japan. There are places I don't want to go to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We won't go through that list. But everything offers you something different.
Right.
A big part of this sport, a big part of this community is experiencing everything this world has to offer.
Right.
And everywhere has its own things, like Portugal. What an amazing country Portugal as a whole is. Look at Australia. We have families here that are here for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Not just a day, not in and out. Brad's right. We see a lot of airports. We see a lot of Ubers. We see a
Yeah.
lot of, but I now encourage even my staff. I think Corey's staying a whole week after to experience what Australia has to offer.
I've even been trying to adjust my flights and seeing if the van's available a bit longer, and if I even checked to make sure the accessible room here wasn't booked out, and if there's a chance to extend it. So I may dig into that a little bit more this afternoon and see if I can get a couple of extra days over here. We've managed to book my my dog in for an extra week with the trainers. He's getting some really intensive
You're going to come back
training,
to a really well-educated pup.
Oh, I really hope so. I'm looking forward to that. We've got Cameron McKinney on the water. He is the top seeded rider.
The 2023 and 2024 U.S. national champion.
Taking a fall about, say, 3/4 of the way through his first pass. He did get a couple of good inverts in to start things off. He's going to be in his head right now. He's like, man, didn't want that fall. You know, the riding's been pretty good before. He's got a bit of pressure on him at the moment now, so we'll see how he can handle that pressure. And that's a big thing. You got to learn, especially at a young age. And that's what these events are really, really good for, is getting that experience, learning how to deal with the pressure and how to come back from a fall.
Brad, what was always your mentality of what you fell on? Do you stand up? I was the opinion, I'm getting up and I'm going to do that because I would, I get mad
You
at
wanted to give the
myself.
trick
Yeah.
another go. You
But-
weren't trying to strategize.
Yeah, but a
different
lot of
run.
people will say, skip it. It's already in your head.
Yeah.
Move to the next thing.
I was talking about this earlier, and I think it depends on what that trick was and how high I valued it in terms of what
if
I
you
thought.
needed it.
Yeah.
And he knows right now what he needs. So
Yeah,
he'll
so
know if he's got to go back to it.
If it was something like a heel 7 or a toe 9 or one of a Pete Rose, maybe one of the tricks that I felt were one of the stronger ones in my run, then I'd definitely get back up and go straight for it, get that redemption, because I think the judges like to see
The
that.
judges
as well.
want to see that. As a judge of a very long time, I loved it when a guy would stand up, a guy or girl, an athlete would get back on the water and say, I'm not going to let that beat me. I'm going to do that right here. I'm going to stand up and knock it out of the park.
Wrapped
Big reward
up.
there.
Wrapped heel side 540.
Yep.
Start off pass number 2 for Cameron McKinney. Heel side back in with the roll to revert. If that was regular heel side, possibly half cab roll back in on the heels. With a Indy backside 180, judges will love that one. I think that style, that show
Style,
of control.
slow, super smooth. Yeah.
Yeah, the blind landings are quite challenging, and the judges know that. They're experienced as well. Toe side 540. And what's he got? Room for one more trick to finish it off. Leave a little imprint on the judges' minds.
Boom.
The tantrum. Not sure if that was a repeated trick, if he wanted something different. We'll get a bit of a replay here. We'll see if he threw that tantrum earlier in his pass. But, hey, that was a really good run there from Cameron McKinney.
Yeah.
Following up, and that's going to finish off our junior boys under 9.
Anything goes.
Anything goes.
Anything goes. I
We
love
talk
that.
about, do you get up and do it again? As we look at that, there's a huge risk factor in that. We operate on a drive system of, how judges, we don't have a set rule, but it's a very general of what are you looking for.
Yeah.
That's a lot of risk. There's a lot of risk going into get up, do it again.
And
intensity.
When it comes to the judging format and picking the judges, do you give them a little bit of kind of wiggle room for them to judge based on what they want to see?
I think all judges have their own opinion. We're a very subjective sport.
Yep.
So we just want to make sure that you have judges that have the most knowledge base. And when you look at our officials for this weekend, the likes of Rusty Malinowski, Brian Grubb, Dean Smith, you look at the officials that are in that boat, we hold it to a very high standard.
All world champions, you just mentioned.
How would you rather be judged by somebody that's never seen the sport, or do you want to be judged by somebody that grew it,
They'll be
built
like,
it?
really? Yeah. And then the spinny flippy thing, oh, okay, cool.
I
It's
judged
pretty
for
flippy.
years. As I said, I competed as an athlete. I was never a top athlete. I started in kneeboarding, and people make fun of me. I'm like, I'm not shy about that. There wasn't wakeboarding before that. You know? But I loved wakeboarding. I love that sport. That's why I'm still here. But as a judge, I'm the only judge I know that took myself out of boat.
We've got Attack of the Magpie again.
Oh, another magpie?
Ooh, come
Yeah.
at it. Can we get the magpie shot? Are we still flirting with the magpie?
See, I started with kneeboarding as well. We even before we had a kneeboard, would take our like boogie boards out behind the boat. I'd be out there trying to stand up on them, and that's when when someone brought a wakeboard along, I was like, oh,
that just makes
sense.
sense.
That's made for it. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, Jimmy Redmond introduced me to a wakeboard, and he was my first kneeboard sponsor. Jimmy doesn't like people to know that he also made pads for kneeboards.
Yeah.
But then he said, man, you got to try this, and that was it. I was hooked. Like I said, I was too tall, I was too big. I heard all these things, right? But it was something that's just stuck with me now.
It was amazing to see Jimmy Redmond and Mike Whittington come out to honor our inductees to the Wake Sports Hall of Fame, Daniel Watkins, Josh Sanders, and Brett Eisenhower. We did that on Monday night at the Star Casino, where we had Wake Awards. We got to celebrate
Shannon
all the
Best
riders.
did get to pick up his award that was held since the COVID days. He was actually inducted previously.
Oh, that was
so
really
they actually handed him his award, but he was actually inducted previously.
Yeah.
So that's 4 Aussies standing on that stage.
Yeah,
you know.
Really, really cool, and also got to, I was really proud to present the award to my good friend and someone who really paved the way for me. To follow in his footsteps. That was Mr. Jeff Weatherall taking out the Legend Award.
Deserved. He's been here a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, he's done a lot for New Zealand and Australian wakeboarding and been really competitive. He took out a whole bunch of wins.
Yeah.
I remember, so he always beat me I never got to beat him at a New Zealand Nationals. My very last contest that I rode in, he made a comeback and came in just to compete, and we actually went head to head. He beat me again in that heat, but he won the battle. I won the war.
Yeah.
I ended up scoring a little bit higher and finished a little bit higher, but
nice.
He will never let me have that one. He's like, nah, head to head, I beat you. So no, we always had a really good, fun, competitive rivalry, but it looks like we're moving on into the
Toby
men.
Muir, he's from New Zealand in the men's 40-plus wakeboard division.
Go Kiwi.
There's 1 Kiwi in this, and then 3 athletes representing the US of A.
Oh, no.
And this has been a really competitive class throughout the week here between park and then now boat. Some really talented guys up there.
Unfortunate fall there for Toby on that 180. Again, not quite getting the full 180. It's one of those ones where I talked about you've got to kind of almost land a little bit over-rotated. You almost want to spot the shoreline rather than kind of it's
Sitting
too
on your heels.
Yeah, it's too easy to look back toward the boat, and that just puts you on your heels and slide out.
Looking at that beautiful Nautique coming in for the pickup. Shannon, you guys have brought together some amazing partners for this event.
You know, we talk about Nautique a lot. A partner that we've overlooked is probably the biggest key component to this, and that's the power. Power's by GM Marine. When we look at these boats, they're not light. You know, you need a lot of power, a lot of low end torque. I love it when I pull into a gas station. I hear, how fast does that thing go? 42 miles an hour. They do not go fast, but I can pull your house down the street.
Right.
That's the difference. So that GM power that they put in there, when we talk about the 3/4 buoy, that buoy used to be a lot further down because we didn't have the power to get out of the water. You know, there's a lot of weight in these boats. It's made to make that wake.
I remember when, one of the first wakeboard boats I ever rode behind, and we were like, blown away that this model has the big block, it's 350 horsepower, and then now they're like 500 plus with
560.
the supercharger.
Yeah, it's insane.
And also we'd load the boat so much that we'd have to flip the switch to drain the ballast every time we fell,
and then refill.
And you have to be careful not to dunk the nose of the boat under the water. I remember riding when I was living with Jeff Weatherall. He had one of the best wakes that I'd ever ridden at the time, and he just absolutely slammed his boat with weight. You had to be very careful as a driver not to sink the boat, basically.
Yeah, we had to know how to drive back then. Yeah, now
Easy.
you got great cruise control.
Press a button.
I love it.
You can even choose the size of your wave and the
You can
angle,
change it. You can change
the banking
angles. You
on
can
it.
change shape. You can change height, all from a control panel sitting right there.
Touch screen. It's so accessible too. Like boating, I think, for a long time.
Well, it's safer.
Right.
You know, when you look at this, you need that to help people avoid making mistakes. Help from the old days when they would nose dip, and you kind of want to you want that safety feature in there.
Looked like the heel side 360 followed by the
Same
toe
thing.
side 360 going down, and as you sit there, that
Sitting on his
same
heels again.
same sort of landing. But hey, Toby Mura, he's out here having a good time. Come across the ditch from New Zealand, across the Tasman Sea, and yeah, I mean, getting some experience here in the Worlds. You know, when the Worlds is this close to home, you just can't.
You gotta go.
You can't miss
You
it.
gotta do it.
You can't miss the party. This is a good time out here.
Oh.
And those Kiwis are going to been having a good time. There's a huge congregation of them there, and
Supporting their friends and
all
family.
wearing the black
Moving as a
tees.
pack through the Gold Coast, experiencing everything it has to offer.
There are so many Kiwis on the Gold Coast, though. Like, I was cruising back from the local surf club last night, where I caught up with some of the crew from Making Strides, which is a local spinal cord injury rehab facility
Nice.
that I'd been to in the past, and got to meet a guy that we've been following each other on social media and been meaning to meet, so I got to go and meet him. It was Jesse, who's had an injury from diving into shallow water. That's one of the most common causes of spinal cord injury.
Correct.
So we were down there at the surf club. I just took my wheelchair there, just like raced down the.
You were cruising. We
beach
know what you
front.
were doing.
It was great.
You're rolling.
Yeah, and I was cruising past, and then this guy just, hey, Brad Smaler. I'm like, I follow you, and I'm like, oh. I'm like, I know the accent, Kiwis, and then there's a bunch of others, and of course they're like, oh yeah, we know your friends, Matt and Ruby, and I'm like, oh my God, it's
What a
just too
small
small.
world.
It really
What a
is.
small world.
A lot of Kiwis here on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, they're enjoying it big time. I went to dinner with a friend of mine last night who's a photographer, and we had such a good time. We went to the Tropic in Burley, and one of the best meals I've had since I've been here. I did the clam conchiche. Amazing,
I'll let
so
you say
yummy.
it.
Yeah, I'll have to send the restaurant to Maria because it was phenomenal.
She's been finding some good ones, so I'm in good hands right now.
Yeah.
I'm not losing weight here.
Yeah,
Me
we
neither.
went for the standard pub meal last night, the chicken palmy.
Oh, that's one of my favorite meals here. I have to stop.
You got to be careful though. You can't call it a chicken parma. They'll like.
Oh, yeah. They don't make those.
It's parmy.
Chicken
It
palmy.
is a parmy.
Parmy.
Yeah, Brooks and I think that's been our stationary diet since we've been here.
The
is,
chicken parmy.
Chicken parmies. The surf clubs, that's a different thing to us. You know, when we
Yeah.
travel
don't
here,
have those
that's
in the
a
States.
really cool place to go eat. And it's a kind of a cool cause. You know,
Right.
it's kind of how they started to raise money to protect their little portion. And I think that's very cool.
Yeah, there was actually a quiz night that we went along to last night,
Yeah.
so that was cool to be a part of that. I think I threw some very incorrect answers into the team, and I may have got one or two right. But
Chad Lowe on the water now, 48 years old.
one of our chief judges.
Another one that had a late night, and he's out here competing just like Corey. We have to adjust every schedule, and he's part of that team.
When you look to the beach, you can see yesterday we had everything set up, the stage. It's all been deconstructed to prepare for the weather that's coming in.
I love that you got the big, what do you call it, a jumbotron? The big,
Yeah,
the big,
those are
big
big
screen
fun.
up there. That's really cool. Chad having a really good
Really
first
good.
pass, backside 360, smooth as silk, and he's done. That is pass number one.
Chad's got that California style. That's what he's always carried. That's what I like about his riding. You know, I mean, he's obviously a West Coast guy that's now been transplanted, but he's got that very smooth, very cool style that they bring out from California.
Yeah,
Why do you think that is, that it's regional?
I think it's who you ride with. I think it's who you grow up with.
I think
it's
some of the earlier influences
Very
that
much
came
so,
out of that,
yeah.
the likes of Randall Harris, and there's a bunch of California riders, West Coast riders, and it's made its way. Like you got like Derek Cook and
the old
Trevor
Canyon Lake
Maurer
crew.
and all
Everybody
those
in
guys.
Canyon Lake back in the day.
Yeah, Melissa Marquardt. Like I had a really good time riding with Chad and Melissa and stuff at Canyon Lake back in I think 2011. Right as I was coming back from after my knee surgery. There's a wrapped heelside 540 for Chad. He loves his wrap tricks too.
Yeah.
Grabs it the whole way through. Really, really stylish rider.
Definitely a Randall Harris influence.
Switching it around. Now back onto the heels. Looks like that. Oh, tail grab backside 180. You could see it.
Yeah,
the
you knew it
moment
right from the go.
Yeah. Didn't quite get the takeoff he wanted and was sitting a little bit off axis on that backside 180. But look, there's the 3/4 marker. It's floating right there. That means he is on the right side of it, the correct side that you want to be on if you're going to get picked back up. He hasn't had a fall yet. There's that toe side 5. Heel side back side, or the back roll here in the replay. loving these instant replays that we get as well.
Some of the other judges that are here this weekend, Aaron Gunn, you know, you're not going to find anybody that knows more about the sport. Johnny Henson.
Yeah.
And driving that Nautique is Scotty Kell, who I learned at Black Diamond Wake has pretty much coached everybody on this side of the world, from amateurs to champions.
He really is one of the best coaches in the world. You know,
his daughter is proof. I mean, you know, a lot of us come here to watch her
and
on the water.
She's going to be joining
amazing.
us here in the commentary for a little while, not too far away now.
Nice.
And yeah, she's definitely a favorite to take the win.
Mary Morgan is another one, I think, joining us today. Both
awesome.
Nautique athletes, actually, but they're also the best in their league, you know, if you look at them. So that's going to be really cool to have them in here.
Yeah, I actually, as I was on my way to the surf club last night, I was cruising down the edge of the beach there on the footpath, and I hear, Brad, and there's Scotty. They've got their Airbnb right on the beach, and he yelled out, and so he came and said what up. We had a good catch up because it's been so hectic. There's been so much going on, even at the awards night the other night. There were so many people to catch up with, and to be honest, I'd already done a full day of commentary at the wake park. I then hosted the awards, and usually I really struggle to sneak out of a party and just leave
you're
early.
a machine.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as my chair starts moving, people have to move out of the way, and they're like, "Oh, Brad's leaving. Oh, Brad's leaving." And then, but you know, I finished up. I congratulated my friend Jeff. I said hello to a couple of people. I noticed that people were quite distracted, and I'm like, "Here's my opportunity.
Time for me to go." Yeah.
Boom, gone.
I sneak out. It's the 45-minute walk of hugs and thank yous and
Seriously, it definitely takes a while. So I was like, I don't need that tonight.
If you want to leave at 9, you gotta or be home at 9, leave at 6. And that's how long it takes to get out. Well, we don't want to miss any of these people. You know, there's so many people here that I haven't seen in years, and I keep saying it's like a class reunion. These are people that I've grown up with. These are people that I've helped grow up in the sport. It's a lot of fun. It really is, and catching up on old stories and of what we can remember at least, and at our age. But yeah, good times all the way around here.
Yeah, for sure. And it was really cool to see, you know, those legends and Hall of Famers celebrated and celebrating. You know, I'm sure they all had a fairly large night.
Yeah, may not feel too good the next morning.
It's
but
a reunion for them as well, and yeah, they definitely made the most of it. So,
well, as you grow, you know, I'm getting much older. You know, there are people. You know, I've got very fortunate to spend time with Bruce Robeson. He's one of my favorite people on the planet. We've been very close, and since we've met, and I got to spend some time with him. He was instrumental in making this sport happen. I don't get to see him. He lives in Australia. I live in the States. So I was able to spend the day with him out at his new farm. It's amazing to get that time and see where we've grown, see where we are now, but also remember the great time that we had growing up.
I actually got to catch up with Bruce not long after my injury. He got me invited along to one of the Nitro Circus shows that he was hosting.
Which is very cool.
Yeah, so we've got our next rider on the dock now. That's Dave Cartwright.
Dale Cartwright.
Oh, sorry, Dale. Yep, the eyes are.
Another one from back in the day, like I've spoke of him before. That man loves wakeboarding. He rode cable. He rides boat. He goes to every event.
He owns a cable.
He owns a cable, a great cable, and he just loves the sport. And those are the people that we like to see every year. And he's still quite competitive, by the way.
Oh, I mean, seriously, he's 51 years old.
Yeah.
I believe yesterday we saw him do a tantrum, a blind, and a skeezer in his run. I'm pretty sure we saw the scarecrow there. He's looking rock solid.
He's looking
for
solid
his
in
first
this run,
pass.
yeah. And that water looks great. The spit is treating us nice this morning.
G'day, folks. We've got the fans down on the water's edge, your family and friends, I'd say more so this morning as the spectators will come through throughout the day. But yeah, the weekend, I'd say we're going to have a good crowd along there on the beach. I'm looking forward to whether it's tomorrow, depending on the weather, if not Sunday, moving us down there as well so we can get back amongst it. I love meeting all the fans and meeting people and being there amongst the vibe, and it really is.
This room's cool, but it's not the same.
Yeah, there's the tantrum to blind
there you
open
go.
up past number 2. That's that risk factor that you see in the drive format. There's a 180 And he's coming to switch. Is this going to be the skeezer? That's the switch chromobe. Up and over.
There it is. Stomped it.
Beautiful. You know, and I feel like he does his tantrum blind, and then he does the skeezer because he knows it's the exact same landing. And a funny wrapped landing.
Yeah, into a wrap, yeah.
On that frontside 360. And then the late roll blind.
Again, on the heels.
Wow, 51 years old.
Yeah.
I think anyone would be just absolutely stoked to be riding that good.
I don't know how. I'm
in their
54. It takes me 20 minutes for my knees to get working in the morning.
So Dale Cartwright putting the pressure on our final rider. Is that Luke?
Luke, yeah. Luke's going to have to step up here to beat what Dale's thrown down. I didn't see what he put down yesterday.
Well, Dale put down a skeezer and the tantrum blind yesterday, and he's sitting in second spot.
So that means we're going to see something big.
Obviously, Luke did enough to secure that top seeded position here in the men's 40+ final.
It looks great down there. A little cloudy, but you know, sometimes you need that. It is considerably cooler. So I'm kind of wondering what a lot of the athletes did first thing this morning, especially this group. You know, we've got to get stretched out before we go do these things.
Yeah,
and,
like it's not cold, but it's cool.
You'll definitely notice it in your muscles. You'll notice it, you know, as a former athlete, you'd want to definitely warm up a little more, be a little more prepared for that. How's the water here? You know, I haven't had the opportunity. I've stuck my toes in the ocean, and if it's as cold in there as I'm a Florida boy. We do not have this. Then that's another thing you got to pay attention to.
A little bit of incentive to stay on top of the water.
Exactly. Do not land in it. Yep. As you said about Harley Clifford yesterday, he didn't want to be with the sharks, so he learned to not fall.
Yeah. Yeah, the odd bull shark, and he's even mentioned a few times where they've even felt and heard the boat clip a shark.
Oh yeah,
you know, and they'll see it flapping around. Obviously, the fins and the propeller will probably do a little bit of damage.
Being from Florida, we hit a few alligators.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we hit one once, and it was just deep enough that we could see it, and you could see that it wasn't moving, but nobody was brave enough to go down there and tap on it and see if it was still alive.
Oh, there's the big old front flip. That's right. He brings that old school.
Yep.
Old school. He does the
front
to fakie as well, I believe. There's the scarecrow. Now he's wearing the helmet out there, which, you know, there are no features. You're not required to wear a helmet, but it is a choice that these riders have if they, you know, want to protect the noggin a bit more.
Yeah, that's.
There's
there you go.
Chromo.
Yeah. So now we're seeing why he is in the #1
He's
seed.
answering back at Dale.
Very smooth, big, clean. The helmet's a personal preference. Some people have got tapped in the head by the board. I know I lost the board in a fall, and it connected with my eye at younger days without bindings before boots. So, you know, I think people need to do what they feel comfortable with. And
I remember getting a few front edges where you'd end up getting scorpioned and the
board would hit you in the back of the head.
And it's like, you got to be real flexible for that too.
Yeah.
But that sort of force of a front edge can really bend you in that sort of way. I remember getting some stitches in the back of my head from the board hitting there, and also even just a solid edge on its own. You're moving fast. That water is not soft. And you get concussions and things like that. So, yeah, not a foolish move.
Had a few of those, a few concussions in my day.
Got to be careful with those ones. Don't want too many of those.
But I will say we require life jackets. That is a must. Do not ride without a life jacket. We encourage that across the globe. And also everybody in that boat's trained in water retrieval safety. All of our officials go through that on a biannual basis.
Yep.
So we know that we've got people on shore. So
I remember I did that as well. I went and did the course with actually the man, I can't remember his name, who was running the WWA water safety and CPR course at the time.
Dan Power.
Yeah, that's right. Yep, and we our toe side 540.
Look at this. Yeah, there's a reason he's #1 seed, and that's it.
Standing up the whole way through, tension of blind.
He's got perfect.
He's answered back all of the top tricks that Dale's done,
and then some. You know, that big front. He hasn't had. Well, we're not going to say that just yet.
The Pete Rose.
Oh, look at that.
Overcooking it.
Yeah, he definitely went for that.
He didn't need it. I believe that it would be enough to keep him up there on the top spot, and may have just secured himself a men's 40+ wakeboard world title. But yeah, so that that water safety course that I did, it was because I was living out at Lake Roanoke at the time. I was on-site manager. It was myself and Eric Ruck and Chad Sharp were the ones that were out there pretty much every day. So Chad and I went along and did this course, learned everything about it. Part of that course was actually stabilizing a spinal cord injury in the water.
Absolutely, yeah.
2 months later, Chad was having to do that to help save me. So,
Yep.
you know, really, really grateful that we did go and do that. And also another story about Chad. He was one of these riders that, for a while there, maybe wouldn't wear the life jacket when he was riding. He'd take, you know, he'd made some decisions there where, you know, he was more comfortable without it. Or
I look cooler. I feel invincible.
And then
you're not.
He took a really hard crash once, and I think it was Andy Laz that was in the boat with him, and they had to get in and save him. He was under the water, unconscious. So, you know, after that, he always wore a life jacket, and I think it's really important. You don't want to have those scares in order to make you go out and do it. So I think it's just...
We've lost a few wakeboarders in the early days that said, I'm not going to wear a vest, but it's a fraction of a second, and you're underwater, and we won't find you.
And
so
the vests these days...
we take that very seriously.
They've gotten thinner and more comfortable,
Yeah.
even still, you know, having a lot of flotation to them, whether you go for the Coast Guard approved or the more impact vest, but, you know, all designed to float you in the water. So it's...
Face up.
Yeah, preferably.
You got to get face up. Face down is not the best position.
Yeah, that's actually how I ended up after my crash. I was face down. My feet and everything were face up, but I was sort of twisted and unconscious. And so the boys got to me and flipped me up. And it's funny because I was, well, not overly funny, but I was unconscious.
That's not, I don't see anything funny, but go for it.
This is a funny moment, though. It's a funny story. So, you know, it's a bit heavy to start off with. But so Dean got to me, flipped me over. Eyes wide open, blue in the face, kind of thought I was almost gone already. Yeah. And then and Chad had brought a stand-up paddleboard out, and they pulled me half up onto the paddleboard. And they were ready to do CPR right then and there to try and bring me back. Something inside me must have known one of my buddies was about to put his mouth to mine.
And we're going to stop this.
I woke up and I started breathing on my own. And
that is a funny story. Yeah, you're not, Chad, you're not kissing me. I love you, but yeah, we're drawing a line.
Hey, and we're back with...
You missed an interesting conversation.
I walked in on a weird part of this conversation, and I'm just going to let you guys...
It was a little bit morbid, but then it had a funny twist at the end.
That is a funny story.
Goodness.
We got the men's 19 to 29 division right now, starting things off with Lachlan Ward. He's a rider out here, a local, 23 years old from the Gold Coast. Looking forward to competing at the world level for the first time.
Since 2019.
Yeah.
He's, from the Gold Coast, so right down the road, local boy.
Sure he'll have some friends and family out there supporting him this morning. Getting up a little bit extra early. Now, Shannon, tell me about when you have to shift the schedule a little bit. Like, how do you
communicate
make
that
sure
with the
that all the
athletes?
athletes are going to be there?
We use every means necessary. This is common. Weather is common. Wind is common. Safety things come up. So we use every channel possible, from direct emails, social media, on-site post, physical pieces of paper post, and every athlete you see. You know, we're a tight community. The word spreads fast. And we rarely have people that miss anything due to a schedule change of this nature. It's a lot of work on Corey and the team, but it's what we do. That's why we're here.
Big props to them and to the whole team for what you guys have all done to help, shift things, give them the best conditions. Things are actually looking pretty good out there.
I mean, great out there.
I don't know what they're talking about in that forecast. I loved that. The toe side, backside
that
180.
Nice.
It's the most challenging 180 you can do on a wakeboard. I guess switch toe side, backside might be even more. That looked like a switch crow. That's the switch scarecrow. Toe side wake jump, a little bit of a shifty. I don't know if that was like a frustration that he wanted more, or like a relief that he made it all the way to the end of the pass.
Or just getting his bindings to feel a little better. You never know. When I started riding, we were on a directional board with 3 5.5-inch fins in the tail. Whoosh. A lot of these tricks we weren't doing back then, but we did learn inverts and we did learn spins on them.
On the wakes were just a fraction of the size of this.
Oh yeah, comparatively today, it's like a jet ski wake. It was not there because the boats at that time were made for slalom. They were made for skiing, where you want the smallest, flattest wake possible. Not really helpful for us. fortunately, Nautique saw that need and said, hey, we need to help these boys out. We want to see some bigger, better tricks.
Yeah, and they really, like, in terms of the size of that boat, the size of the freeboard, which is, you know, the part of the boat that sits above the water on the side, that's, you know, something I spoke about earlier with trying not to sink the boat when you put a lot of weight in it. And the difference in the height of these boats, the side of them, they're so much deeper, they give you a lot more room to sink them lower into the water, to displace the water in order to pump out that big wake. And because I remember, you know, I had quite a big vertical jump on me. I mean, I was 6'2", and I was able to jump up onto, like on the old 210 on the trailer. I could jump all the way up onto the side of the boat, not just the duck board.
You're not going to.
Not even getting close.
No.
Like I'd be lucky to get, you know, would have been lucky to get onto the
I think there's some design into that as well, because the heavier a boat gets, it's the more displacement it has to have. I think there's some rules that go into that. So if you make the sidewalls taller, you can make it a little heavier. I know Steve Carlton at Nautique spends a lot of time designing things, but also following the rules that we need for safety.
That's a little bit uncommon. We saw
Yeah, you don't usually see that.
Dock. So it looks like Chris taking an outer course fall. Chris Gilbert.
We've all been there. That's a very frustrating thing. Like whether you're not paying attention or your nerves or you're just kind of and that
It breaks the momentum.
You didn't actually fall on a trick, and now you're sitting there embarrassed. Like, what am I gonna do here?
Oh,
but don't take it as that. That's
Yeah.
life. Get up right now and let's go for it.
I remember my first nationals. I took a fall and the boat was getting up on plane, and I was just so eager to cut out and get ready for the next trick. I'm like leaning to cut out, and then just fell over, just flat on my face.
We have all done that. Sometimes you're not ready. You know, we used to do the jumping dock starts, and I remember a time that we might not be in sync with the boat, and there's 1,000 people on shore, and you jump early, the boat takes off too fast, and goes smack right to your face, and you're like, yeah, sorry about that, people. You know,
that'll happen.
I'm really pleased that the weather has been holding off. It looks like it's genuinely beautiful down there. However, I have seen on the passes the flags kind of flickering in the back.
Here on the Gold Coast, the wind picks up right up until 4. Our original schedule, because I said we check almanacs, we check time, we wanted everything done before 4. That's when it picks up here. It's pretty standard. Obviously, we've shifted this morning to a little earlier, so you will see the wind pick up through the day, but in this location, it has not affected us as much as it can.
You can tell that was definitely an uncharacteristic fall off the dock there, you know, coming out with a tantrum and then a scarecrow and then a backside 360 for Chris Gilbert.
Am I wrong in saying it seems like the boat's moving a little faster for him?
Yeah, I mean, that may be his personal preference. He may have asked for a higher speed. You can communicate that to the driver, Mr. Scotty Kell. He is just one of the best in the world. That's why we have him there. Like, best coach, best driver. There's a reason he is the driver out here. Big front row and then slipping out over the heels, as we've seen many a time on that trick over the last couple of days.
Brad, do you think that has to do with what we were talking about yesterday, being in the salt water, not being patient, you know, maybe not getting the lift off that you want? I mean, I'm seeing a lot of uncharacteristic heel landings.
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe have something to do with the salt. I think it's something that is, it comes with the territory of those sorts of tricks as well, and it may be just a lapse in judgment or, just looked like he opened out a little bit early on that. And potentially just the size of this G23 wake. Occasionally you do get booted a little bit bigger than you were expecting. And, you know, so you open out a bit earlier. You come down landing in the trough a little bit. Yeah. Which
this
not
hull
much
is
of
new.
a trough.
This is for 2025. There have been some changes from I don't know if it's last year's G or the previous one. So this is new to a lot of people. A lot of people are getting behind this boat for the first time and going, "Ooh, wow, they've stepped up their game."
It's always blown me away because I remember the first version of the G. I mean, they did have some troubles with like the transmission, a few things going on. Some teething issues, I guess, to start off with.
Increase in power is always hard to find the parts that'll stay together.
Yeah, but in terms of the wake, at that point, to me it seemed perfect. Like there was no way you could make it any better. But somehow they keep doing it.
Somehow they did it, yeah. I know today the president of and family member of the founders of this company that's been here 100 years, Greg Malone, we want to get him in here as well, and he can really share with you that vision because he was.
Greg's around, is he?
He landed last night or this
Awesome.
morning. He's going to be here for the weekend with us, but he was the team that said, "Hey, let's change the game."
Yeah,
and that's where it happened.
They really did. They obviously put a lot of money into the R&D of this. They invested a lot, but you know, that's when it came out and everyone knew it was the best boat out there. So once you got the best wake, you're going to be selling boats, and it was a really good investment for them. Charging in on the heel side, looked like a heel side front flip. Keeping both hands on the handle, but more of an end over end flip there. Big front roll, that's what took him down earlier, and he's still riding.
He is still there, yeah.
Little redemption there.
We missed the drone footage, but the Magpies just do not want to cooperate.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to talk to them last night. They didn't show up for the meeting, so they didn't get the news that we're just trying to do something great here for everybody.
They're just free birds,
Yeah, there you go.
just free spirits. Yeah.
Or crazy. I mean,
Oh, ping in the handle,
Oh,
but
sorry.
heavy on the landing on the heels,
Yeah.
on that back roll, and that just really puts a lot of force through that, a lot of tension through the handle there. If you're too heavy on your heels, on a heel side jump, you know, maybe a bit too opened up toward the boat, you'll see front side 360 was looking nice and smooth, up and over with a toe side 180, and this is the one that took him down here, that back roll. See, opening out a little early, just kind of facing the boat too
couldn't
hard.
keep the grip, yeah.
I was surprised, and maybe this is just me being foreign to the sport to some degree. The riders bring their own tow ropes.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, you're
Describe that
really
for
familiar
me.
with your own grip, and you know whether it's the width and thickness of the handle. I remember.
Material.
Yeah.
There's a list of things that go into handles. That's a very important piece. You also know your line. You know how long it is. You know what the stretch, if any. We've come a long way in lines. Back in the day, we would launch that handle straight back into the boat. I would do that a lot. Sorry, you know, it's a different type of line. But yeah, I think that's a super important piece of equipment. Very tailored to you.
Those Spectra lines, they've come a long way. Some of them coated, some of them, you know, like it's all personal preference as well. Some of them may have a wrap handle on there if they want to go for those wrap tricks. Yeah, so you got to bring your own equipment along, everything but the boat.
What was your favorite? If you had a handle, did you? Because I've held some materials and I was like, oh,
This isn't right.
It feels like, you know, there's sunscreen on it. And then I've held other materials that I loved.
I went through a period early on when I was going for just like the straight rubber handle that had like a kind of hexagon sort of honeycomb kind of grip to it. I found I got really bad calluses and blisters and things like that from it, but for whatever reason I really enjoyed that. But then when Ronix came out with there was a handle that had almost like kind of a suede fabric grip.
And pattern stitched.
Yeah, I really
nice.
really loved that handle. And it was a good thickness too for my hands. And yeah, always had a wrap handle on there just for those wrap tricks when you want to do them. Nice half cab roll there for our next rider, our final rider. This is Liam Dinage.
How many boards will professional wakeboarders travel with on a competition weekend? I know in surfing you always want to have 2 or 3, but
I would say typically if they were only doing the boat contest, then maybe 2. I don't know if you go more than that. The boards aren't breaking as much as they used to. Some of these riders doing double duty, so they may have 3 or 4. You know, a couple for the cable, a couple for the boat. You know, you're probably not going to ride the same board behind the boat as you do on the cable. You know, you get a bit more flex in the cable boards and no fins, things like that. So, yeah, there'll be, I'd say, maximum of 4 in your quiver if you're riding in both. But yeah, you always want to have that backup board just
quiver?
in case.
Your quiver.
quiver?
It's a quiver of boards.
quiver.
We can say that.
It's like when you're
you have a quiver of
bow and
surfboards.
arrow, all your arrows, that's
Are
your
in one
quiver.
quiver.
Yeah,
We're teaching each other words.
Yeah.
We are expanding our vocabulary this
You
weekend.
were speaking earlier as I was watching the live feed about back in the day as we were testing, and I mean, there are materials we didn't know, and you know, people like Jimmy Redmond or Herb O'Brien, or you know, you just go through the list, and yeah, you know, I would break. I was for a time at Conley Wakeboards. They would send me, here's 5 boards. How many did you break today? Well, all 5 of them. You know,
me too.
or the inserts would pop, or because you're trying to make them lighter, you're trying to make them stronger. Now today, you know, Jimmy Redmond said, why did I make cable boards indestructible? It's really hurting my business, right? You know,
I
which
mean,
I
you
thought
get
was
some
hilarious.
warranties and stuff back,
Yeah.
but then, sometimes.
Rarely are boards snapping today.
I remember we're looking at Liam Dinage going on at the moment. He's wrapping up. We'll call the rest of his run and then continue that conversation in between riders. He's wrapped, going to go for a backside spin. That's on the back roll. That's a wrap KGB. He's the top-seeded rider here in the men's 19 to 29 division. And, Chromobe takes him down. That is past the 3/4 marker, unfortunately, for him.
And he is past it, yeah.
But, yeah, I was a rider for CWB in my early years. Really loved riding their boards. You know, I won the 2 junior world titles on their boards. But there was a year they brought out these, like, carbon fiber, or they had, you know, an extra light, and I remember they had these carbon fiber rods through them.
Yep.
And being 6'2" and 95 kilograms, and I was
Breaker.
yeah, and I went through, it must have been a handful of boards in just a couple of months, and so it got to the point where they're actually like, we're going to specially make one for you. We're going to put a couple extra top sheets on it. We're going to make it
heavier.
Yeah, and that one was borderline indestructible. I think that one lasted me through the rest of the season. But, you know, there are those teething issues when you are improving the product as it goes.
Well,
Sometimes
when you're starting
there's
a sport, when you're, you know, when you're growing something that nobody's ever done, you're going to, and things go into it well as far as flex, and, you know, so as Brad says, we're going to lay it up a couple more times, but then you'd go, this thing has 0 flex now. Now it's a completely different ride than what I had, you know, so then you got to taper back, and it's a very, it's not just thrown together.
You got to take a step back in order to take a couple steps forward.
Yeah. It's also the fun part, I think.
They gave him another
They gave him a
Gave it to
pickup.
him. It's up to the judges in the boat.
They gave him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
It was, maybe it was our angle that looked. Hey,
There you go.
yeah, and he has got to be stoked that
yeah.
they gave him that opportunity, landing that chromo.
Yeah, from our angle, if the drone was a little to one side or the other, you could see that. You got to trust the people in the boat, and trust that they're going to give you the fairest shake they can. You know?
Yeah.
Well, and I think especially the community of this sport, what I've learned from some of the athletes I talk to in part, they want to see their competition land their tricks.
Absolutely. Yeah.
They want to see
Nobody
them
wants to win
because
you fell.
Yeah.
I was that guy. If you didn't land everything you could, I'd feel like, you know, I won, but I haven't won
And
yet.
that's the
Yeah.
thing, like, as I mentioned earlier, with Jeff Witherall and my rivalry with him, he always beat me at a Nationals. The only time I ever won a Nationals, he wasn't there. And it didn't feel
You won.
like I won.
You're happy, but did I? You know,
Yeah.
did I
Yeah.
achieve what I've been pushing for? Yeah. You see it in all sports. You
I
know,
mean, we talk about
nobody wants
motocross.
to see anybody crash out.
Yeah, I mean, with Chase Sexton taking the outdoor title,
Yep.
with Jet being gone, you kind of wonder. But
Bittersweet.
those athletes hate each other. There is
Okay,
all
then.
of these.
Yeah.
That field, that community is so competitive, and there used to be a day, even prior to that, you know, the James Stewart, Chad Reed era.
Yeah, that was my era. I loved watching
When
those
they
boys
were
go at it.
truly adversaries. So I think there is an element where they justify that, and you know, Chase has to own it and say, well, you have to be in it to win it. You have to stay healthy to be there, and I
Yeah,
get
it's
that.
part
But
of
this
the
sport is
sport.
different. They want everyone there healthy. They want them landing their tricks. They're on the dock cheering each other on. It's interesting to see
They
the
train
differences.
together. You know, Brad will share, as he traveled the world, there weren't athletes who would say, you're not riding with me. I mean, I guess there were a few at times.
Yeah, there were some.
But usually, but I could name a few, we'll leave it at that. But more than not,
Yeah.
you want to go ride with these guys, and
Yeah.
because you push each other, but you can also help each
Going
other.
back
and
to
you
that,
learn things.
what you're saying about the Chase Sexton and Jet Lawrence rivalry, I did see, though, when that last round happened,
Yeah.
Chase got landed on. Jet, he did say, he was like, man, I was really gutted to
Don't wanna
see him
see it."
go down because,
Yeah,
you know,
you don't want to see them get hurt.
it was like a kind of a three-way battle for the title, and unfortunately they didn't get to really see who.
Who was the best that day?
Yeah. Indy Tantrum to start things off.
Nice too.
So where are we up to now? Men's
I believe we are at
14
Liam.
to 18.
I think we have
Liam was
Liam, we're
the
just
last one off the dock.
So then,
we're
yeah,
looking
we're
at
junior men 14 to 18. So that'll be Noah Fasolis.
out of Victoria.
This is where the magic happens. The junior men are those guys that are next.
Yes.
That's why we created the junior pro division. They're the guys that are pushing it. They're the guys that are home. They don't
The
have
prospects,
They
so
don't have
maybe-
jobs yet.
Yeah.
So they get to ride a lot more.
So this is the junior men, so more the amateur in that age group, and then tomorrow we'll be seeing the junior pro.
Junior pro, yeah.
So these guys are the ones that they're out here getting the experience.
A little slower. He's calling for a little speed adjustment.
Yeah, Scotty Kell will be all over that. But yeah, these guys will be looking to get the experience in. Hey, big shout out there, waving at
Look
the
at
drone
him.
behind him, very aware of what's going on. Probably a little shout out to his folks watching,
At
whether
home.
they're here or friends watching online on the WWA Ride Line app.
Or if a magpie's going to attack him, there's that for you.
I'm here for that.
He was
Like,
trying
that's
to.
the action I want to see.
Yep.
Greg Wetherell's drone versus the magpie.
Noah from Victoria trains on Murray River.
There's a lot of rivers here. As most
Yeah.
people, are there lakes?
There are the more like dammed rivers that create the
There you
lakes.
go, yeah.
So it's very similar in New Zealand. We do have some lakes as well, but a lot of them are sort of those hydro dams, hillside approach. And yeah, that mute half cab roll.
That was really clean.
Might have been a roll to revert actually. He's back on. Oh no, just hopping around to. Now that's one thing in terms of composition that I don't like to see.
No.
If you land a certain way and you're going to come back in that way, there's really no point to hop around and go back because you can edge out switch really.
The early days we did it to bleed speed. You know,
Yeah.
we had to bleed that, but we were coming in at a lot more tension and a lot lower trajectory, so we were more hucking across it instead of getting that nice boost.
Yeah, but I think in terms of composition, if you land switch and your next approach is going to be that way, you may as well continue cutting out that way and unnecessary hopping around. It is just a very minor detail that would only really come down to the composition side of things, but composition's big as well. You want to see riders
We want to see it
spinning
all.
different directions,
Right.
switching regular, heel side, toe side, upside down, and different spins and inverts.
A really beautiful run, though.
Oh, just going down hard on that chromo. Not a bad way to start off our junior men
No.
14 to 18 final. We got a 6-man final out here.
We do. Cooper, I'm going to make a go at this, but pause. Cooper Pause, 16 years old, also from Australia. The junior men 14 to 18 division. Pretty excited to see these guys get on the water. This was a really competitive quarterfinal or semifinal yesterday.
Yeah, we got
It will be.
majority
Yeah.
of Australian competitors here, one from New Zealand, one from the US. So it's really cool to see these riders up against each other. And I think one of the really cool opportunities about these events is, maybe this is their first time traveling and competing. And
Internationally,
they get to meet other riders and maybe make friendships, and then that rider will be like, hey, why don't you come ride with us sometime? Or like,
Fly out here. We're
that's-
going to be at this spot. Yeah.
That's like when I'd go to Orlando. I mean, a lot of the time I'd show up there and not even really know where I was going to be living and sleep on couches for a little while until I, found a spot. Shout out to Alex Brown, let me sleep on his couch as him and his parents for months, and to the point where I was like, I feel like I've overstayed my welcome.
Did you have fun in that era, though? Was it a good era?
I really did. Like,
Yeah.
I kind of, I wasn't going over there with a lot of funds. I was sort of less than I needed to be able to scrape through the season, so I'd have to find ways to make it work. But that was all part of the experience, I think. And look at that. Big old Rayleigh, and I don't think our drone was expecting that.
Not ready
No.
for that one, yeah.
We weren't ready for that amplitude.
Oh,
we
that
weren't
was
keyed
big.
up for the shot.
Again, onto the heels, yeah.
Cooper pause. That's unfortunate for him. Early fall. He's going to be sitting there, a little bit of frustration. Get that out. Move
Sideline
on.
reporter Kristen really wants to go and ask these riders why so many heel issues.
Yeah.
If it's
What
the
are you
water,
feeling? Is it the wake?
or
Is it that
could
they're
it
not
be the
ready for
wind,
it?
right? The
Salt
headwind?
water even?
No.
It could be.
I don't think we have enough headwind for that today, but you might tonight.
Looking outside, I'm seeing some blue,
Pretty
quite a lot
skies.
of blue sky out there. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure what time the weather was forecast to come through. Shout out to our crew out there tuning in. As
We got somebody upstairs looking out for us this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially for Pro Day, I'm so excited. The weather looks amazing.
Yeah.
So if you guys are tuning in and you're local to the Gold Coast area, you'll make sure you want to come out on even tomorrow, but definitely on Sunday for the Pro Finals.
Now we talk about other sports and how we like them and love them, or however. Our athletes are so accessible.
Yeah.
Our athletes are on site. They want to intermingle. They want to see you. They want to talk to you. So if you want to meet the legends of the sport, you want to meet the
Go take a
Tennyssons
selfie.
and Nick Rappa, they're here. They're here, and they are more than happy to talk to you about wake. That's what they live and breathe.
Yeah.
Guys, give me a little preview moving into the men's Pro Final on Sunday. What should we be keyed in on?
It's going to be a heated battle between Corey and Nick Rappa, I believe. You've also got some heavy hitters that have come out from the States, the likes of Gunther Oka, Jake Pilote. You've got Sam Brown, who just brings the real creativity. And if he can put together a run, he is very, very hard to beat because of that uniqueness to his riding. But Nick Rappa is, he's known to be able to throw down double tantrum to blind in his run. They're going, double flips. They're doing 900s, 1080s even. I would imagine we'll see Noah Flegel and Corey Tunison throw some 1080s in their runs, multiple different 900s. It's going to be a really, really fun battle to watch, and really anyone's game. I'm actually going to have to have a look at the running list for that. Who's going to be out there competing? Maybe pick my favorites and see throughout the heats who's going to advance through and battle it out in the finals, which I'd imagine we'll have, a 6-man final for that one?
I think that's a 6-man final. I've been involved in the behind the scenes, and I'm not up to date on all of that, but I can tell you that this is also the final stop of the World Series.
Yes.
So all
So
of these lead
two
to something.
titles.
Yeah, 2 titles
on
are
the
given
line.
here, and Nick Rappa sits in the seat for that. Corey had an early injury and missed Mumbai,
He's,
I believe.
I think
or-
he's in 4th or 5th maybe,
Yeah, he's a
but
little
then
further down.
Tyler Hyams above him. He's
Tyler
not out
Hyman is
here.
there. I think he's had an injury.
Yeah.
did.
I saw a post on his Instagram the other day saying, unfortunately, I'm not going to make it down to Australia.
So the World Series is really
Pulling it
Nick's
out.
to lose.
Cooper
in
Paul.
the
I think at
finale.
this point, I think
Yeah.
right now that's where we sit. Now anybody can take the title. Everybody
Right.
that we've mentioned can win the world championships. But right now, I think I was told if Nick makes it to semis, that's done.
Oh,
Right.
is that far
That's
ahead?
sealed, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
There's
I
a
think
sizable gap, and
Yeah.
with Tyler not being here,
Yeah.
It
he
would
definitely
be
has the advantage.
very
Walking in the door
surprising.
right now, Miss Sarah Kell, so excited to have her here.
I'm going to let her have my seat. You would much rather look at her than me. She's much nicer than I am. So I'll be back later on, guys. Thank you for having me.
it's been a pleasure, Shannon. Thank you for bringing your insights.
Yeah,
and,
thank you, Shannon.
Been really cool having you on, and now we
Hello.
bring Miss Zara Kell and the daughter of the driver out there. Looking at the replay on screen right there, we saw Cooper pause. I think he spotted a fish and dove for it on that hillside 540. Couple of falls there for Cooper. Not exactly what we would have been wanting. He is the second rider off the dock here in this 6-man final for the junior men's 14 to 18 division. Now you're coming up over the weekend, Zara. We're really looking forward to seeing all of the pros get out there on the water and just kind of seeing that action get stepped up, get more and more intense, bigger tricks going down. Who are you kind of keeping your eye on as your main competition out there?
Honestly, I think the girls' wakeboarding scene is so crazy at the moment. It could be anyone. So I think you really have to be watching your back for everyone. I'm definitely lucky that I'm the top seed at the moment and riding last. So I think that'll definitely be an advantage that I'll have, that I'll be able to see all the other girls. But hopefully we, get through to the finals and just have an awesome day.
And we love the camaraderie out there. We love that. There is that competitive nature. You want to go out in there and win, but you're also, you're riding against a lot of your friends and people that you've gone, riding with before. And, you go out there and free riding and push each other. You see your friend land something, you want to go out and land it. But yeah, I've been really interested to ask you this because, you know, over the last few years, we saw you take a little bit of a step away from the sport. We are so glad to have you back. I've been really enjoying seeing you landing new tricks this season. The backside 7, the toe side 9, spinning to win. Obviously, your dad being an incredible coach and probably a big influence on you in the riding. But what was the sort of the thought process behind sort of taking a step away? Where were you at in your mindset then?
Yeah, I think I literally had done it since I was 3 years old. I went in between my dad's legs on his board when I was 1, so I'd been born into it. Every, function I'd been to was wakeboarding. Everything I'd ever done or known was wakeboarding, and I think I just wanted to live sort of a normal life, seeing all my other friends from home and stuff like that. They're getting their first job, a car, just being sort of a bit settled, and I think that that's sort of what I was hoping for, to just try out that life and see what it is like to be a normal kid, because also wakeboarding includes a lot of traveling as well, so it was really hard to keep my friends at home and then all that sort of stuff. So I just wanted to have a break. I was just burnt out, I think. But it's just, since I've come back, it's been the most amazing thing that I've ever done, and I realized that the normal life is definitely not what I thought it was, and the 9 to 5 is just like nothing like what we get to do here with wakeboarding. So traveling the world and being with my best friends every day is the most amazing thing that I could ask for sure.
Yeah, that's so cool. And yeah, as I said, it's really awesome to have you back. We missed your riding, your presence here, and it's really cool to have you as the top seeded rider.
Zara, what have you been working on moving into the World Championships?
So I've just been training every day at home with my dad, Scotty Kell at Black Diamond Wakeboarding. I've had a lot of my fellow competitors and friends and all that training with him as well, which has been really awesome. So it's been a really good crew down there, just training as much as we can and just preparing, for the last competition of the season, and then, have a bit of recovery time afterwards as well.
What does a training week or day look like for you? As we kind of notice on the camera,
I
a little
love it.
celebratory
Cole
landing.
Blockley is pumped up. Look at this, frontside
awesome.
360. He's making it all the way down to the end of his run. He might have one more trick. Let's see what he's got to finish it off. Man, he is psyched. So final one, cab roll, just coming up a little bit short, but
He was already on Planet Stoke.
Yeah, and he's the third rider off the dock here, so he may be feeling like he's done enough to put a bit of pressure on those final riders. And yourself being the top seed, you're going to be last off the dock. Is that where you would prefer to be, or do you sometimes enjoy going first out and just laying it down, putting the pressure on everyone else?
Yeah, I think I used to, honestly. A lot of the time before, I feel like my results were a lot more sporadic than they have been now, because I wasn't training anywhere near as hard as I've been training since I've come back. So I think going first for me used to be like, I can just get it done and, whatever. But I think as I've matured in my riding, I used to not be able to watch anyone. I would get too nervous or anything like that. But I think the older that I've get and the more comps that I do, it's actually definitely an advantage, and I need to look at it like that as well. So
yeah, cool. Now with some of those bigger tricks that you've learned this season, do you think there's going to be a need to pull any of those out this weekend, or are you just going to kind of keep an eye on things? As you said, you're last off the dock if the riders go out there and throw down. Have you got those in your back pocket just in case? Or
of course, I've definitely been training things that I wouldn't normally pull out as well, but I just think it's, all the other girls are going to absolutely kill it as well. But it really, I think mostly is going to depend on the conditions out here as well. So we've seen some really nice water, and we've also seen some pretty windy conditions as well. So I guess we'll just see where that goes. And, I'm not going to know that till 10 minutes beforehand, really. So I just got to keep an eye on my mindset and just make sure I'm watching out for what's happening, for sure.
You mentioned mindset. Have you worked with a mental skills coach? I keep asking because I know a lot of athletes are now kind of tapping into that, and I'm curious about the psychology.
Not really. I haven't seen anyone as of late. I did see someone before I left wakeboarding originally, but I didn't really, get along with my therapist that well.
You're like, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good. But no, it's been really good. I think just my personal growth has been absolutely amazing. My boyfriend Ryan, he owns a business, and he's taught me a lot about social media and mindset and stuff like that, which he's gone through, which has been absolutely amazing. And then, my dad being the coach and coaching everyone else and seeing everyone else's mindsets and stuff, I think I really have a good combination of, support, which is amazing.
Yeah.
You mentioned...
Sorry, I had a good little catch up with your dad last night as I was cruising by down toward the surf club, and so he called out and came out and we had a good catch up. And, he was talking about how, the schedule throughout the day, we've got riders back to back all through the day. He's in the boat at the helm the entire day. He did say, we were talking about how quickly we were able to get through things. The day we got toward the end of it, and I was like, whoa, okay, we're done. Like,
Yep.
I didn't expect it to go that quick. And he said, yeah, I'm not here to play around with spiders. And
Yep.
that wasn't his exact words.
But it was close enough. It was probably a bit more Aussie words than
Yeah.
that.
You mentioned the personal growth that you experienced. Prior to taking a break, did you acknowledge that like you needed to grow, and in what areas did you think you really needed to focus in on?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've been doing this since I was so young. So when I was really like, before I quit, I guess in my prime, at that time, I just didn't have any, of the mental skills. Like I was, 13 to 16 really before I quit. So I think being super young, just I'm going to have growth no matter what. But once I quit, I think I really found myself as who I am as a person. I used to be very like, I guess, tomboyish and stuff, like with the way I rode and the way I, looked and talked. But I realized like once I stepped away that I can actually be myself and bring that into the sport as well. And that's what, my social media and everything has been about as well, is just keeping femininity within sport. And I think that that's a really awesome thing that I discovered.
I saw you did a photo shoot with Aaron Gunn.
Yep.
And really noticed that you were bringing that vibe through that. And we're going to go to the action on the water now. We've got Carter Steens, rider out of New Zealand. He rides and trains in Mankino, which is the little wakeboard mecca town where your dad came out actually and did some coaching recently. It's where I did a lot of my riding. So awesome to see that front roll there from Carter, managing to ride through it. Looks like he's got room for one, maybe two more tricks. Heel side, front side. Oh, might have wanted a 5. He went really fast into that front 3. And he's visually upset with that one. But hey, look, if you're going to fall anywhere at the end of your first pass, is not a bad spot to do it. And no, he's doing good so far. I'm really loving seeing the Kiwi talent come through and the support crew they've got down there. Big shout out to our fellow Kiwis. We got there Carter Steens on the water. He also plays rugby, so multi-sport athlete.
Jack of all trades.
Mm-hmm.
Zara, as you kind of get yourself ready for competition, it's right on the horizon for you. What is your practice like? What does a routine look like for you on competition week?
Yeah, I mean, that definitely changes for absolutely every person, but I think my thing has always been to, try and do what I do every day. If I'm going to do a 45-minute stretch session before I compete, if I don't do that normally, then why would I do that sort of thing? So I just try to keep it, as casual as possible. Not saying I don't get nervous. I definitely do. I definitely do. But I just try and keep myself humble and do what I normally do to make it feel natural. And
create consistency, I'm sure.
Yeah,
right?
No, 100%. Just because, that's what I've been doing at home. There's no reason why I shouldn't be able to do it now. So.
Do you ever find that that's difficult when traveling and competing and you go to a new country or a new city and maybe you don't have those things that you would use, like whether it's the type of food you'd eat for breakfast or just that routine, that change in routine. Does that become a bit of a challenge when you're traveling?
I think, honestly, like, I love seeing the places that we get to see, and I try my best to not let it get to me. Definitely sometimes I'm like, oh, this is definitely not like how I would normally do it or, how my day would normally go. But I just try and leave all that stuff behind definitely as much as I possibly can. But obviously sometimes it gets to you a little bit more than others, But yeah, overall I do my best to try and make, my day-to-day out of wherever I am. But obviously it's definitely not that easy every single time, but I do my best.
Yeah, I always found it would take my body, especially going to a different country, it'd take my body a few days to get used to the food.
Oh, for sure.
And even like, especially when I went out to Russia, honestly, we just looked for the McDonald's because it was like the only familiar thing that we could eat.
What was it like competing in Russia?
It was very interesting. Unfortunate crash there for Carter Steens. That is fall number 2, so that's going to do it for him in the finals. Obviously a little bit frustrated here, but getting the experience, getting out here for his first World Championships ever. He's going to have learned some stuff from here. He'll hopefully have made some new friends, met some new people, gained a bit of confidence for some more competing as his career goes on.
Look at that beautiful beach shot that we have.
Yeah, Russia was really interesting as a place to go. I found it was very much a place of the two extremes, extreme wealth, extreme poverty.
Yep.
You'd see other beautiful buildings, although very run down. I also felt like, and it's not across the board because I've got some really awesome friends from Russia, but a bit more serious.
Yep.
We even had one guy, we were happy and laughing and having a good time and chatting away, and there was a guy at the bar at the end of the bar next to us, and he turns, he's like, you shouldn't be so happy and laughing all the time.
Wow.
We Russians are very serious people.
That's intense for them to actually be saying that as well. What was the competition in Russia?
It was the World Champs in 2005 from the other federation where
Yep.
I was actually defending junior champion.
Awesome.
Went out there and bombed. I think I got dead last. The conditions were very challenging. It was a very similar course to the Olympic setup out there in Penrith, where the boat events go on out there. So it can be really good, but if you've got a strong wind in the wrong direction, it just funnels down that course. And
For sure.
that's what happened for us out there. Still a great experience. I learned a lot. There was a lot of kind of the mental stuff that I learned from that. I detailed it in my book a little bit, where just my attitude going into it wasn't great, and I think
For
that's
sure.
because of just the whole experience. It was cold, the conditions weren't great.
The
you know,
weather
the
makes a
food
difference,
was a
hey?
challenge. Yeah, it really does.
Yeah.
We are on to Zach Rizzoli out of Australia, starting it off here. Toe-side approach. Up and across there's the Scarecrow.
That was massive.
Yeah, landing well past that second wake. And that's what you got to watch for. It's either going to be down the second wake or a little bit further out. You don't want to quite catch that trough, even
There's
though
definitely that one spot that's
this
pretty
boat
painful.
doesn't have a very pronounced trough, but it is one that you still will find a little bit harder to land on. Switching it around now. I believe it's switch toe side in with a switch 540. And looks like that'll do it for pass number one. He's going to take a breather as the drone follows him on around. I don't know if you've been tuning into the live feed at all, but we've been getting really entertained by the magpies trying to attack the drones.
Oh my gosh, I
Right.
heard about that. That was insane.
We got
Yeah.
some really cool footage. I've seen it a few times as well this morning. We'll see little glimpses of like a wing flash off in front of the
Yeah.
not amber wing, but a magpie wing.
It's so funny. I was trying to watch the live the other morning of like the younger girls, and I was like, oh my. So like my parents were obviously down at the site. My mom was on the beach, and I was like, what's going on? And she's like, well, actually, my magpies are eating the live feed, so we can't really do anything about it.
I wonder who would come out worse off. I reckon the bird.
For sure.
I would for sure.
Although,
Figure that.
if it clipped it and one of those blades got damaged, then the drone would go down and Greg Wetherall would not be happy, just like that rider Zach Rizzoli, not so happy going down on that toe side 540. I believe that was the regular toe 5.
He is the youngest in this final. He's 14 years old, so at the very low end of the
A lot of
14
room
to
to
18
grow
division.
in this one. A few more years to be able to compete. He might be back out here in 2 years. And whether he's stepped up by that point into the junior pro division, they have that option. But yeah, there's that toe side 540, and unfortunately taken a fall. That was the regular toe 5, whereas we saw the switch toe 5 in pass number 1. There's your old man turning the boat around and bringing the rope back to Zach so he can finish off his pass. And what's it like having sort of one of the best coaches in the world as your dad? Like, is there, I mean, obviously there's a lot of benefits to it. Is there anything you've felt in terms of maybe pressure or anything that, I don't know, if, I don't want to say a negative, but anything that's maybe not quite as positive?
I think before I quit, I sort of thought of it a lot more like that. I was definitely like, I think feeling the pressure, not even that he gave me, but just like knowing that he's, one of the best coaches in the world. I feel like I felt the pressure a lot more before I quit. But one of the other things that I was, aiming to do when I came back to wakeboarding was doing it differently, doing it with all the skills and the mindset that I learned while I was gone as well. I think helped so much. So now I think of, 99% things positive, which I try to, but I mean, overall having him as the best coach in the world is seriously like obviously a very, very good advantage, but I just I also don't know it any other way either. So yeah. But it's been amazing. He's the best. We have the funniest banter on the boat.
Backside
Well done.
That was
540.
sick.
You see him pumped up. He turned to look at the drone like, oh, did you catch that?
I just did that.
Yeah, we did. We saw all of that. That's Zach Rizzoli, the youngest rider out here, local Australian rider, ripping. And that was, I would say, the best trick done so far. First time we've seen a backside 5 in these younger divisions today. And you guys have such a beautiful spot to go and ride there.
It's so
out on the
nice.
river, and you know you've had some unfortunate floods come through and have to build back after that. Now, what's the setup there like now? Have you got anything raised up on stilts? Have you got anything a bit more flood proof? Like, how's it
Definitely, I think so. We've had to rebuild, I think, like three times, like completely. So it was definitely hard on the family and me as well. But I wasn't living there, so it was definitely harder on mum and dad because they were dealing with it every day, day to day, building it back up and, sweeping out the mud and all that sort of stuff, which was pretty hard as well. But, yeah, and literally anything that they've built now is, like, flood-proof. It's either that or plastic or, like, on stilts. Their house is on stilts now. So I think, hopefully, touch wood, we should be good now.
Zara, curious, when you were on your break from wakeboarding, did you still wakeboard for fun?
No.
You
I
completely shut it down.
completely shut it down. I did a couple of different jobs. I worked at a gym to start off with. I was doing like membership consulting. So I did that. Then I did traffic control, which is like, just insane for me to
Yeah.
be even saying. But it's actually quite good money in
So
Australia.
were you standing there with the stop-go signs?
That was
and
literally
stuff?
me. I
I've
was
heard
there.
The pay is really good
It
for that,
is.
and you're just kind of standing there. I've always noticed though, I don't know if it's the same here and as in New Zealand, but you'll have one person holding the sign and about 4 people just spectating.
Oh, I know. It's
standing around.
crazy. Well, there's so many things like that you can't do as well. Like it would be okay if you could, I guess, be entertained while you're standing there, but you're not allowed to sit down. You're not allowed to, have earphones or anything like that. So you're pretty much just standing there for like 14 hours, which was pretty crazy. But then I went from that to I actually was selling cars at Audi, which was pretty cool as well.
Oh,
so
rad.
that was my last job before I came back as well. It definitely wasn't the job that I didn't enjoy. It's just the lifestyle of 9 to 5.
Yeah, really enjoying the insights and the backstory and everything from you, Zara, as we've got Brody Spriggs has been out there on the water, starting with that nose grab back row. As we see the replays here, he's taken a fall toward the end of pass number 1. Toe side endy grab on the front roll. Love that he's grabbing each one of these tricks. Nose grab on that front 3. Toe side. This is where he went down. That toe side back roll, just over rotating it. Like almost looking like if he had just really held the grab and stayed tucked, he
For
could have gone
sure.
for a double.
For sure, that was crazy.
So much pop off that G23 wake. And have you noticed, like, even in the time that you stepped away, obviously the G23 was already out when you were riding before,
Yep.
but then that made them better and better. And I've noticed the tricks that you've been doing, you've really stepped things up with that backside 7, which was beautiful, toe side 9 as well. And did you notice a change when you came back? You're like, okay, the wakes have even improved even more.
Oh, definitely. Like the wakes these days are, absolutely insane behind the Nautique G23. So my first ride actually was back with Corey Tunison up in the Brisbane River, which was pretty cool. So
Yep.
that was really good. And then once I went to America and I had my boat over there this year, I had a custom Nautique G23. The wake was like, it was literally like a wake surf wake. It was
Nice.
insane. It was like,
Like
definitely
hitting a double
helpful.
up every time you hit the
No,
wake.
seriously, like literally like a triple up. It was almost the same size as me. So definitely the most amazing thing I had over there was that wake, and definitely helped me out on the things that I wouldn't normally be able to, throw.
Is there, and I'm sure this is probably yes, but I would love to know the detail why. Is there a benefit to competing on a boat that you also train on during the week, like the same model?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, there's definitely a lot of different comps with different boats, but if you're, going to one that you've been training on, I think, obviously it helps because you know the exact wake, but I think it's also the mental thing of, I do this every day. This is the exact same thing that I have been doing, so why would it be any different, which is, awesome. But yeah, it's amazing that we get to ride behind these boats every day and also at the competitions as well, so it's definitely a plus.
There are those differences, but between the boats, whether the wake is slightly narrower or wider or steeper or
Bigger or smaller, there's so many.
Yeah, and I guess there's that confidence, as you say, from knowing your equipment, knowing what you're riding. that was something I always struggled with. I mean, I never had a boat as a rider, and so I'd always just be there trying to hitch rides with people. I'd be like, okay, what contest is coming up? Who do I got to go and butter up to a little bit to get a ride behind their boat? As we've got.
I think riders like that, though, can be like absolutely one of the most amazing types of riders as well, because they have to deal with so much diversity as well. So I think that's an amazing thing to be able to go to all these different wakes and, you know.
Visual frustration there from Brody Spriggs. He's the final rider off the dock here.
He was our
Junior
top
men,
seed.
14 to 18 division, going down for the second time. Toe side here. There's the Scarecrow back on the heels. He had the front side 540, landing that one nicely. And this is what took him down here, the toe side 5.
Maybe a little bigger than he expected.
Yeah, just not quite getting centered over his board to come down for that landing.
Maybe it's the Australian water. He's a USA kid, so.
He may not be used to riding in the salt. He's from Missouri, so not much salt water around Missouri.
No.
Being more of a landlocked state of the USA.
In a preview of our next division, we'll see the boys 10 to 13 wakeboard finals. A pretty stacked class. Yesterday, that was a super competitive semifinal, and the fan favorite Cruise E-Boy up in there.
Such a crazy division. Like, they're so young, but like I watched 90% of these people ride with Dad, and they are absolutely insane. Like, you know, from 10 to 13 years old, and they are just throwing the craziest tricks.
Nuts.
Sevens, mobs, like just, super competitive division for sure.
Yeah. And Cruise E-Boy, only 11 years old. I mean, I don't know what y'all were doing when you were you were probably wakeboarding. But
I was.
I wasn't. I was playing rugby, playing cricket. We were getting behind the boat. I was probably learning to slalom ski, and as I was telling Shannon earlier, I was going out on the knee board, but then trying to learn to stand up on it, because I was used to skateboarding and snowboarding at that point, and then found wakeboarding and fell in love with it. I don't think I ever even touched a water ski since the very first time I got on a wakeboard. I was like, yeah, that one's not for me. This is
it.
Especially when you're used to snowboarding as well. I feel like snowboarding really does help as well. Like, obviously it's a completely different sport, but something I always felt like, went from wakeboarding to snowboarding was the aerial awareness as well. Like, getting any air on the snowboard is like, oh, okay, I know where I am. When you come to wakeboarding, it's definitely a more natural thing if you've grown up doing that.
Yeah, the main point of difference being the handle that you're hanging on to in wakeboarding. But yeah, we do see a lot of multi-sport athletes and crossover. The likes of Gunther Oka loves to be out there.
Great snowboarder. If you go on his Instagram and check it out, really, really good snowboarder. And he said he takes a lot of inspiration from snowboarding for his trick development. He watches what guys are doing in other sports to kind of inspire him.
It's pretty cool as well. Like, with snowboarding, you can definitely take so much inspiration from them, because they're doing so much more, because they don't have the handle. They can get 10 times more pop because the jumps are built. They're not.
Very true.
Yeah. But it's cool to be able to take inspiration, and anything that you can pull from a snowboard to wakeboard is 10 times cooler on a wakeboard, because usually you wouldn't be able to do it, which is awesome.
So as we're about to get into this boys 10 to 13 final, we're just going to take a quick break, and we'll come back to you guys very shortly. Welcome back to the Nautique's WWA Wakeboard World Championships, presented by GM Marine, coming you from the event, and the action is going on down there at the Marine Stadium near Main Beach, down really close to SeaWorld. We, though, are we're in the shaping room at the host hotel. There was forecast for a bit of weather. We're not seeing it quite yet. I feel like that, hopefully, fingers crossed, the forecast was incorrect. But the WWA taking some precautions, making sure that even the live stream equipment, everything like that was going to be protected from any weather that was potentially going to roll through. And the forecast was for the wind to pick up. We are seeing a little bit more sort of texture on top of the water here. I'm sitting here with my co-host Kristen Beat, and also the incredible Zara Kell, the top-seeded female rider for the pro division that's going to go on over the weekend.
How excited are you to get on the water?
I am really excited. It'll be awesome. I used to actually compete. I've competed probably 2 or 3 times here in the Australian Nationals at Gold Coast. So really cool to be back, and just, yeah, it's amazing to be on the Gold Coast, so close to the beach. Such an amazing location. Like, there's not a lot of comps that you can just walk down and be basically in the city. Other than Moomba, I feel like the 2 Australian comps that we've had this year have been, incredible.
I was tempted to just get to the contest site by wheelchair. I almost made it probably 2/3 of the way there the other evening when I went for a cruise down there. I made it to Main Beach, and I'm like, oh, actually, this isn't far from where the event is.
Well, yeah, it's like one road. It's super easy to go around, and also the beach is just like
right there,
so long as well, which is really, really cool.
I'm curious. We've seen some of these athletes in wetsuits, especially over at Park. That was a little more popular. As a pro rider, if it's a little chillier, do you plan on wearing a wetsuit? Are you someone who prefers that, or does it affect your riding?
I don't know. I feel like it changes for every single person, but like I've been riding in a full wetsuit, a 4-3, like in Sydney. It's been really, really cold. My dad seems to think it's not cold, but he doesn't go in the water, so I tell him that he can't have a say. But it's been freezing down there, so I'm definitely used to that. But I think, I went in the water here the other day, and it's definitely much nicer. We're further up north off the coast of Australia, so definitely nicer weather. But, it was the same in Seattle, Washington for US Nationals. We've been training in Florida, boiling hot, like so hot every single day. And then, we got there and it was actually freezing. There was snow on the mountains as we were driving to the competition. So even if the air was not that bad, I was like, yeah, this water's going to be freezing. But because I'd been training in nothing, I had to, ride in nothing, which was pretty cold, but we got it done.
All right. Now we just come back from a break. Looks like we've got the rider still sitting on the water, so possibly, here we go.
Tyler Byrne.
Tyler Byrne is on the water now.
14 years old from Australia. Now, he's eligible in this division because of the birthday policy. He's technically 14, but he was 13 on the cutoff date.
Yeah, and asking for a bit of a speed adjustment, like signaling a little thumbs up or thumbs down to your dad there, just to slow down. There's Zara, and back roll, solid, looking smooth. I mean, yeah, 10
looking
to
like
13.
These boys are loving this wake as well, going absolutely massive.
Getting tech as well. There's the dum-dum move invented by none other than Shane Bonifay. It's a front roll with a backside 360 handle past, and right there the frontside 540 to finish off pass number 1.
Very smooth riding from Tyler Byrne today. That was awesome. Awesome to see.
Getting ready to make his second pass. Get him turned around here. Sorry, what's we've seen some athletes just kind of make silly mistakes in some of their runs, and we saw one of the riders kind of get stuck on the dock off the start. Is there anything in your career that you look back and you're like, oh, that's a little cringe?
I think there's honestly, I used to get much more nervous than I do now, but when back in that time when I used to get that nervous, there's just some things would happen in a comp, with your rope or on the dock or anything like that would literally never happen at other than that. Never happened before, but just because you're feeling those nerves and
just an oopsies.
Moomba, it was one of my first years in pro, and I literally was so nervous, and I just had a frozen yogurt beforehand, and so they connected me to the boat, and I was like literally about to jump off the dock, and I threw up everywhere because I was so nervous.
No.
And then I had to get in the water, so it was insane to have to compete after that. But
So you fed the fish before you went out there.
it was horrible.
That was
Pete
nice.
Rose
That was
there for
sick.
Tyler Byrne. He's had a good run so far, stepping things up, getting a bit more tech. There's the KGB. Man, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him step up. You know, he's still in the 10 to 13 division. He could go into the older division as he gets older, but I feel like he's going to go straight to junior pro.
For sure.
Yeah, he's really got the skills there. It was funny when you asked that question, Kristen, just before about things going on the dock or anything like that. It brought back this memory, and I remember kind of laughing at some of the tactics that people would play. Like if you were in a contest site that maybe had a little bit more bounce back off like a seawall, or you'd have some rollers going down the course. Maybe you'd see someone tactically accidentally get a tangle in their rope, so they'd have to take a little
100%.
bit more time to untangle it and let the water get a little bit softer. Not mentioning any names, Daniel Watkins, but yeah, no, there were some tactics. He definitely was one, and I think it was somewhat within the rules. I've actually been at an event. It was in Doha, Qatar. We were out there for again the other federations World Championships. And Phil Sovan was on the dock, and his rope was tangled. He was letting the dock official deal with it, and he was just standing there bouncing around on his board,
Yep.
not really paying attention, and he actually got disqualified.
That's crazy.
He just was wasting time and got disqualified for it. And sometimes they got to be brutal with that, and just to say,
for
hey,
sure.
you can't mess around out here. We're onto you. We know your tactics.
Yeah, definitely got to keep it fair. I think I've definitely seen a lot of people do that, in my day as well. There was even I think probably the year that I did quit, my last season on the tour at US Nationals, I swear on my life, not planning this at all, but my rope was the worst I've ever seen it in my life. Literally, it looked perfect. Went to throw it, horrible. They had to do a set, but I said to them, look, please do another ghost pass. I don't want to, be held up for this and say that this is my fault. So they had to do
That's
another
a cool
ghost
way.
pass.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. At least, doing that ghost run means that the conditions are all even and the same for everyone out there. We've got a stalefish grab to start
Spencer Trice
off. Yeah.
from Oklahoma. He's a long way from home.
Oklahoma.
Rides
I was-
on Grand Lake at the Cherokees.
I spent a little bit of time in Oklahoma.
Did you really?
I'm
sorry.
I went. No, we had a few events out there.
Yeah.
I got to ride. There was a Oklahoma series. It was a time that I didn't make it onto the Pro Tour. I didn't qualify, so I went along to this other event. Made a little bit of money. It was nice. A little bit of prize money, and made some new friends out there. Had a really good time actually in Oklahoma. I was quite young though. Went out
It's a pretty
partying.
part of the country
There's some-
during the summer.
There's some gorgeous women there too. I'll be honest.
You know what?
I may
Actually,
have fallen
Midwest.
in love in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
You can read all about it.
By the way, where can we get your book? Is it on Amazon? How do we get the book?
It is on Amazon. You can either get
Okay.
the ebook if you want it instantly on Kindle or something like that. You can order the paper copy on Amazon as well. I think for a while there it was in a lot of bookstores across New Zealand and Australia. I'm not sure if they've been ordering it so much anymore, but should be able to order it there. And I'm actually aiming to do an audiobook hopefully in the next year for all my wakeboard friends that do not read books.
Awesome.
Brad, what is the
I don't
name?
blame them either. So it's called Owning It, the ride that changed my life.
Oh my God. I'm buying it right now. It'll be on my doorstep.
I appreciate that. Got a
Get that one-day delivery.
back roll to start it off. It's not a small book, I warn you though. It is it's about 500 pages.
I do love a good read.
Toe side backside 180 we saw there, and then the heel side backside 180, little stalefish grab, styling it out. Spencer Trice switching back around with a toe side approach, got right there in line with the 3/4 marker. Toe side roll to revert, take it away. Zara, what's he going to finish it off with?
And the toe slide 5 there, really, really smooth. Definitely one of the better tricks that he's put down. He's definitely going to fit one more in right at the end. going for the front roll. Awesome run from him. I like the Stalefish back one, adding in a little bit of style to that too. So
And the toe-side backside one. That's
yeah,
one of the
that's
more
a trick that you don't really see that often. So definitely cool to be throwing a bit of risk out there.
Yeah, mixing it up. Obviously, knowing that he does have some heavy hitters here in the finals. Our next rider off the dock is going to be Fletcher Broadbent. He's a New Zealand rider, family affair out here with Gav and Charlotte, both riding as well. We saw Charlotte earlier on in the women's 40+ division, having a really good ride. A couple of falls, but getting some really solid tricks done as well. I've been really impressed with the riding at both ends of the scale of the younger riders as well as the older riders. It's been super impressive.
Zara, what can you say about the way women's wakeboarding specifically has progressed?
Women's wakeboarding at the moment is like absolutely insane. There's even girls that are in junior pro that everyone's like, oh my god, please don't come to pro. Like you're like killing it. There's so many girls that are just absolutely smashing it, and I'm so grateful to be a part of it and be trying my best to push the sport. Definitely, I think doing those couple of tricks over there in the US helped me a lot, and I think. It's not easy to push the sport. Like I remember one thing that when I was trying the unwrapped back seven, I was doing it so many times, and I was like, Dad, this is so hard. Like it's literally so hard. And he said, yeah, but that's why it's never been done before. So
Yeah.
It's definitely a mental challenge, but some tricks come easier than others. The toe 9, I did the toe 7 that morning. Like I rode twice already, and I rode once, and I was about to ride for the second time. And I was looking at my videos, and I was like passing the handle on the toe 7 rather than landing wraps. And I was like, guys, should I just try a toe 9? And I went out and landed at that same set. So I think that, definitely depends on different tricks. People have different mental things, but, the back 7 definitely took me a lot longer. But it's so cool that all the girls are going out and absolutely pushing it. Julia Castelli is doing absolutely insane stuff at the moment. Can't even believe it.
She got toe 9 as well around
yeah,
the same
switch
time.
toe 9 was insane.
Yeah, like both posted the same week or within a couple of days of each other.
Yeah, it was insane.
Yeah, Fletcher Broadbent on the water now, starting things off with some really nice inverts, going tantrum, scarecrow, back roll, kind of your standard combination there that you'd see quite often. A nice little shifty toe side wake jump with a tail grab. Back in on the heels. Nose grab frontside 3. I love how he stalled that out. Really got the grab first, got the 360 on the way out, and that's a stand-up first pass.
Bit of a shifty
for
cable
Fletch.
style on that one. That was awesome.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of influence from his parents. Gavin, being very much a waterman of all sorts of skills from back in the 90s. He was kind of the guy leading the charge when I first started wakeboarding. It was really, really fun to watch. Now, do you ride with a lot of the guys, the Aussie guys, especially over in the States? You ride with Corey and Sam and those, and do you draw a lot of inspiration and get some tips and some help from those guys as well?
For sure. I think, that's one thing that I've had growing up is always having insane professional riders down at Wiseman's, training with my dad as well. So I remember like literally, when I cut in and I do like the crouch cut in, that all came from Massey. Massey Pifferetti used to live with us. So, I got a lot of inspiration from how he rides. And I think, a lot of that has helped me so far,
I think that was when I first met Massey, was when he was out. He'd been staying at Black Diamond, and then I met him up at the Penrith Wake Park.
Yeah.
He was out there, just a young kid. He's a hilarious dude. We saw the wrap KGB from Fletcher there, which is a trick that your dad taught him. I believe recently in one of the coaching sessions when he came out to New Zealand. Toe side 540. Switch now with the switch crow.
Stand up run there. I bet he'll be super stoked to be riding away to the dock.
I think the only stand-up run we've seen so far. So, with a couple of falls. I mean, he did have the wrap KGB as probably his more technical trick in there. We saw some other riders earlier in the heat with some other bangers, but with some falls. So the judges are going to be looking at that. Do they want stand-up, solid, or do they want, I guess looking at that drive format. Risk is a factor there, so they'll be looking at some riders going out there and trying the more challenging tricks. And are there any riders here that you see on this list that you think we should be keeping an eye out for?
I think definitely Parker Edwards. I think he might even be coming up next. Mr. Wake Pants himself. He's wearing the wake
that's right.
pants.
Saw him yesterday.
Yeah, he's just like, he's the funniest kid, but he's absolutely amazing rider. Like, never seen anything like it before. He came from cable as well, so he's got a very cable style,
Cool.
but brings it into the boat so well, you know, and I think that definitely pays off, and he's just doing amazing tricks for being 13 years old, and he's also like this big too, so.
It still blows my mind at, at that age.
For sure.
Being that good. It's insane.
How would you describe cable style versus like traditional wakeboard style?
I think, I don't know, it's very different. I used to ride cable more than I do now, so I'm not so much in it anymore, but I think maybe more like shiftying, a couple more like, even like the stance on the board as well. Some people ride with a, you know, their feet closer together if they're a cable rider, because that's how they ride on the cable. So it's definitely like, you can just tell by, you know, watching them ride around that their feet are in a different position, and, you know, they're throwing tricks a little bit differently. Even more like last minute, they were a lot more comfortable landing blind because they, you know, they do it all the time. So.
Now, was he wearing white wake pants yesterday, and now he's switched them up? He's got like a full repertoire, or like a
It
full
seems like you guys
closet
are
of-
joshing on the pants. I think they're cool.
I mean, it's definitely a unique style. It was brought in by Shane Bonifay back in the day, kind of phased out for quite a long time. And
For sure.
you see it more on the cable, especially in colder conditions.
Yeah.
KGB there for Parker.
Yeah, me and Dad were definitely making fun of him when he was training with us, but
Hey.
cab mode, but we did say that he pulls it off because he rides absolutely amazing. So
Parka is from Melbourne, Australia, so home country.
A little bit of a expression there at the end there. Not sure if he was wanting a tantrum to blind to finish off that pass, but still standing, giving a little thumbs up to the judges. I don't know if that's a speed adjustment or a yep, stoked on that one. Maybe got the nod from Scotty at the the helm, who's used to coaching him. So
for sure, amazing stand-up first pass from Parker there. I think that, you know, there was probably some things that he did want to go a bit further on, but I think overall standing up is probably the most important thing.
Yeah, he's got Cruisy Boy is the top-seeded rider here. We've also got, who's that, Oliver Burrows coming up next after Parker. I'm going to let you take this one away, Zara, for the second pass.
I already know it. I could tell you right now. All right, we've got the grabbed roll to revert. Absolutely beautiful first trick coming out on the toe side. So heading in again here on the switch toe side for the switch toe 7. Absolutely insane, I told you guys.
First 7 of the day.
First 7 of the day, and it was the smoothest 7. And for the chromo too, nearly coming unstuck, but actually saves it. So
Looked like he kind of tick-tocked out of that.
he
almost.
did a little bit for sure. There's the whirly, absolutely killing it here from Parker Edwards.
He looks so calm out there.
He does.
I did it.
Is that
Commentator's
Is that
curse.
before the 3/4 marker though? I really hope it is. I would love to see your dad spin around, pick him back up. He's been, we've noticed there have been a few falls that have been right there around maybe. I don't know if it's just our angle that we're seeing it from, that they might be slightly past the 3/4 buoy, but yeah, Scotty turning around, picking them up, knowing that that boat's going to be able to get up on speed and have enough. But now we see the jet ski pulling up, so that's obviously a bit further past the 3/4 marker, and that's going to do it for Parker. That wasn't
Nearly
supposed to run.
the 2 7s in one run. So I think definitely awesome. The first 7 that we've seen though landed so smoothly and so clean. So as well as the cab mode, that was absolutely insane. I don't know how he lands that front wrap.
He's well out in front right now.
So he's in a good spot.
Yeah, I think he should feel pretty comfortable.
I would imagine with only 2 riders to go, he's secured himself a spot on the podium at least. It's just leaving it in the hands of Ollie and Cruisy Boy as to where on that podium he will be standing.
Oliver, 13 years old, also from Australia, and Cruisy Boy from Australia as well. So we'll be wrapping out this division with 2 guys competing in their home country. Leaning into the kind of halfway break on our day. After this, they will take a fuel break. But this could be a really interesting matchup between these final 3, between Parker, whom we just saw, Oliver, and Cruisy Boy. Cruisy Boy, of course, kind of the fan favorite heading into this, but after that really stellar run from Parka.
Yeah, and while we're just hooking that rope up, getting ready to go, just want to give a shout out to some of our sponsors out here who have made this event happen. We got the Nautiques and the local Nautique dealers, the Nautique Central. Big shout out to them, and GM Marine, also PCM Marine Engines, powering this event. Also big shout out to Roswell Marine Audio, bringing the tunes. It's quite important. You got to pump the tunes. You got your particular song that you get pumped up for, and I always love, really cranking the tunes and getting amongst it out there on the boat. Big shout out to Experience Gold Coast for helping bring this event right here to this beautiful part of the country. So, yeah, big shout out to our sponsors for making this thing happen. I'm pretty sure I covered them all.
I think you got it.
They're not in front of me, but
You nailed it. You nailed it, Brad. What a beautiful day. I know we were worried about weather, but this is shaping up to be a really nice day.
starting it off with a big back roll for Ollie Burrows. We'll see if he's going to just start off smooth with a few solid inverts, a back roll, toe side front roll, and we may see him step things up as the run progresses. I like that tail grab backside 3. Early grabs on the backside 3 is not the easier of the ones to do. It's usually easier to do it on the way out. And a dum-dum, a trick that we're going to see you throw down in your run, possibly.
Of course, of course.
Yeah, you got
one
that
of my
one
faves.
on lock.
Do you have a fave trick? Like, what feels the best? What do you like
I
throwing
would say
down?
a dum-dum, actually. It's crazy. It's usually, I think, that was my first mob ever. And I think it's definitely one of the ones you don't normally see people doing first. But because my dad, he taught me the Tootsie, and then one day I was like, oh, I'm going to do a dum-dum. And he's like, really? He's like, I know you could do it, but like, that's not the one that I would, suggest. But, because that was the first one that I've done and I've been doing it for so long, it's literally one of my, most consistent tricks that I've ever had.
Yeah, and you make it look so good as well. It's one of those tricks that you see as somewhat of a staple kind of standard trick in the pro men's division. Obviously with the caliber of tricks that you see out there, you don't see it quite as much anymore. But maybe just one of the tricks that they'll throw down, potentially earlier on in the past. There's a frontside 540 for Ollie as he comes back down through his second pass. He saw what Parker did before. He knows he's got to step it up, and he wanted it with that KGB. That is before the 3/4 marker though, and he hasn't fallen yet.
Giving us the thumbs up. I was literally just about to say stand up pass. So
You got to be careful with that.
I do, but that's why I didn't say anything. So at least we can't blame it on me.
The thought. Did he feel the thought?
I hope not.
I feel like also in our defense there is a slight delay between what we're seeing and what's actually happening there on the water. So it may have already happened before we even said anything. So
That drone shot is so sick, though. It's such a great camera angle of everything that's happening.
It's relatively new. We didn't have that before. If we wanted that sort of an angle, you'd have to have a chase boat riding right behind, and then you've got extra wakes and things
Messing
like
up
that
the
to
water.
deal with, and or if you wanted an aerial shot, you had to get the full helicopter out for it.
Crazy. The drone footage these days is absolutely insane, especially, Dave AV doing it at the competitions is one of the most insane. Like, every time I get sent my video, I'm like, are you joking?
He's
Yeah,
a legend.
the
He is
pilots
a legend.
I can't believe how good it is,
They truly are pilots. Yeah, Dave AV, he's out there putting together a lot of the videos you see, like filming a lot of riders out there. I believe these shots are brought to us by Greg Weatherall from Platinum Drones. He does a lot of work with the WSL, a lot of surfing events around the world, so a lot of experience there, and also the brother of Jeff Weatherall, so he knows the sport very well.
For sure.
He's a wakeboarder himself. I don't know how often he does it now, but he knows what to be watching for, and how to film it. So you love that. It's a team sport. You got to have your filmer, your driver. There's the KGB coming up a
There
little
we
low,
go.
but he's got it.
And just squeezing this last one in here.
Boom, landing it.
May have wanted something a little more there, possibly a chromo, but
He's super stoked to be coming back to the dock. I think that's the best feeling, is actually completing the run and not coming home on the jet ski. So
Yep. He's looking pretty solid so far. He's second top seeded rider for good reason. And the crazy thing is, though, the youngest rider was the top seed from yesterday.
So crazy. It's so cool that he gets to compete in this division, you know, being so young and showing what he can do as such a young, small rider.
And doing double duty over the last. I mean, it's been a long week so far. We've started off with 4 days of the Wake Park World Champs. We saw Cruzy Boy out there. I saw on the day off in between, he was out there on the boat, obviously getting dialed in back for some wakeboarding behind the boat as opposed to the park. And yeah, back out here now to throw down up next. He's a little bit of a crowd favorite, not just for his riding, but for his personality, his attitude as well. He is just
Cruzy Boy.
oozing energy and confidence and
swagger.
out there we're wearing the Pit Viper sunnies. He's just really embracing that wakeboard spirit, and love to see how hard
He's
he
so
charges
little
too.
though. Look at him on the dock.
That's
And
what I
like-
said. He's so small.
so
He's like the same
little.
height as the wake.
Yeah.
And
I reckon he probably actually would be.
no,
hey?
seriously, not far off. And like as a rider that was 6'2", could you imagine like proportionally if I got to ride a wake that was like shoulder
Crazy.
height on me or something?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
So he's
Yeah, it must
gonna
be
have-
daunting being that, you know, close
Yeah.
to the top of the wake.
He doesn't make it look like he's
No.
daunted at all, though. He's confident out there. I would imagine we're going to see him throwing up some shakas, some fist pumps. He's out wide to start it off. Going to switch around. Is this going to be the Rayleigh, I believe, hard charge in?
There it is.
Boom.
Massive.
Of course, he is the 2022 under-9 cable champ.
Scarecrow to follow it up. Plenty of amplitude. Nice clean landing. Not grabbing the board. So again, little just details that the judges will be looking at. Big laid out tantrum. So, you know, when you compare Cruzy Boy to some of the earlier riders that we just saw, Parker and Ollie, you'd probably say that Cruzy goes for maybe slightly less of a technical trick, but he does it so big
For sure.
and stomps it so clean that it scores so well against those as well.
There's the whirly. Sticking that one smooth.
He was pumped with himself too.
He
He was
was,
getting
he
himself
was.
amped.
He's like, first run done.
Yeah. Yep. So the judges, you think, maybe prefer what Cruz is doing as far as the clean execution on the easier trick versus the...
Well, yeah, I mean, they want to see clean landings. They want to see you go big. I would imagine, I can't recall exactly, but from the runs yesterday, I feel like we might have seen a couple of more falls from those earlier riders, which is why they're a little bit further down in the ranks. But yeah, as we're saying, just going big, charging. The judges like to see that, but you know, if Cruzy is, he's capable of going more tech.
For sure.
Going for a Pete Rose there. Interesting trick to choose for the opening of his first pass because, you know, clearly going down there, maybe not one of his more consistent tricks. And
It's a bit of a risky one, I think. First thing, coming back on the way home, I think, you know, usually you want to have something that you know that you're going to land most of the time. But, you know, maybe he does. Maybe that's a little bit of competition nerves. I'm not 100% sure. But either way, super sick trick. And hopefully he can, you know, stand up and pull that one out again.
he does have a tantrum, a blind, and a chromobe in his arsenal as well.
Oh, he just got eaten on that.
Oh, yeah. I would love to see him go for that again, get a bit of redemption.
For sure.
But, I mean, tactically, as a competitor, do you think it's a smart move for him to get up and go for that Pete Rose again straight away?
No, I think you definitely have to look at, you know, what's been before and be super tactical about it, you know, and have plans for if anything like that happens to, you know, I mean, depending on what you need to do, but if you've seen some pretty crazy riding and you realize, wow, I need to actually get some tricks on the board that I know I'm going to land, you know, I would probably be doing that first and then, you know, do my harder, maybe the Pete Rose at the end as well.
Yeah, not a bad shout. Whether he's, I don't know, maybe more confident with, say, a chromobe or attention to blind. You know, you might go for some more spins.
For sure. I think it's definitely what you're confident with as well. I would be getting up and doing something I'm super confident with, whether it's an easy or a hard trick.
Yeah. We will find out here momentarily as Cruzy Boy is getting back up on the water. I love the names that him and his brothers have. Or it's Cruz and Blaze, and is it like Zeb or as well? There's
Yeah, cool names.
Yeah, they got some cool names. out wide to come in for this trick. He's going to go just a big stalefish grab, launching that one past the second wake. Looking here, he's already past the 3/4 marker, so it looks like we may see that Pete Rose once again.
Ooh,
Big,
massive.
going too big. In fact, I really noticed that when I saw on his Instagram when he was doing a Pete Rose, and he'd only just learnt it, and he was going into the flats.
Yeah, landing
Like-
blind into the flats, you know, coming away on your toe side is a very risky,
And
you know,
a Pete
maneuver
Rose
to
is
pull
a
off, for
hard
sure.
trick to take to the flats.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you can see over-rotating that one there. Cruisy Boy feeling the pressure put on him by Parker and Ollie. It'll be really interesting to see where that finish, that has him finishing, because with a couple of falls there, he only got a stalefish grab in his second pass.
For sure.
And we saw Fletcher Broadbent lay down maybe a slightly more simple pass, but actually he had some good tricks in there. He had the wrap KGB. That's going to be interesting. I'm really looking forward to seeing where those scores will drop.
Me too. I'd hate to be one of the judges, you know, out there at the moment, but that's why they are where they are.
But you can see there, you know, Cruisy Boy, even with a couple of falls, throwing both arms up in the air, a little bit of a fist pump back to the crowd. He's got plenty of supporters out there, and I'm just really stoked to see the weather holding out. Really looking quite pleasant down there on site.
Now we have a fuel break scheduled for this window. So we're going to go ahead and toss it to that break. It should be about 15 minutes, or that, at least that's what's on the schedule right now. We are a little ahead of schedule.
Before we do so, I want to point something out that we're seeing on screen. You see the blue mat there? So that's actually for accessibility for wheelchairs to come down on the beach, which I really appreciate it. I've got some friends who are keen to come down and check it out. I told them, let them know that, hey, we've got a beach mat there, so you can get access down to the beach if you want to come check out the action.
That's
So
awesome.
cool.
The WWA is really stepping up and doing that. I think that it's so important for absolutely everyone to be able to watch. I think that, you know, that's the most amazing thing, and that's what wakeboarding is all about, having people on the shores and enjoying, you know, what they should be able to enjoy.
Exactly, enjoying the sport that we've all fallen in love with, and you know, maybe they come down and fall in love with it as well. Maybe go out to Gold Coast Wake Park for one of the
sure.
adaptive days that Daniel puts on, where you can go out and give it a go. But yeah, we'll jump into that break, and we'll be back with you guys for the rest of the Nautique WWA Wakeboard World Championships presented by GM Marine. We'll be back shortly.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. since even a century of experience is only a start. Our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Let's take a long close look where no one else can see. In a dream that was made of gold, and I knew just what to say. Let me take you far away, away from here. There's nothing other than the stars above us in a midnight sky. As long as I'm with you, I can do anything. As long as I'm with you, I can do anything. When you're looking for a way to go, won't you reach for my hand? 'Cause I will be with you, just need to hold on. Don't try and hide your teeth when you smile at me. You make my face go red and my heart racing. I can feel your eyes when you're looking at me. Try to camouflage, but I still see. You can never hide from me. And you know that when the stars align, you can't hide from it. So come with me now. As long as I'm with you, I can do anything. As long as I'm with you, I can do anything. When you're looking for a way to go, won't you reach for my hand? 'Cause I will be with you, just need to hold on.
searching for distraction beneath a velvet sky. You're so much more than I can see, way more than the eye. Searching for the answers that we have yet to find. Where did we come from? What are we here for? And where do we go when we die? But I know in the end, I want you by my side. I know that I can't go on without your hand in mine. Desperate interaction. Someone turn the lights off. Guess you gotta free yourself from ongoing distractions. Underneath the TV lights, I know that in the end
back to the 2024 WWA Wakeboard World Championships from the Gold Coast of Australia. I am in the booth with Brad Smela as well as Mary Morgan Howell. We are not on site. We actually relocated our set to our hotel due to some weather that is incoming this afternoon. That is also why we pushed ahead the schedule this morning, started a little bit earlier.
And the younger riders got some beautiful conditions out there. I bet they're really stoked that they did that. Conditions are actually still looking pretty good out there, and big shout out to our production crew who moved everything overnight, set up here at the host hotel in the shaping room. It's a different vibe. We're not quite there on site, not getting the on site vibes and everything, but
The air conditioning does not hurt.
no, I'm liking that. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, welcome to the live commentary with us, Mary. It's Mary Morgan. It's so cool to have you here. I've been very much enjoying watching your riding over the last handful of years coming through. I think when I kind of exited the sport was just as you were kind of entering into it at a young age, and yeah, just been really enjoying seeing your riding progress and seeing you absolutely crushing it out there on the water. So looking forward to seeing it this weekend as well.
Well, that is very kind of you to say, and I am so excited to be sitting in here with y'all, and I have not had the opportunity to go to the site yet, but looking at it here and watching the live stream thus far, I mean, look at that vibe. Like, that is absolutely epic, and I'm so glad that the people this morning were able to have some good conditions for the wind started picking up.
Yeah, it's picking up a little bit more now. You can see those Nautique flags flapping around a bit. The water doesn't look too bad. It's quite a nice protected course here at Marine Stadium and around about the main beach area of the Gold Coast, not far away from SeaWorld. How long are you in town for when you're here? Just for the event, fly in, fly out, or you got a little bit of time to experience the Gold Coast around it?
Well, this one, Brad, unfortunately, will be a fly-in and fly-out deal, which is so sad. This is my
You're a
first time.
college girl.
Yes.
Yes.
But it is my first time here in the Gold Coast, and so we are basically just making the most of the 4 days that we have here, squeezing it all in. Of course, Moomba Masters have done the past 5 years in Melbourne, so I've gotten to experience that part of Australia. But definitely, this is just incentive to come back, Brad. We're just going to have to come back.
When you were down in Melbourne, did you cuddle a koala?
I sure did.
Yes.
Oh,
was
see,
such
we're
a
checking those boxes.
Yes,
We were
that
checking
is
the good
awesome.
boxes.
Yes.
I did that. I pet the kangaroo this week.
Yes.
And apparently I was like the thrilled American to be there petting a kangaroo, because out here they're not, everyone sees them, they're more common. And so I'm, in there, rubbing the kangaroos and petting them and doing all the things. And I kind of looked around. I'm like, there's not a whole lot of Australians doing this. And the guard explained to me, he goes, yeah, we have those all over here.
Right.
It looks like we've got our first rider in the men's 30 to 39 division here in the finals. This is Brad
Brad Harbinson from Melbourne, speaking of Australia.
Speaking of Melbourne.
Yeah. He says he's good at breaking boards in boots, and he's always injured. That's the quote that we got.
I feel you on all three of those. Yeah.
Let's hope we don't see any of those three things happen today.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is kicking things off for us in the men's 30 to 39 wakeboard final.
Maybe we'll let you take this one away, Mary.
Let's go. All right, I think this is going to be trick number 4 for Brad. Look at that, getting that nice grab on that hillside 180, finishing strong. I mean, stand up first pass. Got to feel good for Brad.
Now, as you mentioned, you haven't been down to the site yet. This event might be a little bit different to some of the ones that you're used to riding, being on salt water. Have you done much riding or competing on
open
the salt
water?
water before?
So not much. I have had a handful of experiences. First time being actually Worlds back in 2000 and I don't remember, maybe 14-ish, no 15. WWA Worlds in Portugal. So
Okay.
it was a little salty. So
Did you notice much difference in the way that it rides or the wake is? Anything major differences there?
I did notice a couple differences, but honestly, when I'm out there in a tournament, I try to block it all out and just be out there.
Do your thing.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, we got Brad coming in to start off pass number 2, toe side approach. With the front side, 540 and missing the handle out the front. And those toe fives, when, especially that one there, it looked like his upper body kind of was coming forward, like a little bit off axis. And if you miss a handle on those, you can get a bit of a spanking, which it looked like you got there.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. But we seeing some replays here. He did a nice big back roll to start off his opening run here, big half cab roll. And here we see that toe side 5 just slipping that handle pass.
Yeah,
What
I
do we
think-
say?
No rope, no hope.
No
Brad
rope.
taught me
That's the
that.
one.
We don't
No
have that saying
hope.
in moto, but we certainly have learned it here in wakeboard.
So my coach back home, Andrew Atkinson, he maybe he got that from you.
No. More likely I got it from him. Andrew Atkinson, an absolute legend of the sport and someone that I definitely looked up to in my early years. I remember going out to the very first Parks Double or Nothing that I got to go along and see. I was staying with Jeff Weatherall at the time. I believe this is 2005. And we went out there and kind of just showed up, hitched a ride. It was back when, they don't tell you where it is. It was sort of a private event. Only the riders would be there and the people in the know. You go out there and you jump on a boat. And I didn't know anyone. I was fresh from New Zealand, shy as anything. And I was just sitting on the boat with like Andrew and Danny and Parks and Shane, all the absolute legends. I was starstruck. But Andrew, super friendly guy, got chatting with him. I think he was going for a back move 540 off the double up, and I'm pretty sure, I can't remember if he landed it or not, but just such a really friendly guy and an amazing coach to have behind you.
Yes, for sure, for sure.
Mary, Brad just mentioned, kind of someone that he was starstruck by. Oh, and that will conclude Brad Harbinson's run there. Mary, is there anyone in the industry that you still get starstruck by?
Oh my gosh, that's such a great question. Honestly, I think just, of course, like when you're younger, there is more of that like starstruck
Right.
feeling. But as you grow older, and as I've grown older in the sport, at least for me, it's just turned into more of a respect thing. Just a respect for just each person and the uniqueness they bring to the sport. I mean, it's so cool. I think when I was younger, I really tried to, my main starstruck from a girl's perspective was Dallas. I mean,
Right.
I was like,
Dallas
oh
Friday.
my gosh, she could do nothing wrong. She's just awesome. And so really tried to model my riding after her. But as I've gotten older, just realizing like the uniqueness that each person brings in and trying to find, my own
Your own
unique
signature
and
style.
vibe, right? Not just
Yeah.
from a actual wakeboarding perspective, but even just, personality wise and
Yeah.
like just what you can offer to the sport. So it's so cool. So
I think
honestly, I'm
you-
struck by
I
everybody.
think you learn as well as you grow up and you start to meet the people and get to know them and get talking with people. You realize we're all just humans and all just like, everyone's really friendly and really welcoming. And that's what I really love about the wakeboard community. That's what I've really gravitated toward. I was quite shy in those first years. In fact, Darren Shapiro nicknamed me the Ghost of Christmas because I kind of went around there with, it was actually directly from Double or Nothing. Jeff and I went over there and hung out with Darren, and I don't know if I said a word the entire time. I was just,
Aw,
I was
bless.
like 17, 18 years old,
Yes.
just kind of fresh over there. But yeah, everyone super cool, and right now we're seeing
Sean
our
Taffy on the water.
second rider out there.
He is from Melbourne, Australia.
Let's
as well.
go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
two guys from Melbourne.
Charging it in with that rally to start it off. Nice.
Oh man.
What went wrong there? What do you guys think maybe didn't happen for
Like
him?
it looked like he didn't case the wake necessarily, but as he was coming down that second wake, it was almost like the tail of the board just clipped it a little bit and maybe, just tilted it slightly and caught that edge on his way down. So less than ideal way to start off with. He's got the railie and he's definitely got a bit of pressure on him now to perform and ride and put his tricks down without taking another fall, especially with the likes of Jared Dawson, Dean Smith. So Jared Dawson's the New Zealand national champion at the moment. Dean Smith, obviously wakeboard legend, and
Legend.
Tom Kanotek, who's coming off a win out there in the Park Worlds, and also Kirby Leesman, who is another just veteran of the sport, someone I used to ride with in the junior men's division, and he's grown into an incredible coach himself. Runs the Kirby Leesman School of Wake. So yeah, it's cool. You see a lot of these riders turn into coaches. But yeah, going back to Andrew Atkinson, he was always a really fun rider to watch. He had that, the Suicide Rayleigh was one that always stood out to me. He actually came to New Zealand. The first time I met him, was before I'd even gone to the States, and he came out to my local ski club where I'd go down. It was in what's called the Orecky Basin, shallow as anything. You'd never really get a good wake out of it, but I'm pretty sure, did the suicide rally off a double up.
Oh, it doesn't.
I was just mind blown.
Doesn't surprise me one bit. Look at him getting back up strong with that tantrum. Nice. Getting that nice long grab on that toe side 180.
I think it looks like he's going to call it there. That's the end of his pass. Now, Mary Morgan, what are you keeping your eye on in terms of your competitors for this weekend? We just had Zara Kell leave the commentary booth. She is, I believe, the top seed coming into it, and she's recently made her comeback and been throwing down. Are there, whether it's her, whether it's any of the other riders in particular that you're going to be keeping your eye on closely as you go out there, or is it just across the board?
Well, we just have to keep coming back to Andrew, because something that Andrew has always kind of told me is plan your run your plan. And I think especially, at this point in the season, it's like, I kind of know what I'd like to do out there, and oh, look at him. He got that scarecrow back. Let's go. Redemption.
Nice. Yeah, the redemption. That sounds like a very Andrew saying.
Yeah.
I really love
totally,
that. He's
totally
really good with that sort of stuff.
But yeah, of course it's, nice heel 3. Come on, let's go, boy.
Nose grab on the way through as well. Toe side up and over. There's that roll to revert. Clipping that second wake, but hanging on. Riding away nicely. No little check or hand down on that. And looking for that tantrum to blind. He knew the pressure was on. He had some heavy hitters coming. He's like, I got to throw
I have to throw
everything
down in this
into
one.
this run. So what you're saying and what I'm hearing is that you've got your run planned. You're basically going to do your thing and let the chips fall where they fall. And if anyone comes out and betters it, that's just how it goes. But, if it's enough to put the pressure on and you come out on top, then
Yes, and
that's it.
I think something too is like right now what's been the theme of the season is the girls are absolutely on fire and just really, really pushing the sport. And so honestly, you cannot predict what's going to go down. I mean, it's really been a crazy season in terms of that kind of stuff. So who do I have my eyes on? Honestly, everybody. And I'm so grateful to be able to say that, and to be able to say that, like, you are standing on the dock, like, having those butterflies of, like, what's somebody going to do? Like, that's really, really cool. So I think really more than running my plan is just the fact that, I know what tricks I feel confident on and what I can put out there on the water. And, if it's not enough to put me, of course we always want to be in the top spot. If that's not enough, then great, because I just get to go home and work hard. So,
I love that attitude. And women's wakeboarding is in a really good shape at the moment. As you're saying, we're seeing a lot of new tricks going down, and a really strong amount of competition out there on the water, not only in contest, but also the free riding coming through, and riders from all over the world. And I enjoy watching it. I've been just kind of watching from afar, like through social media, and haven't been super involved, but I'm really glad to come back and get involved again. And here we go with Jared Dawson, the fellow Kiwi, the current national champion. I was really stoked to see Jared take home a national title. He's been out there for many, many years. Back when I was competing as well, he was in the men's 1 division, men's 2, but stepping it up into the open men's division at, 39 years old?
39 years old. It's awesome. So he's on the very back end of this class in the men's 30 to 39.
And you got that toe side 360 there, which is almost harder, a bit harder to land than a toe side 5.
Oh, totally.
It takes a lot of control. Heel side 3 to finish it off, and one more, squeezing it in, toe side 180.
Nice, clean first
And
pass.
you can see it. He's pumped up. He loves it.
He
Giving a
felt good about
little love back to the boat. So thank you so much, Scotty, for the clean pull. Let's go and turn around for pass number 2. And you're going to see it when you go down there. There is a massive crew of New Zealanders wearing black T-shirt with a little white fern on it. It's just a 3-hour flight from New Zealand. So we've got, I think there's about 15 competitors from New Zealand and about 30-something supporters all there. So they're the ones out there probably going the loudest. But yeah, it's so cool to see that camaraderie, see the support there. Rolled a blind. Ooh, getting a little hung up upside down on that one. Not ideal there for Jared Dawson, but he's got the rest of his run to make up for that. Will we see him go for redemption? And is that something you do? Like if you were to fall on a trick, do you get up and go for it again, or do you move on with your run?
So that definitely depends. Now, something that I never do, hardly ever, is fall on something and then get right back up and do it, like right there, unless it's like the very end of my pass and I have room to do that. I like to, if I do fall on it, kind of get a couple things under my belt and then come back to it. And I love to do that because I do think it definitely adds that exclamation point to
And then
your
like a
pass.
palate cleanser too,
Oh, totally.
to get out of.
I like how you
Totally.
put that. Yeah, that's a good way to
Palate
put it.
cleanser. Yeah, it is a palate cleanser. Yeah, so definitely, yeah, I think a lot of it too kind of goes back to, why you compete. Like there's some things that are maybe smart from a strategy standpoint, but then sometimes for me, I just need I need to land that trick. I need to land it. I always land this trick. I need to land it. And so kind of just personally having that I got that.
Proven to the judges. That was just
It was a fluke.
a bobble, like a little brain fart. That.
Yes.
And I don't know if you saw that shot just before the aerial shot, looking at our course in Marine Stadium, looking back across at the Gold Coast, the city of Gold Coast, where we are coming to you live from at the moment here in Surfers Paradise, and so close to the surf as well. Do you surf?
I've surfed a couple times.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call myself a surfer, but I want to surf here. I mean, when you're
It's
in
great.
when you're in a place called Surfers Paradise, I mean, come on,
Yeah.
you got to do it.
I went to Burley 2 days ago or 3 days ago. It's all kind of a blur now. And the surf's amazing. The water, I paddled out at 5:30 a.m., 6:30 a.m. It was a little chilly, so I wish I would have brought in a wetsuit. But once you get out there, it's not bad.
That's awesome.
So we just saw the Batwing, followed by the Indy Tantrum from Jared.
Oh.
And that Tootsie Roll taking him down, giving a little wave to the crowd. Yep, I'm all good. Little pumped up to his supporters there on the crowd on the shoreline, making some noise for him. Shout out to the New Zealand crew and anyone tuning in on the WWA Ride Line app. If you're there with us on YouTube, you can chuck a comment down in the bottom. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Otherwise, if you are wanting to follow along a bit more with the scores, the schedule, things like that, then go to your app store and download the WWA Ride Line app. I've been really enjoying the way that the WWA has introduced that. Really allowing people to tune in from all around the world and stay on top of things as they go along here at the WWA Wakeboard World Champs.
It is
Next-
awesome.
Yeah, next up we've got Dean Smith, a fan favorite.
Let's go.
Now we saw
Dean.
Dino looked like he was a
He
little
was in
sore
pain yesterday.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
he does not go small. He doesn't know how to go small. He
No.
was out there at the wake park doing still some of the biggest stalefish glides that I've ever seen, and he's 30, just turned 40.
Wow.
And Dean is not known for bending his knees on landing very well.
No, you can see his body just sort of absorb every bit of that without any
You
suspension.
know what's funny about Dean? If Dean and I are sitting together on the same seat and side by side, he's almost as tall as me. But then if we stand up, he's drops down another 6 inches. So he's got
So
a
maybe he's
really,
all torso.
He's got a long torso.
And
But Dean is, one of those riders that just oozes energy, oozes charisma, loves the sport so much. It's now a family affair for him, obviously with his wife, Amber Wingsmith, a multiple-time world champion and probably someone you've looked up to.
Totally love Amber, and they're is it two boys?
Yeah,
Oh
you
my
got
goodness,
Will and
so
Jameson.
Cute.
They're awesome. Must be a handful as well if they got any even slight amount of Dean's energy. And look at that. Big, Andy backside 180. Are you kidding me? Dean Smith. Now we saw him, it was at the start of his second pass. He was he did one trick and he's like.
and he leaned
"Ooh."
down, and I wasn't sure if he was going to call it.
And he rode all the way to the end and then just did one trick at the end. So looking good so far. There's the front mob. He started that off his run yesterday with that. So switching it up, putting it a little bit further down in his run. Toe side, front side, 540. May have wanted a 7 on that. Dean capable of a lot, even
He's
at
wrapping
his
up.
age. Wrapped up here. Indy backside 540.
What a beautiful run.
So beautiful. So this is something I do have a question about. So Dean, like, what would it be like to, like, literally his style of riding is to just go big all the time?
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't ever go small. Like, have you ever seen him not?
Project that amplitude?
Not really. And even the fact that, it's been 10 years since I rode with him, and back then he was in his prime.
Right.
Some of the
This
stuff
isn't
he was
his
doing
prime?
ridiculous. No, Dean's, he took a bit of a hiatus, and then recently became the rep for Hyperlight wakeboards here in Australia. So,
Nice.
getting himself and his family back on the wakeboard scene a bit more, and spending a bit more time out on the water again. There's that Indy tension to blind, just slipping that Indy
Beautiful.
grab a little bit. You see Dino is just pushing through the pain right now. He knows that this is where all it's down to all the marbles right here. He's wrapped up for that front side rewind. It's like a 540, rewinding it back to 3. And I know Andrew used to love doing that trick, but I think he did a handle pass.
Yes. Yes.
And what do we got? Dino's got a chance for one more trick here on the heel side. Switch, stalefish glide. Oh, no, he's proving me wrong. Going to go one more
One
again.
more.
Looking for the roll to blind. Not quite grabbing the handle, but that is really putting the pressure on these next couple of riders, Tom Kanotek and Kirby Leesman, both very capable of putting down really good runs. We saw Tom throw down the toe side 7 yesterday in his run. Kirby obviously has a lot of technical tricks, spins, and mobs and things like that as well. So Dino, throwing it down. I feel like he's secured himself a spot on the podium. It's just, where is that going to be?
Yeah, Dean's very, very fun to watch. Really, all these guys are fun to watch. Just the energy that they bring, and just the season of life that this is. Balancing all things of work and school and kids and family.
Yeah.
Right? It's just like it's really unique just to see him out there.
And now I'm just wondering if we can't quite see him in this shot. Kind of want to get a shot of Dean and see him if he's limping up.
Oh, I know.
His body's rejecting the amplitude.
But he's like, I'm done for the weekend. That's it. That's the final. So
I think that was a little bit of a redemption run for him as well, because you could visibly see his frustration. I mean, despite being so outgoing after a fall yesterday in his run, I think he wanted to get after it again. That was a determined run.
Right. And that kind of once again goes back to that just personal element of, like, I think at this point in time it does become more about that, like, I'm not doing this for anything else other than just is what I love to do.
Right.
And need to.
But
have
I
that
know
person.
Dean, he's a competitor. He wants to be on the top spot.
That is a
Yeah.
great point, Brad. Does not mean that these boys are not competitive with each other and with themselves.
I think
I think more with himself.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Like he
wanting
didn't want to leave the water feeling like he didn't leave everything out there.
Right.
Yeah, with
right.
the conditions you're seeing, it's roughing up a little bit more there, seeing those flags flapping around as we got Tom Kanotek,
From the US of A,
I believe, coming out of Texas.
38 years old,
Texas boy.
just a country boy out here in Australia.
And you see a lot of him posting on social media, more so riding at the cable park. He has a lot of fun. And yeah, he's starting off really well. It's at toe side 5, heel side 5, back to back.
Spinning like a little top out there.
Spinning like a top. I like that. I'm going to say that now.
There we go. You can have it.
Thank you.
Is that a little elephant?
Yeah,
Action?
that's a bit elephanty. Yeah, that's where you take the scarecrow and kind of rewind it back to a front roll, a bit of a tweaked out front roll, if you will, and was it the back roll to finish off pass number 1. So doesn't have the intensity that Dean's have, maybe not quite the technicality as well, but I believe he's saving it for pass number 2. He did have that
agree.
toe 7 yesterday.
Why would an athlete kind of reserve the first pass
I
in
think
that way?
you're going out there straight off the dock. Usually when you go out and ride, you get up, you carve around a little bit, you kind of warm up. So putting together your first pass with some tricks you're more consistent on and things that will score reasonably well, but you know that the chances of you falling on them are pretty slim. And then it just means that after pass number 1, you've felt out the wake, you know, you got it all dialed in, you know your distances, how hard to cut, all that sort of stuff, and you see him going there. Tantrum to fakie,
Very cool.
bit of old school.
Do you like seeing those old school tricks?
I do. Shout out to my buddy Brant Hales. That was his favorite trick, and I always loved seeing him throw that down. He was one of my boys that I'd ride with back home. I saw Tom wrapping up there as we're seeing looks like the wind's really picking up a bit more.
Wow, it sure is picking up out there.
You can see a little bit of frustration from him there, possibly feeling that chatter on the water.
Oh.
Oh man.
That's where we saw him throw down the toe 7 yesterday, and that can happen sometimes where even in a heat, even in the space of one heat or a final, the rider at the beginning might have flatter conditions than the rider at the end as the wind picks up.
Totally.
It can change so quickly within the span of even a heat. It makes it interesting for the riders to have to adapt because, in basketball, baseball, football, they all, for the most part, have to run the same course. In wakeboarding, that's not the case.
Yeah, it can change a little bit. You can't control the weather.
No, and it's so cool about, wakeboarding too. Is it's like, that's one thing I love about it. It's just like, it's not just like, okay, who's the best wakeboarder on social media or who's the best wakeboarder in general, like not even who has the best tricks. It's like, in a tournament, it's like who can put it down not only on that day, but in that very moment, who can, despite the conditions, despite the nerves inside of you, despite everything else, who can put it down.
Yeah.
It's really cool part of wakeboarding for sure.
We're down to our final rider. That's going to be Kirby Leesman. He is a coach of the sport, and he's got several of his students out here competing over the weekend as well. So a bit of double duty for Kirby. I really enjoyed catching up with him yesterday. I told the story yesterday of just how much of a good guy Kirby is. He's a really friendly dude, and when I was in my first year on the Pro Tour, went along to the hotel, and I hadn't booked a hotel room. I didn't know where I was going to stay. I couldn't really afford it at that point. And honestly, I pulled my sleeping bag out. I was like ready to roll it out onto the couch in the lobby. And Kirby's like, nah, dude, like, come on up, crash on the floor in my room or wherever. I think he may have even given me the rollaway bed, and he slept on the floor. Like, super cool. And we were having a good laugh about that yesterday and just catching up on the good old days. Like, that's going back, almost 20 years now.
Wow.
So dating myself a little bit of
How
bit
close?
of age. But
How close in age are y'all?
we're probably looking here. He's 35, so I'm 2 years older than Kirby.
Okay, gotcha. That's so cool. He is. He's a great guy.
And not a stranger to riding in rough conditions. He's a seasoned competitor, starting things off with the Moby Dick, then toe side with that. We call it a chicken wing to blind, a little half bat wing to blind.
Let's see.
And the thing is, that roll to blind,
nice,
looking
Kirby.
good. Now, Mary Morgan, you can take the rest of this one away for us.
Let's see what he's going to end off with there. Nice, going with that 5. Little off-axis action. He's getting one more down here at the end. Let's see what he can get in, guys. What was that? Oh, man.
Oh, pinged the handle. That was like a stale fish glide,
Yeah.
like off-axis backside 180. I don't know if I want to call it a glide when it's wake to wake, but
Right.
it very stylish, very unique. The only rider out here doing it. The one thing that I remember from riding in choppy water, obviously being a little bit bigger, 6'2", got a bit of weight, and would ride a bigger board. So I felt like I could power through the conditions a little bit more. Some of the smaller riders maybe not so much, but there's also those little moments where you can time. If you hit the wind chop just at the right moment, it's like a little mini double up. It gives you a little extra boost. But then occasionally, sometimes you get that in between, and you get less pop than you were waiting for.
Oh, totally. And that's normally me. It'll happen by total accident. Definitely can't force that to happen for me. But when it does happen, I am like, oh, thanks God. That was nice. Thank you. So that's definitely a factor. Ability to kind of set that board on edge and get it to push through the choppy water is definitely an advantage from.
And just a note, tonight is the AFL Super Final in Melbourne. So a major, major sporting event here in Australia.
Well, they'll be at the MCG, I believe, which actually myself and Fiona, my caregiver here, were there just a few weeks ago, where I got invited to go and speak at a conference. It wasn't to the full 100,000 stadium full of people. It was in one of their conference sort of function areas. But it was just a super cool experience to go down there. It is an incredible stadium. But we saw the AFL posts up there. It looks a little different. It's not quite like your football or rugby posts or anything. You've got 4 posts kind of lined up along the side, 2 taller ones in the middle. And I don't follow AFL, but it is like a religion down there, especially in Melbourne and that part of
massive stadium
Australia.
for it. I think it's Marvel Stadium is usually
Yeah,
where they play.
they've got
Oh, okay.
Marvel Stadium and the MCG,
Yeah.
which is the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Starting things off with a glide. I couldn't quite tell if that was Indy or Stalefish.
So now, Brad, from what you can tell, it seems like this wind is now, he's got it at his face now. Is
Yeah,
that
it's-
correct?
That was the case yesterday.
The opposite direction than what it was yesterday. So yesterday it was past. Oh, he went down as well. Yesterday it was pass number 1 that was into the wind. You had the wind at your back on pass 2. So switching things around, and here in the shaping room where we are coming to you live from, we've got a couple of special guests who have just joined us, and they're on standby for when we're going to bring them up here soon, Mr. Noah Flegel, and of course the local boy and defending champ, Corey Tunison. Really excited to see those guys ride this weekend. Looks like tomorrow's conditions might be potentially a little bit like this, a little bit of wind, but I'm sure they'll be looking to improve, advance through to Sunday, where the forecast is looking a lot better.
Yes, I was looking at that, and too, going back to your point of kind of why would a rider, reserve certain tricks. Also, condition-wise, if maybe the wind direction is, more favorable going in one direction or the other, they know they can do certain tricks more confidently given the wind direction. So there's definitely a host of reasons why, but definitely more like Brad said, just getting a couple tricks under your belt, feeling confident, feeling
Right.
like, okay, now I can kind of take a little bit more of a risk here.
I definitely think it would change some tactics.
Yeah.
Knowing that the wind's at your back in your first pass, where usually you'd be trying to warm up, but you're like, that's actually the best spot for me to try my harder tricks, not going into the wind. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if anyone goes, actually, I'm going to switch up my run here. Now, I love seeing that on the dock, the little guys. They're coming
They're
up
so
next.
precious. They're so little.
This
They're
is
such
actually,
little
this is
guys.
really unique that we're kind of getting to watch,
Yeah.
these, 30, 40-year-olds, and then now we're getting to go all the way back down to the, what,
Junior boys, beginner, 9 and under.
Oh
And
my
mind you,
gosh.
all 3 of the entrants are only 6 years old.
stop it.
They're only 6 years old. That's what we have in our
Look at them.
notes.
First rider and second rider, the 2 kids of
Yeah.
Dean and Amber, Will and Jameson. So cool. Family affair out here.
That
Yeah.
is awesome. That's awesome. How unique. I mean, Dean, years ago thinking about, okay, like he could have never
Right.
imagined now have 2 little boys out here and
Now,
ripping it up with me on the same day.
there is a little pause in the competition action. What are you thinking, Brad? Might they be evaluating the weather or?
Yeah, I'm not sure, because even where Kirby fell, it didn't look like it was the end or past the 3/4 marker. So
Right.
I'm not sure if we missed a little bit of something there, but
Maybe a little weather evaluation, or maybe because the chop they're giving it a moment.
yeah, although you don't want to wait too long because it might
Get
get even
worse.
worse.
And the chop is going to be chopping.
Hopefully we don't see it get cold. We are actually seeing a couple little white caps there.
As an athlete, if you know it's going to be choppy, posture-wise, what are you doing with your body and with your strategy to manage the chop?
That's a good point. I'd love to hear Brad's answer too. I mean, for me, I think it's kind of more of a mental thing than anything. Just kind of knowing. I mean, in my training, I definitely try to ride in not just smooth water. Have that balance
Yeah.
of riding in smooth water, but also, so you come to a tournament and you kind of know, okay, I've done everything I can to prepare for this. Now mentally just kind of getting to the point where you're just like, all right, I'm gonna get out there and do what I need to do, but also be smart and listen to my intuition of when to go and when not to go, because obviously the most important thing is keeping yourself safe. So yeah, more mental prep than anything. What about you, Brad?
Yeah, I definitely think I would, when it comes to rough conditions, I would tone down my run slightly.
Definitely.
You know, there would always be those tricks that I just knew I could do in any conditions.
Right.
And I was very lucky that some of those tricks were still some heavy hitters that would allow me to advance through the
Might be a bit
rounds.
of a quick break for now. I think they're
Yeah,
ready.
so no, I didn't do a lot of training in the rough conditions, but yeah, it was definitely something that I came up against in competition, and there were times where I just absolutely flopped, and other times where I was able to power through and advance from it. But we're going to cross over, have a little bit of a break now. Looks like they're having a little break in the action, and we will come back to you shortly here at the WWA Wakeboard World Championships, brought to you by Nautique and GM Marine. We'll be right back.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Welcome back, folks. Coming back from a little bit of a break there to the Nautique WWA Wakeboard World Championships presented by GM Marine. We've had a little bit of a swap out on the duties here in the live broadcast. Big thanks to Mary Morgan Howe for joining us. Such a lovely human. But right now we've got two absolute heavy hitters that we're going to be seeing over the weekend coming out competing in the pro, and I believe you'll be doing both the wakeboard and the foils. And Noah Flegel, Corey Tunison, Corey the local boy,
Dealing with a stray boat.
and you are defending champion.
Yeah, apparently, I guess. But dude, this is like, it's been the most epic
camera
week so
three,
far.
Maybe.
And I mean, we can't predict the weather, unfortunately, but hopefully it has a little bit of east and westerly to it. So the shore is kind of protected a bit. But dude, this has been such an amazing event so far. I heard the conditions were amazing this morning for a lot of the riders, and Dude, we're getting into the meat of it now, coming into the weekend, so looking forward to it, man.
Yeah, and the reason for the delay we're just hearing now is there is a stray boat that is drifting on into the course that we can see here on screen. Now maybe have broken free of its moorings and is cruising on into the course where we need our boat to be able to cruise through. So
Welcome to the Goldie, mate.
safety first. Oh man. So Noah, when did you get into town?
I've been here for 2 days now, right, Corey?
I think.
Yeah, I lose track when I come here. I just immediately go into non-stop activity mode and get in the ocean, get behind the boat, back in the ocean, back behind the boat. It's pretty non-stop for me when I'm here, and it's kind of like a Disneyland for me of sorts. So
I was going to say, I mean, it is surfer's paradise. You're a true waterman of all sorts of variety, whether it's wakeboarding, wake surfing, foiling, surfing, and I follow you on social media, and I see even your surfing clips. I'm like, damn, dude, is it like anything this guy cannot do on the water? And so, mad props there, first of all, and just looking forward to seeing. Look, I'm going to be completely honest here. Coming into this, I was like, yes, I'm psyched to go watch the wakeboarding. I don't really know how to commentate foiling, but I am pumped to see Noah on the foil. Like, because, there's obviously different levels of foiling. There's carving around and going from one roller to another, and then there's where you're at with you're doing mobs and three shoves and all sorts. So I'm actually really excited to watch that.
yeah, foiling's definitely been taken off over the last couple of years, and it's just cool to be a part of it and have influence on like where the sport's going, and be able to create new tricks that have never been done on a foil before that I can kind of bring inspiration from all the other sports I enjoy.
And I see you getting respect and comments and things like that from the likes of Kelly Slater and like surfing legends coming, obviously seeing the skill and stuff that you've got out there. So, I mean, that's got to feel pretty good, right?
Yeah, for sure. I'm super thankful to get that kind of recognition from the legends of other sports. And like I said, it's cool to see like all the other sports kind of filtering into foiling, and it's captured such a large audience from so many different realms of action sports, and it's kind of like the one sport that all of us are bonding over, and we're all kind of learning at the same time as it's such a new thing. So it's just, I'm stoked to be a part of it.
Yeah, epic. Now, Corey, tell me about being the hometown boy, the defending champion. You've been doing a lot of media leading up to this. I've seen you've been doing your content with like 5 days to go, 4 days to go, 3 to like, that's really cool. I've been enjoying that. But do you feel any extra pressure being that hometown favorite, or do you just kind of really absorb the fact that you've got all your friends and family and all your people here backing you? Like, is that something you feed off, or is there any pressure you feel from that?
Dude, I mean, for me, this has been like a dream come true. I've wanted an event here on the Goldie for so long, and I mean, we have Moomba down in Melbourne every year, and that's kind of always been like my home event on tour, but having this event here on the Goldie, this is my true home event. I live 20 minutes away from the contest site. I get to wake up in my own bed. So this has been like the most amazing week so far. And I think the coolest part for me is I've just felt an overwhelming amount of support from everyone that has been around the event. I've had family fly in from everywhere, and I feel like all my two different worlds are colliding at the moment, which is amazing. I have my home life here on the Goldie. All my friends and family have come to support, and then I have like all of my friends from all around the world that have flown in to compete. So I got a couple different worlds coming into one at the moment, and it's been amazing. I've been showed so much support and energy and love, and for me, bro, like I'm just excited to go out and do my job and hopefully like put in a good performance. And I almost feel like I owe this to like everyone that has like gotten me to this point. It's been years and years of traveling overseas. When I was 13 years old, I mean, I met this guy when I was 9 years old and been traveling with him forever. And man, I've been blown away with how much love and support I've been shown this week. And I'm just excited to enjoy the festivities for what they are, but then I guess go to work at the end of the day.
Do your thing.
Yeah, man, I'm excited. I really, really am.
Yeah, and we're seeing Seeing one of our contest directors there, Scotty Broom, on site, pulling down some flags. We saw the starting dock come in. I'm not sure if we're going to delay things a little bit. I mean, we are about to get into the 9 and under boys. So not really a great time to have the wind come up and a lot of chop. But yeah, we're just definitely seeing some changes going on. Maybe they're shifting things around a little bit there. We will let you guys know once we get a report as to what is going on, what we can expect, if there's going to be a bit more of a delay as we go.
Just a classic boat event though, right? Like we had the cable event a couple days ago at Gold Coast Wake Park, and it was 30 degrees, not a cloud in the sky, not a breath of wind, the lake with a sheet of glass. As soon as we put the boats in, wind starts gusting through. So it's a classic boat event. I just feel bad for these little kids, man. Like they're battlers. They're battling some of the gnarliest conditions that we've had all year on the Goldie. This is crazy, and man, they're chargers. The fact that they're going out and they know what's on the line. They have a chance to win a world title. Some of the biggest accolade you can do in our sport. So like the fact that they're going out and charging in not so well conditions, it's a bit of a bummer that we have it, but everyone's still so psyched and willing to put their bodies on the line and fight for something that's bigger than them.
Yeah, cool. We are going to cross over, go to a little bit of a break right now, and we will come back to you and update you on where we're at, what we're up to. We had that stray boat coming into course, but they're getting those things moved around and just kind of assessing things as the weather changes and factors evolve out here. So thanks for tuning in so far to the Nautiques and WWA Wakeboard World Championships presented by GM Marine right here on the Gold Coast. We'll be back to you shortly. I'm Brad Smaler here with Noah Flegel and Corey Tunison. Catch you soon.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Searching for distraction beneath a velvet sky. You're so much more than I can see, way more than meets the eye. searching for the answers that we have yet to find. Where did we come from? What are we here for? And where do we go when we die? But I know in the end, I want you by my side. I know that I can't go on without your hand in mine. Desperate interaction. Someone turn the lights off. Guess you gotta free yourself from ongoing distractions. Underneath the toothy lights, I know that in the end, I want you by my side. I know that I can't go on without your hand in mine. Right, left, up, down, where do we go now? We're all searching for, just give me more patience over ignorance, compassion for indifference. While we're searching for, while we're searching for, yes, you took me right, has made you searching for distraction. But in the end, I want you by my side. for it all. Maybe take a ride on this pipe train. Hold it in, wait for it. Here come the fall. Oh, your mind's been spun into a web. Is the spider gonna catch 'em all? Wheels and deals, a flickering screen. Got your card, ain't you please? Gotta click 'em all. Who's leading us here? Who's leading us
back, ladies and gentlemen, right in time to see our next rider go off the dock here at the Nautique and WWA Wakeboarding World Championships, brought to you by GM Marine. I'm here in the booth live with Noah Flegel and Corey Tunison. We had a little bit of a delay there. We had a stray boat wander its way on into our course, and you know, our wonderful officials have managed to shift things around, move the starting dock a little bit just so we can carry on with the action. We see the junior boys under 9. Is this the final? Right now we've got William Smith, the son of Dean and Amber. Great to have you guys here in the booth with us, and we'll let you take away this run here from Will Smith.
Yeah. Go for it, Brett.
Thanks for having us, Brad. Yeah, just immediately watching Will out here is giving me like just such nostalgia and reminding me of when Corey and I were this age competing, and probably right around the time that Corey and I both met. And it's just so cool to see the younger generation getting out there and charging, and now knowing that this is Dean's kid is even more special, and kind of really just seeing how the older generation is filtering into the younger generation, and it's just a beautiful thing.
Yeah, second generation wakeboarder, third generation, maybe even fourth in terms of towed water sports with the Wing family, their dynasty, and the legacy that they've got going on. And it's so cool to see that continuing on here through the little ones. And we've got the younger brother of Will coming up afterwards with Jameson, and then Lachlan Kennedy to round up our under 9 finals for the boys division, and then we've got our under 9s for the girls that'll be coming up next.
Yeah, and just like, dude, I have so much respect for these kids right now. The fact that like they're going out in some pretty challenging conditions and just making it look like their own, and they're absolutely owning it. This is epic, man. Look at Will just butter sliding around, done some weight jumps in his first pass, now doing some butter slide 180s, having some fun, carving it up. And man, this is just so epic to see. This is so, so cool.
He's obviously communicated that to the driver out there, Scotty Cal, just to say, yo, I want a little less speed on pass number 2, just so I can get some of those surface tricks done. Surface 180 on the outside and back.
Let's go, Will.
Navigating that wake, which must just be ginormous. Look at that. He's signaling back. Speed things up again. Let's get this going as we're halfway through pass number 2.
How cool is that background look too, Brad? Coming back in straight, driving into the city of Surfers Paradise with all the high rises in the background. It's a pretty special place to hold a world championship. So it looks pretty amazing.
I love when we get that drone angle from above, and you really get to see the city of the Gold Coast in the background, and also the surf, how close we are to it. And look at that, Will making it all the way back to the dock, standing up, probably keeping his hair dry, cutting on out to mum and dad, proud there on the shore for the under 9 boys. We're here at the World Champs, and it's all going down. And thankfully, you know, it was almost convenient that that boat drifted into the course and put a delay on things, because it was looking pretty dicey out there. There was a lot of wind chop coming through. I know you guys were looking at that going, I hope it's not like that over the weekend.
I actually heard that boat was a paid actor for the under 9 divisions, just to try and calm the water down a little more. So perfect positioning.
Someone went and cut the mooring.
Yeah,
Yep.
I reckon it was Dean. I reckon he swam around and put it right there.
We're not going to let my boys ride in this weather.
How cool is that, though, watching your dad ride and then getting out there a few minutes later? It's like one of the coolest things ever.
Yeah, and their mum was riding earlier as well. Amber, we saw in the women's 40-plus division, absolutely crushing it. Dean, you know Dean, he's 40 now, just turned 40. He does not know how to go small on a wakeboard. He opened out with that Indy big backside 180 to the flats. Yesterday, we actually saw him in his second pass. He did his first trick, second pass, and he stopped the rest of the way through. And then he just like kind of looked like he was bent over, maybe taking in some big breaths, maybe hurting a little bit. Did a tantrum to blind to finish off the run, but it was enough to get him on through to today, and he did pretty well out there.
Yeah, I couldn't tell too much. I heard he had Oh, major crash here. Full ejection, double ejection here. Is this the younger one?
Jameson going full send to open it up off the toes as well, it looked like.
Wow.
Taken after his dad, huh?
Does not know how to go small. And it doesn't surprise me knowing these kids. They're just full of energy. Obviously, knowing their dad, he's the exact same. But yeah, so cool to see them at, 6 and 8 years old, out here competing in the Worlds.
Special, man.
Yeah.
It's a special moment for the family, for sure.
And you yourself, I've been noticing you very close with your family, your older brother, as a couple of kids now. The 2 nephews you've got, is that right?
Yeah, and he just had his third literally 2 weeks ago. So,
Wow.
it was funny. I've been convincing Brad for the past year, and he's been in, then he's been out, and then he's been in, then he's out, and he was out for the longest time. And obviously Brad spent probably 5 years over in the States trying to chase the dream and wakeboard every day, and absolutely loved it. And he's probably the most excited person here this weekend, and he was out at the contest site yesterday. And I think he just got hit with a huge amount of emotions, and a lot of memories came back, and he kind of flipped last minute and had a late entry into the pro men's division. So it's a cool moment. I think he realized he just wanted to do it for his kids and just kind of show that you can do anything in this world if you want to, and nothing can stop you, whatever you want to do. So it's it's a pretty special moment for not only all the kids here, but for all the dads that get to showcase what they've actually done the majority of their life. It's really, really cool.
Throwing himself back there in the thick of it into the pro men's. It's going to be interesting. I'll be really looking forward to watching him ride. Obviously, looking forward to seeing you guys out there as well. And I know you were mentioning that you're riding in, 4 divisions out here?
Yeah, I'm doing wakeboard, both the strapped and strapless foil divisions, and then wake skate. So I'll be busy this weekend.
You will,
sure.
and not only out here, because after the event and probably before the event, you're not one to just kind of sit back when there is amazing surf going on, whether you're on the foil, whether you're on a surfboard. Big shout out to everyone tuning in either through YouTube or on the WWA Rideline app. What's up to anyone tuning in from back home? Anyone you guys want to give a shout out to that might be tuning in?
Shout out to my family. I don't know if they're watching right now.
Look,
but,
Attack of the Magpie.
Oh my
Oh
God.
my God, he's back. No way.
Fully getting attacked by birds.
Sorry
right
to
now.
cut you off.
We're live. But yeah, shout out to my family and everybody who supports me out there, and all my sponsors as well. We couldn't do what we do without you guys. So thank you. Anybody really who's supporting Toad Water Sports at this point.
Absolutely. Looks like we got Jameson back into his board. That rope coming tight. We'll get him back up on the water and see if he'll go full send again. Maybe tone it down to start off with and get a little bit under his belt. But as I mentioned earlier, really glad that we had that little bit of a delay. Thank you for sticking with us. And he's looking for a little bit of a down with the speed, a little bit of a deceleration. Going to go for some surface tricks. This front side 180 on the surface. Going to butter back around. Is he just riding switch for a little bit? Oh.
Holding it, showing some control. Dude, this is so cool. He just caught such a digger for his first trick. Just got absolutely smoked, got double ejected, and straight back up. And you know what? He said, I'm going to do some harder stuff and doing some 180s. And unfortunately, just slipping over a little bit there. But showing some character, showing some commitment, and getting back up after a pretty heavy fall to begin with.
And at a young age, obviously, he's got plenty of years ahead of him at just 6 years old, getting this sort of experience to be able to come out here and ride in the world champs in your home country. And
it's a big moment for him, man.
yeah, I mean, a lot of pressure, but, a lot of kids at that age, I always wonder, do they realize the magnitude of this sort of event? Do they feel that pressure, or are they just kind of out there having a good time and just stoked to be going out for a ride behind that G23?
I mean, I remember when I was these kids' ages at 9 years old, I definitely had no idea what we were getting ourselves into, but you kind of love that. You admire the innocence of it all, and they just throw themselves into it fully and just enjoy their moment. And have the most fun that they possibly can, and that's what's so beautiful about it. It's such a cool moment that they don't realize how big this actually is, but they're just having the most fun they possibly can, meeting all new friends from all around the world and friends that last a lifetime, man. It's really cool.
Yeah, and look, tell me about you two, because obviously you're fierce competitors. You're both riding there in the pro men's division, and you know that I feel like there's a moment where it switches off and you're like competitive, serious. But you guys have been great friends for a long time.
Yeah, well, me and Noah met at this event when we were this age, and it's crazy to think. My first ever world titles was when I was 9 years old. It was back in Reno, Nevada, and it ended up being myself, Noah, and Jason Sovin, a very famous last name that has been in the sport. And I guess from there, we've been friends ever since. I've been traveling with Noah all through the junior ranks, and I guess we both made it to pro, and now we're both kind of chasing the dream and get to do what we love every day and got to share that with each other. It's pretty cool.
And so, Noah, are you staying at Corey's while you're here, or how's that?
Yeah, sure am. Yeah, me and Thomas Herman are lucky enough to be put up by our buddy Corey here. And I stayed at his house earlier this year when we were here for Moomba Masters as well. Spent some time out on the Gold Coast. It's always been one of my favorite places to spend time. So, I think like whenever my friends are riding, even if we're in the same heat, it's like my closest friends, I'm always pulling for them, and I want everybody to ride their best. It's never like you want your buddy to not ride good and then you beat him because somebody else didn't ride good. It's like you want to both kind of throw down and the best man wins kind of thing, and we're going to be psyched for each other regardless of the outcome. So I try not to get too serious and competitive about it. And
you don't want that sort of fruitless victory where you're just like, I've had it before where I took out a New Zealand National Championships, the only one I took out, because it's the only one that Jeff Weatherall wasn't at. And he will always hold that over me. He and I were just such great friends and such great competitors as well. We had that similar dynamic. But that one is one that will always just sting just a little bit. And that national title it didn't feel quite as sweet as if I'd have been able to do it when competing against him as well. And as you said, you want everyone to perform the best, and for you to go out there and put your best run down and beat them that way. Yeah, nice hillside jump. We got Lachlan Kennedy on the water now, a Melbourne native. Nice little hillside jump, toe-side jump to follow it up.
Absolutely ripping, starting off strong with 2 jumps, starting off with a grab, coming back in for his 3rd trick, going the hillside indie grab as well. Looking pretty comfortable in this pretty challenging conditions. Coming back in, going the toe-side indie grab, 1-upping his jump from his first toe-side approach. Edging out super wide this time, coming in with a little more speed and going wake to wake, just clipping, but I'm going to count that, Brad.
Yeah, and I think in the second pass, we might see him go for that again and know that he just needs to give it that little bit more, because it's such a sweet feeling when you make it past that second wake and you land nicely down the downside of that wake. I still remember vividly the first time I cleared the wake, and I was just so fed up with casing it. I just charged in a little harder, and it's just like so soft and buttery when you land down the wake. And
it's like, that's what it's supposed to feel like.
Yeah. And I honestly feel like they've probably drained a lot of the ballast for these younger riders. But if they were riding full ballast, the type of, how you guys would ride, standing next to the wake, it'd be head high on them, right?
Easily.
Oh, it'd be bigger than them for sure. The wakes on the new Nautique G23s are, I don't know how they keep doing it, man. They just keep improving and improving and improving. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. It's cool to be a part of.
Toeside 180. He's disappearing behind the boat, but he's still standing, riding out switch, switching it back around, charging it on the heels. Can he go wake to wake? No, just a little one-wake jump there. Coming back down the course now. He is heading into the wind here a little bit, I believe.
Nice little frontside 180 there. Cutting out on his toes. Looks like he's going to come in on his heels and throw a nice another 180 right there. So he's got him switch and regular. Crushing it.
What a base. stand-up run by the looks of things. This is epic.
Yeah, we had a stand-up run there from Will as well. So, obviously the judges will be doing their job and adding some scores there. But I think the main thing is these riders just, so young, out there having a good time, really stoked to put down a stand-up run like that. And I bet we can't really hear it because we're not on site, but I no doubt everyone will be giving them a big round of applause for the young riders ripping in the junior boys under 9 division. And moving straight on into the junior girls 9 and under.
Everyone's going crazy.
Yeah, we got Evie Marie Thorpe, we got Harper Brownlee, we got Isabella Carter, and Bronte Everingham.
So how are we looking with this, with some international field, Brad? Are we looking at some more Aussie field, or have we got an international field coming into this
Eva
final?
Marie, we don't have a country for her. Harper Brownlee,
Oh,
a Kiwi.
I know the last name, Thorpe, so that's
Okay.
probably Thorpe, so we
Yeah.
got an Aussie here.
Aussie to start off with. Then we got a Kiwi, and then we got a rider out of the US, and then another Aussie to round it up.
It's pretty cool, man. An international field for such young kids. It's so cool to see that all these families have actually committed and gone overseas and made the effort to come to the World Championships and enjoy a pretty cool week while they're doing it as well.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's always fun to go along, and that's what I like about the WWA Worlds, where you have the amateur divisions as well. It's not just countries sending teams along and you got to qualify and stuff like that. It gives everyone the opportunity to have a bit of experience, to gain some time out on the water, and just to get their first Worlds in, like you guys would have experienced as well. And you kind of go in. Obviously, you want to do your best, but at that age, they've got so much ahead of them that, and especially Jameson and Will there with Amber and Dean as parents and coaches and mentors, and a lot of these riders they'll all be second generation wakeboarders at this point, if not third. So that's just really cool. I loved seeing over the weekend, last weekend with the Wake Park Worlds, we had Greg Falzon and his son Zach both competing as well. So yeah, it's cool seeing these second generation wakeboarders come through. We got Evie Marie Thorpe out on the water now, cutting out wide behind that Nautique G23, coming in, reaching down for a little grab on the toe side edge of the board, the Indy grab.
Looking nice and comfortable out there at the Marine Stadium here on the Gold Coast. Coming back in for her third trick, boosting even higher and changing up the grabs, going roast beef. So that one's going to be your backhand on your heel side edge of your board in between your bindings. So reaching through your legs, getting creative, and getting technical with those grabs.
I've been enjoying seeing like the Sam Brown, Massi Piferetti influence, where they're bringing back those sort of roast beef, chicken salad, like those sorts of grabs, but throwing them in the middle of the most crazy tricks as well. Like we saw it with the highlight reel of best trick nominees with Sam Brown, and I believe the one that won for him was it front hand chicken salad back mob 7.
Yeah,
Something ridiculous. I blacked out while I was watching. It was insane.
And the crazy part about that was it was actually in a contest too, which is kind of crazy to think. But I'm pretty sure that was just a reel for Sam Brown with a couple other tricks from other people thrown in there. That was Sam's reel, and that was so sick to watch.
That G23 swung around. We're bringing back our first rider in the junior girls 9 and under division. Evie looking for a bit of a speed adjustment to start off there.
I can remember vividly when I was this age, like coming into a contest and telling the driver, like, hey, I'm going to do like 4 tricks, and then I want you to slow down the boat so I can do my 1 wake tricks. And it's just so cool to see these young kids out here. And I think coming all the way over to Australia for the people who come overseas, it's just such a cool experience for them. And just getting over here, I think, like really has a big part in shaping your childhood and like going far away from home is just such like a cool thing as a young kid.
And I love hearing that from you guys. Oh, just going down looked like it was a tail grab maybe there for Evie, taking a fall. I believe that is before the 3/4 marker. We will double check. If there's any doubt as to where she is, Scotty generally will turn around and pick them back up. That boat can get up on speed nice and quickly, even fully loaded. Yeah, it's just I love hearing that from you guys, like hearing that insight from your memories of your young age coming into these sorts of events. And it would be really inspiring, I'm sure, for a lot of these riders to hear that, to know where you guys are now, and just you're at the top of the game, and that's a possibility for them as well if they stick to it, if they put the time in and just get out on the water, because it is all about having fun, but you got to get that ride time, and it's the only way to get better at wakeboarding is by wakeboarding.
Yeah.
That's it. It's like anything, mate. The more you surf, the more you play tennis, the more you play football, the better you're going to get at it, So I think a really cool aspect of our sport that we get to do is the bonding moments that you get to have with a lot of people around the world. It's a pretty special sport where, even though it is very much an individual sport, you're out there competing by yourself. There's a whole team that goes behind you, and you can't wakeboard by yourself, man. You at least need one friend to drive a boat,
I've got a memory that just popped up right then, and I'm sure you guys have got some similar ones where you land certain tricks for the first time, like they could be world's first even, which I'm sure both of you have landed. When I stuck my first 1080, I know exactly who was there, who was in the boat, who was filming, who jumped in the water. Like, it was such a just a cool moment, and as you said, kind of a team sport, because I wouldn't have been able to do it without the people filming and taking photos and driving the chase and driving the boat. And epic there. But we see Evie Marie Thorpe coming back in, finishing off her run, and yeah, nice to see her make it back to the dock. Just the one fall in the middle there, and that's a cool way to start off our under 9 and under division here for the junior girls.
Evie laid it down. That was a pretty solid run for her. Good to see. Good to see.
Up next, we have one of my fellow Kiwis. It's Harper Brownlee. Now, with me back in New Zealand, I haven't been involved in wakeboarding a lot in recent years. This is my first time coming back in and commentating, and I'm really just stoked to be back and amongst it. But I was blown away to see how many competitors from New Zealand have made it over. Obviously, we're like next door neighbors. It's a 3-hour flight to jump across the ditch to get here. So Harper Brownlee is coached by Morgan Huckmer, who is someone who I used to coach. So it's kind of cool seeing that being passed down, all the knowledge kind of feeding down. Morgan really picked up a lot of knowledge, and she's actually just spent the off-season, or our Southern Hemisphere off-season, over in Portugal at a wakeboard camp over there. Came back, had a really good ride earlier, and yeah, I think it's just so cool when you got riders who just invest the time in the next generation. So it's going to be cool to see what Harper brings out. She's from Morrinsville there, and rides at Lake Karapiro, which is one of the local lakes where we had our nationals and hold a lot of our events. That's who we saw earlier. It was super cute. I don't know if you guys caught it on the broadcast, but she got up in front of the camera while we were taking a break and just held up a little note.
Oh, that was her?
Yeah.
Nice. Looks like she started her run out there with a nice little one-wake heel side wake, or one-wake jump, and then a toe side one-wake jump, and now she's back on her heel side edge, cutting in for another big trick.
Extra style points for the braids.
Yep, extra style points for the braids and extra style points for that grab she got there on that last jump.
Cutting back in on her toe side edge, going toe side indie grab. So getting some technical stuff going in, and just unfortunately sliding out on her heels on that butter slide 180. One thing you might have noticed there, a lot of the other riders in these divisions have slowed the boat down to do their butter slide 180. She's gone, nope, I can do this at full speed. Unfortunately, just slipping out, but I doubt that's going to be the last time we see that from her.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll come back and try and get that one down again. She just looked like she got a little bit low and over the heels as that was happening. Maybe pulled the handle in a bit too close. But yeah, shout out to all the Kiwis tuning in, supporting our young girls out here, the future of New Zealand wakeboarding. And yeah, no doubt on the shoreline they'll have the entire crew all there in the black shirts with the silver fern on it, cheering her on. She'll be able to hear them out there. So yeah, so cool to see that support. And yeah, she's got 2 more riders following on after her from the US of A, and the final Australian rider here in the junior girls division. We are getting through to the pointy end of it today. We've got 2 more divisions after this one. We got the girls 10 to 13 division and the boys beginner 10 to 13.
Just touching back on something you said before, Brad, it's cool to see so many New Zealand riders come over and compete. I think that's what's such a cool moment of what the WWA have created. They've created opportunity. And to have an event on this side of the world for the first time in a long time, we're seeing a lot of riders come to the event that wouldn't necessarily would have if it was somewhere else in the world. So I think that's also why we're seeing so many different riders from so many different countries, is just creating that opportunity, and what the WWA have done by bringing it to this side of the world. This side of the world is pretty awesome.
The last time it was here was in 2005, so 19 years ago, up at Marshall's Lagoon, there in the Sunshine Coast. I was there competing in the junior men's division. Had a great
watching
time.
you, bruh.
I managed to scrape out a win, and I was honoured to even receive the Mark Kenny Memorial Award, which was one of the coolest awards I've ever been given, because he was one of the early influences on me. Look at that surface backside 360, full Morgan Harkma influence there. I remember when Morgan was going through all of these more basic kind of foundation tricks to then, I guess it gives you so much control when it comes to learning new tricks. All sorts of 360s. Look at that, back and forth.
Switching regular, left and right,
That was a
spinning both
540
ways.
even.
Dude, put her in pro.
I think it's always key to nail the basics like that before you try and get too advanced. I think taking your time and really conquering every step of the way is key to being a well-rounded rider.
Calling for a bit more speed and cutting out wide. Scotty Kell at the helm, putting the throttle down. Let's see what she's got. A little bit of a wake jump. Ooh, looking for a stalefish grab there. And I feel like at this this age, you know, even the reaching down, even if they just get a tickle on the grab, it's really, you know, the judges aren't going to mark them down. They're not going to be too hard on them at this point. It's really just cool to see these riders out there going for it. Heel side Indy grab. No doubt Morgan down there on the dock cheering her on, and that's going to do it for Harper Brownlee out of Morrinsville, New Zealand. Big ups there, Harper. Well done. So cool to see that. Just the one fall on that Surface 180.
Yeah, sometimes I wish the judges are as easy on us as they are in some of the younger divisions, but it's just epic to see these little ones out there giving it a crack, having a go, and putting their bodies on the line. It's so, so cool to see.
What a beautiful sight we have here. Wow.
That backdrop's amazing.
It's pretty cool seeing, like, when they go with the higher drone shot, you can see the waves breaking in the background. It's like, this is kind of the dream sight for me. I could literally, like, pump my foil out after my run and go start foiling in the waves in the ocean, and then go straight back to the G23.
Like, do 2 passes and not even bother going into the dock and just carry on
just
out.
pump
Just keep
back
going
out.
straight out the spit.
Yeah, you'd have some leg burn going on with that amount of pumping all the way out and around. But nothing you're not familiar with.
For sure. Been training for this site.
This is your moment.
Ready, brother.
All right, we got Isabella coming up. Where's she from, Brad?
Yeah, she's a rider out of the States, a 3rd-generation water skier from Central Florida. So her grandfather was on the collegiate team for skiing.
At UCF?
I
Probably.
cannot see right there, we might have to scroll across to the side slightly, at Florida State.
Oh, nice.
Starting off
FSU.
strong with the front side 180, one weight, coming straight back in, going half cab, going straight back in, going switch toe side 180, going 3, 4 180s off the bat. Let's go.
Looking very relaxed out there, I might admit. She's very confident and seems to have everything under control here. She's not stressing out too much.
What?
Just absolutely lacing her run up right now. That front side 180 wake to wake, coming in with a half cab 180 wake to wake. Some of the most amplitude we've seen in this division so far.
She's not going switch toe side wake to wake. Switch toe side wake to wake. You're
One of the
kidding.
hardest tricks in wakeboarding.
I can't even do that.
Now, is that switch or was that regular? Are we just, because she's going back and forth with every different 180?
The fact that we're questioning it is a good sign.
I've lost count, yeah.
Showing serious control, riding switch and regular.
I was mentioning that earlier with, I can't remember who the rider was, but he was just making it so hard for me to tell whether he was goof or regular. And I just love that. I love it when riders confuse me. Like I saw that with Joe Battleday out in the contest and the Stuckies out in the Wake Park Worlds over the last few days. And, you know, just seeing riders do things that even, you know, I've been watching wakeboarding for a long time. A lot of those rail hits, a lot of tricks, you know, they're cramming a lot of stuff in all at once. So you don't even know how to call it. And it makes me excited for how wakeboarding is progressing.
Yeah, I feel like it's like really gotten to a point now where it's starting to feel like a video game with like all the riders at the cable and like the stuff that's being done on the boat. Like you look at Thomas Herman doing double KGBs, triple flips. There's also some tricks that Sam Brown has laid down that he would probably get really mad if I said what it was. But we're finally at the stage now where the sport has progressed and we're talking about tricks that we would like. It would be like a video game, man. It's so insane to think where this sport has gone to.
How dare you tease us like that, Corey?
I'll tell you off air.
Oh man, Isabella is absolutely crushing this run. Showing so much control, so many foundations, we'll call it, a solid base to her riding ability. All of those 180s back to back, you know, wake to wake jumps, and she's going to finish up right there with 2 stand-up passes for her WWA Wakeboard World Championship finals in the 9 and under girls. And we're down to one last rider, Bronte Everingham out of New South Wales, Australia. Guilty of posting numerous TikTok dances, lol. That's what it says.
That's her sport bio. I love that. But dude, look at the love and support at the start dock. Like there's massive grandstands and like viewers areas in the middle of the contest site. But dude, the love and support that these little ones are getting from everyone, it's amazing to see. It's so cool. And it's just like a direct influence of what this sport really is.
Yeah, and as you come further up, I guess the age brackets, if you will, the way that the stoke for the sport, the skills, and everything is filtered down. We got to honour some of our Australian wakeboard legends on Monday night at the Wake Awards. We had Daniel Watkins, Josh Sanders, and Brett Eisenhower being inducted into the Wake Sports Hall of Fame. They had Mike Weddington and Jimmy Redmond, absolute legends, icons of wakeboarding, and yeah, so cool to have them honoured. And not only that, but Shannon Best was able to claim his award that he was awarded during COVID times and was unable to be there to claim and to be celebrated. Also celebrating Jeff Weatherall, the Legend Award, really an honour of mine to be able to award that to him. And you know, seeing that filter down through the generations or through the different waves that have come through. You know, after them was the Dean Smiths and the Scotty Brooms and the Chris O's and the Mackies and myself kind of coming through at that point, and then having you guys come through and yourself and Harley and just everyone. It's just really cool to see the depth and how it's all kind of filtered down. But right now, Bronte's on the water.
Yeah, Bronte, a absolute shredder coming from New South Wales, the Aussie top seed coming into the final, starting off strong. Oh, commentator's curse. Oh, no. But she did start off super strong, doing some amazing wake-to-wake jumps and grabs.
See,
and
Corey, you can forgive yourself there because there is a slight delay in the feed from
Oh.
what we're watching to what's actually happening over there. So
Alright,
she
bet.
probably
I'm
already
good.
fell before you said that.
All right,
But
I'm good. I'm off the hook. I'm sweet. But no, Bronte, definitely no stranger to competition. She's a charger in the New South Wales series that run all through summer, doing the state titles, national titles, and bringing it all the way to the world championships. So Bronte, definitely no stranger to competition, getting coached by Scotty Kell at Black Diamond Wakeboard School, along with pretty much every single wakeboarder that has come out of Australia.
and New Zealand. Scotty
And
comes
New
over to
Zealand.
New Zealand now quite often and does coaching, and you can see it in some of the riders that are coming through. We saw Fletcher Broadbent doing a wrapped KGB, which I was like, that's Scotty. That's got Scotty written all over it. And a young female rider, Phoebe Buckley, who was only just coming back from injury, a pretty nasty femur break that she went
Yeah, that
through
was
earlier
brutal.
in the year. And but in terms of her riding and where she was at, really, really incredible and inspiring to see where the next generation is at, coming from the land down under and across the ditch at the land of the long white cloud.
Is Phoebe competing?
She's not. No.
Okay, I was about to say that's going to be a quick turnaround if she
Yeah,
if she got
I believe
out,
she
but
is just starting to ride again.
that's
but, she's
incredible
not
to hear.
competing yet.
That's so cool. I remember that was, I mean, it was obviously big news for both Australia and New Zealand, but that one was a bit of a shocker for sure. I remember getting a couple calls and I sent her a couple videos just to try and send her some good energy and positive vibes. But yeah, that one was definitely pretty brutal.
Yep, it's unfortunately injuries do come with the sport. You know, more so knees and shoulders and things like that. But yeah, it's rough to see people go through that. It's inspiring to see people come back and battle through those and just show the passion that they have for the sport. You know, it can be so easy to be deterred from coming back or from a sport if you go through a gnarly injury like that. But yeah, it looks like cool to see Phoebe coming back. But right now, Bronte on the water, charging in on the heel side, looking down for that indie grab, wake to wake, getting that little bit of extra brain protection, wearing the helmet out there, which is a choice these riders have. Toe side wake to wake there.
Showing a lot of control on that toe side. It's coming into that huge G23 wave on your toe side, especially at that age, is super intimidating. So she's really laying it down right now. And who was before this? Isabella?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Big tantrum there, just going down. I think that was the first invert we've seen in this division. So
That was a heavy fall. Hopefully we see a little wave from her to say she's okay. Seeing a bit of movement there. We'll see the expression on her face. Look, she looks like she's all right. Just trying to get out of the boots there. Getting picked up nice and quick from our pickup ski. They'll be going checking on her, make she's okay. Make sure she's okay. Look at this crash here.
oh my God, dude, she had that.
just a little bit of under rotation, but she'll get it next time.
Just sliding straight back onto that Jet Tech jet ski sled, hopping straight on. Using a lot of them out in the surf for when the guys getting towed in some pretty big waves, but pretty versatile piece of equipment right there.
Yep, and that's going to wrap up our 9 and under junior girls division here at the Wakeboard World Champs. That's the finals. So you can jump on the WWA Rideline app and catch up on all the scores. They'll be filtering through once the judges send those through. You just navigate your way through the results. You'll be able to find it there on the WWA Rideline app. Jump on the App Store and download that now. If you're watching here, you may have already downloaded it. Otherwise, you're on YouTube. Drop a comment. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Really cool to see where people are watching from around the world. I've seen some new follows and comments and stuff coming through on my social media from people all over the place. So that's been awesome, and I love that you've been tuning in. And it's been a long. We're at day 6 now of the worlds with the Wake Park and Wakeboard World Champs. Hopefully you're not sick of me yet. We've done some long days, but we're starting to get through it and about to get into the weekend where we'll throw down with the pros. And the next heat we've got up is the girls 10 to 13 division, and I believe this is a semi-final. Although there is only one semi-final, so that may be a misprint, and this could be a final. Hard to say at this point. I'm just going to run with this as a final, just because I would imagine most of the pros are going to be on over the weekend. So, yeah, starting it off with Stella Kennedy, an Australian rider here at... just looking at the ages here, and they don't seem to match up to a 10 to 13 division. But that's all right. We'll just go and we'll call what's going on the water.
She's somewhere between 10 and 13. How's that sound?
I would imagine that, yes.
Wow, starting off big with a nice tailfish there. Showing a lot of control and getting a good long grab on that board as she comes in on her toe side edge. Showing a lot of aggression in her cutting. Nice big toe side front roll. Almost make it into the flats. What do you think about that, Corey?
Yeah, nah, Stella, an absolute ripper here from Oz, coming back in on her heels, going the tantrum. Stella, again, no stranger to competition. She's competed in a number of events all around the world and looking pretty comfortable out there in her first pass.
And just say that was a stellar run.
That was a stellar of a run.
Yeah, that was totally Stella. Looks like she's probably getting closer to the 13 than the 10 age bracket here. If I must admit, she's looking pretty good out there and looking strong.
Looks like her mom is actually competing as well this weekend.
Simone, another ripper as well. Super passionate family, and just absolutely loves the sport for what it is.
Awesome.
Let's see what she's got here as she comes into the wind on her second pass.
See the Gold Coast, the city in the background. That's where we are, actually.
Nice.
Yeah, we're at the top floor in the penthouse, bruh.
Right on top.
Coming back in on her switch heel side approach, going heel side 180, switching it up. She can do all of her stuff regular and she can do it switch. Coming back in, third trick, going heel side back roll. And what might be her last trick coming in, going the toe side back roll and just slipping out on her heels, over rotating. And that headwind just speeding her flip up a little more than what she would have liked and just sliding out on her heels.
Now we saw the red Nautique buoy floating there. It'll be interesting to see if that was the end of the course or the 3/4 marker. We'll be able to tell if we see the boat turn around and pick her up. But just looking here on the instant replays.
3/4. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 3/4 right there.
3/4.
She's going to have an opportunity here to get up and try and...
Just in front of it too. That's
Yeah.
not a bad spot to fall. If you're going to fall anywhere right there, gives you the opportunity to get picked back up.
Perfect course placement, huh?
Another crack at that one.
It's funny how sometimes the 3/4 buoy can get in your head when you see it coming. You're like, oh, I better hurry up and like do it before the buoy. But then also it's putting it in your head that you're going to fall, you know? So
Totally.
it's almost better to just ignore it and just be confident in that you're going to
do your thing.
Land all your tricks. So a little bit of strategy comes into play when you see that 3/4 buoy popping up on you like that.
Yep.
Especially with the wind to your head. But before that fall, she was showing a lot of commitment and a lot of control going into the wind. So I have a feeling she might come back strong and finish off with that toe side back roll. Let's see what she's got, guys.
Now Stella, another hyperlight rider for Australia, and coming in, going, just missed her takeoff, unfortunately, on the toe side back roll, going for it again, and just digging that toe side edge into that second wake.
Looks like the little bit more wind chop, like the wind may have picked up again a little bit at the end of the course there, which would make things a bit more challenging, especially coming in on the toe side approach there. Now, really enjoying having you guys here on set with us, here live. Noah Flegel, Corey Tunison, two riders that you guys are going to be able to catch over the weekend. Corey riding in the Pro Men's, really honing in his focus on that one. Whereas Noah, you're spreading across 4 different events. You've mentioned earlier there's been an event before, was it the Nationals, that you took out 3 of 6 divisions. That also included surf and skim. But yeah, what is it like when you've got so many things on? Do you find that when you've got multiple events, do you ever find like it's maybe taking a little bit away from some of the other ones, or you just do them all so often that you're just dialed in?
Yeah, I think wakeboarding is the division that requires the most energy and the most focus. So definitely doing all the sports can take a little bit of my energy away. Usually the WWA does a pretty good job of spacing out the divisions so that I'm not like back to back to back. It's really nice to get a little break, but really the key for me I've found in doing this for so long and competing in so many divisions for so long is just focusing on the task at hand and the board under my feet. And it's like when I start thinking about where I want to place in every division and I'm thinking about all my goals for each division, I get a little scattered. So really it's just like, all right, now it's time to wakeboard. And I just like I'm all in on what I'm doing at that moment. And that's kind of been the key for me to hone in on doing so many things at once, is just sticking to what I'm doing in the moment and not trying to let my brain run, you know?
Yeah, and that's a really impressive like athlete mindset that, is not super common, because a lot of the time when you're a professional athlete, you're really honing in on just the one thing and not really having to focus on others. So splitting your focus there, but as you mentioned, when you're in that moment, being present, focusing on the board that's under your feet. I like that, because you've got so many different boards that you ride under your feet. And right now we've got, is this Maddie McDonald on the water. She's a Melbourne rider, another Australian native.
Yeah, she's doing great so far. Just finished off her run there with a nice wake-to-wake 180. And definitely looks like the wind has picked up a little bit, unfortunately for her. But I must admit, these young girls are really crushing it in the conditions at hand. And that G23 is still throwing an amazing wake with the wind. So it's going to be a great rest of the day here, I think.
I was like, is that guy just walking on water right there? Like just a little bit of the spit coming out of the sand there. Yeah, that threw me off there for a second.
But yeah, just getting back to, it's like, it's not spoken about how crazy talented it is to be able to do that. Like I think a lot of people would love to compete in all aspects of what you can. Like me in particular, I'm just not talented enough. It's as simple as that. So yeah, it's cool to see there's like still once in a generation talents that like can kind of do everything, but not do everything, be competitive and win the majority of the divisions. It's cool to see.
It's definitely a little bit of a give and a take too. Like sometimes I think about what I could achieve in like just one sport if I just stuck to one thing and put all my energy into one thing. But the common theme in my life seems to be just trying to have as much fun as I possibly can with the amount of time that we're given on Earth. So
from what I see, just following from a distance through social media, it really looks like you do that. You do it so well. And I think, there was a point I was going to make there, and I might have just gotten completely mind blanked on that one. But no, I'm just really impressed with the way that that you ride. And that's actually the point I was going to make is, a lot of the time in this sport, we've got sponsors, we got, the reason that as pro athletes you get paid is because you're able to sell products, right? You got sponsors behind you. You go out there, perform, other people watch you perform. They're like, I want to do that. I'm going to ride that product. So your ability to ride every single different product that your sponsors make is probably very valuable to them, and it's something that I'm sure they really appreciate, and they see the value in you as a rider for being able to do that, and yourself as well, Corey, for holding world titles and national titles and all that sort of stuff. You're the top of your game. Other people are going to want to ride your board.
I'm just lucky I got wakeboarding, bro. I got nothing else. I'm lucky I'm good at one thing, that's for sure. But yeah, I do like to get out and dabble in everything else and foil and surf and all of that. I'm just simply not good enough.
Maddie finishing off her run there, navigating conditions that do look like they've gotten a bit more challenging over the last, say, 20 minutes or so. Yeah, that wind must be picking up just a little bit. We are getting not far from the end of today's action. We have our second to last, what's called a semi-final in this. We saw someone take a spill on the dock there.
Always love a good fail, huh?
That will be able to be watched over and over again on the replay on YouTube if you'd like. You could even screen record it, post it.
If you know who that is, screen record it, post it, tag the WWA, tag Kook Fails or any of those meme pages. And
tag me, Corey, and Brad so we can watch it again too, please.
Yeah,
That's
appreciate it. That's great. Yeah, nice work out there for Maddie. We're down to Charlie Pause, who I believe we saw her brother riding earlier in.
Oh, here we
I believe it's a
go.
brother.
Oh, there's the replay.
Yeah, thank you to our production crew for
Let's go.
giving us that replay. Love it.
And shout out all the dedicated rope dads out there, chucking ropes all day, back and forth onto the boat. It's not an easy job.
Yeah, easy to get those things tangled up. We were talking about tactical tangles earlier.
Yeah.
Is that something any of you guys have ever, maybe at a course where there's a little bit of rollback or bounce back on the course, and you're like, it would be nice to get a few extra moments for it to settle out.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think intentionally tangling my rope would be like too stressful, because then like what if you can't get it done in time? They're like, oh, we got to go do another sim pass, or oh, you're disqualified.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking
like too much.
about an event where I saw Phil Sobin get disqualified for not hustling to get his rope untangled, and it happens to the best of them. So
It's not worth it, man. If you think you have to like cheat your way into a win, then you don't deserve it, So
couldn't have said it better.
Yeah. Not the right mindset to start your run out by doing that kind of thing.
Yep, Charlie on the water now. Another Australian rider.
yeah, that was always the one thing that I noticed, like growing up, was like the early years in like my pro career and stuff like that. Was like I noticed when like a couple guys tried to like, I mean, people are always like saying stuff on the dock, right? Like to try and like throw you off. But I always told from a young age that like if someone's like trying to get in your head and like throw you off the game, then that just means that they're not fully prepared and they don't
They're
fully
not
trust
confident
themselves
enough,
in what
yeah.
they can do. So like I always took that as like, all right, yeah, he's out. He can't, like, he's not doing well. Like,
I think the same can be applied to life in general. Winners usually aren't the ones that are knocking you or putting you down. People doing well in life aren't going to be there knocking others and cutting them down. Usually it's the ones that are sitting back, the keyboard cowboys. Honestly, it's good to know that. Not that really it changes anything in the way that you'd approach them. You just kind of almost feel sorry for them in a way, or I do at least, because I think the main thing is just having confidence in yourself. And it's definitely something that I've learned, especially in the last 10 years over the spinal cord injury journey. You get all sorts of people, and as long as you know who you are and you're comfortable in who you are, then that's all that matters. And as long as your people, your core crew, you got to have them to keep you accountable at times as well, and whether that's your family and your close friends. But yeah, that's just a little life lesson that I'm have learned, and just seeing a couple of little glimpses of white caps. They're not too many, but you see the occasional little white cap going on, so it's definitely challenging conditions.
definitely challenging.
Looks like the wind just sucked that nose of her board down underwater, taking a little bit of a digger, but she's giving us the A-OK, and we know she's going to get back up and hopefully stick it and finish out her run clean into that headwind.
Dude, I have so much respect for these girls and everyone that's out there right now. Like, it is challenging. And it's like, no one likes to go out and ride in this. No one wants to compete in this. But sometimes you got to do it, and they're all handling it unbelievably well. So huge respect to everyone that's competing out here today. It's amazing to see.
No doubt.
How's the depth out there? It's pretty even. It looks like the wake's been pretty solid the whole course through. Looks like on the left here there's a little bit of a seawall, but it seems like there's not much rollback at all on this site, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to go out and do media day earlier this week, and we were kind of feeling it all out and testing it and seeing the ins and outs of the site and like trying to get figure out places to do your harder stuff or whatever. But bro, it was 13 feet the entire way throughout the whole course. We were running obviously rider boat and chase boat while we were out there, and I didn't get any rollback whatsoever.
What was the tide level when it was 13 feet? Was that at a higher tide or a lower tide? Do you know?
It was mid-tide.
Okay.
Mid-tide, so it's going to be super consistent. There is that one seawall there, but from what I noticed, by the time you come back, it doesn't affect you whatsoever. And I think the only challenge for this event with conditions-wise is it's going to be this brutal wind that is unfortunately here for this weekend. Other than that, it's we're very lucky we got beach 270 degrees around the contest site, so there's zero rollback whatsoever. Let's just got to battle this cyclonic wind, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately, we saw Charlie go down once again at the end of the course there, going for a toe-side approach at the wake. Looked like that wake, with a little bit of the chop, might have just caught the toe-side edge of her board and taken her down. So, challenging conditions, as we mentioned, but really, really cool to see these young girls, 10 to 13 years old, out there just putting it down, braving the conditions. And I'm excited to see this next rider here, Annabelle Stevenson. She's a rider out of New Zealand, riding for 3 years now. So, just taking the opportunity with the Worlds in our neighbor's backyard. That's
epic, man.
Yeah.
3 years of on-water experience, and she's competing for a world title. It's pretty cool.
Yep, and it's one of those things. We had certain riders earlier that we know that just kind of where they're from and what the riding conditions are like. We had a young lady from Greece, and she rides on kind of the open water quite often, the salt water.
She's at home, bro. She's so comfortable.
whereas I'm not sure about Annabelle. In New Zealand we've got a lot of lakes, hydro dams that a lot of the wakeboarding goes on at. So, sometimes if you're a bit too picky with when you ride and your conditions, then you may be possibly, I guess, at a slight disadvantage when you do come to an event and you do kind of forced to ride in a little bit of wind chop, or a lot of wind chop, as we're seeing here.
A lot of wind chop, but that was one of the hard lessons I had to learn growing up. Was as much as you don't like it, you got to go out and ride in it and get comfortable in it, because as good as you think you are, you can get to a contest like this, and like I said 3 days ago, it was 30 degrees, no clouds in the sky, and not a breath of wind. The cable was a sheet of glass. 3 days later, we got cyclonic winds, and that's just how it goes sometimes. It's the sport that we do. We look at a lot of other sports like surfing, for example, where they have an event window where they try and pick the best conditions. Obviously, surfing's a whole nother box of frogs, and they need the best conditions, but we got to battle with whatever we get, and it's just how the dice gets folded sometimes and gets rolled, and we're dealing with it, and we're going with it.
And at least in our sport, it's like we're all somewhat dealing with the same conditions, even if it's like really windy. At least we all have the same wake, where like in ocean surfing, it's like really a sport of you intertwining with Mother Nature, and she can be pretty picky in the ocean sometimes. So.
Oh yeah, it must be so frustrating in some of those surf events where you're just out there, you've seen the heat before you, you got massive waves peeling through, and then you're out there and the ocean goes dead. And you're like, come on.
Yeah.
But
the Olympics was the perfect example of that, right?
Yeah, it was. And the conditions can change fairly drastically over the course of a heat. Seen it before. in the past when I've been competing, and even seeing it today in that last heat. We saw it was a bit calmer at the beginning and a little bit rougher toward the end. So usually you would want to pick riding last, so you can watch your competitors ride. Nice wake-to-wake jump there from Annabelle. And on the toe side with an indie grab coming back from that fall.
Yeah, you can definitely tell the conditions have chopped up a little bit more, just the way her board was bouncing through the water there. But unfortunately, just casing the wake on that hillside tail grab, and the handle just popping out of her hand, which is gonna be her second fall and the end of her world title campaign.
Well, I think she's really going to have to look back at this as a growing experience, gaining some experience out here at the World. She is young. She's got plenty of time ahead of her to come on back. And, even if she doesn't go to the Worlds next year, the Worlds the following year are supposed to be coming back here to the Gold Coast once again. Can put in the time, put in the effort and the training, come back even stronger next time around, and kind of prove that was obviously a little bit of a combination of the conditions and possibly a little lapse in concentration or whatever happened there. But yeah, shout out to Annabelle Stevenson and family, friends, anyone tuning in back home, supporting. Yeah, we appreciate you. We're down to our final rider here in the 10 to 13-year-old girls semi-final, and then we got one heat left after that. So I'll finish off this call and then maybe bring in my wonderful co-host to round things off for that final heat. If you guys are happy to stay with us right through to the end of it, we'd love to have you. It's been a real pleasure having you here. Corey Tunison, Noah Flegel, two of the top competitors you can expect out here this weekend. Going to be battling it out with so many incredible riders, and I'm very much excited for that. And it's going to be interesting to see how the conditions play into that. Like, you got to be strong in the rough conditions to get through into the finals on the Sunday, where the conditions are supposed to be looking better.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. When the conditions get crazy, it can really be any man's game. It's really a roll of the dice, and I think some bigger riders like myself and Brad Tunison and Corey as well kind of have a little bit of an advantage with our weight compared to some people, maybe like Sam Brown, who are just a little bit lighter. It's a little bit rougher on the body when you're not able to cut through the water as well. So, but yeah, like I said, it's really any man's game when it's super rough, and it's going to be a roll of the dice.
It just makes things interesting.
It does,
as well.
for sure.
Like you never
it's a different
know
style
what
of
can
riding.
happen. Like obviously leading into an event, you relatively know who's going to do well and who's not going to do well. But you come to get to an event like this where everything kind of goes out the window, and tactics and strategy throws out the window, and you got to come up with a whole new game plan. So it's it definitely keeps things interesting and keeps the field open, and kind of like, yeah, it's unbelievable to like be a part of and watch for like a completely different reason. Like you obviously love seeing like the hardest stuff and the best tricks thrown down, but it's also like a whole nother thing to see stuff get thrown down in the most challenging conditions. And that, like, for like a wakeboarder and a rider, like that's like almost more impressive.
Yeah, we got Abby Alsop on the water right now, South Australian rider, trains on the Murray River, and wakeboarding a family affair for her and the fam. And that's what I love about it. You get out on the boat, you have a good time, grow up doing it. That was certainly something that myself and my family had. My mum was one of New Zealand's top water skiers when she was younger, in her late teens, early 20s. And so we learned to water ski, and we just loved being behind the boat, whether it was tubing, biscuiting, kneeboarding, anything, skiing. And then when I found the wakeboard, I pretty much stuck to that. I don't think I ever jumped on any of those other things. Actually, maybe I went tubing a few times just on a Sunday fun day, but then you regret it afterwards. You end up so sore.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if someone like Dean is driving, or someone who's going to throw some double ups at you.
Dude, I think the last like half a dozen times I've been on a tube, I've come off bleeding or knocked out. And there's a common denominator. My brother was driving for all of it. So.
There was a funny, we did some tubing out on Lake Hiawassee out there in Orlando with the Aussie crew, with the Mackies, Dean Smith, Scotty Broom, Chris So, all of those crew. And I remember we had a double up. We had 3 tubes going at once. And 2 people swapped tubes midair, had a double up. They're just completely unintentional.
That is
Both
legendary.
got booted out.
That's
and
amazing.
both landed on the other tube. And yeah, that was pretty. I was on one of the tubes. It was like a 3-person one. Next thing, someone's like boosted out. The other person's landed next to me. I'm like, what is going on? But
Dude,
right now, Abby, we get our focus onto the water just for her final run, the 10 to 13 division. Cutting in, going for that heel side approach and just falling out the back there a little bit. Maybe just finding it a bit challenging with that headwind as she comes back on pass number 2.
Yeah, it looked like
And
she
you do
just
not
needed-
blame her.
She needed a little bit more wide cut there, or a little bit faster boat speed. Looks like she was just a little hesitant to cut into the wake with all that wind out there.
And I think with the faster boat speed, then you're going faster into that chop. So maybe that was her thought around going a little bit slower, was to not have to deal with that chatter on the water as much that you'd get going fast through that sort of choppiness.
It's intimidating, man. It's scary.
Yeah, there's definitely a give and a take there with the boat speed into the wind, but it all plays into the competitive mindset and what you think is going to give you the best chance.
Now, is that a little bit of rain we see falling there? I don't know if it's a little bit of graininess that we're seeing it, but
it's definitely some rain, it looks like, on site.
Kind of want that rain, settle the wind down a little bit.
Although it does get a little bit challenging on the eyes when you're going wakeboarding with the rain coming down, especially if they're coming down a bit heavier. You really got to squint your eyes or kind of, turn your head away a little bit and just keep your eyes on what you're supposed to be doing, but just trying not to get blinded by the raindrops as they come on at your eyeballs.
Drag the Speedo goggles out. Let's go.
Back in.
There it is.
Nice, she's stoked
And
on
look at
that.
the stoke. That's epic, man. That's what it's about.
And I think regardless of where these ladies end up on the podium, just seeing that stoke is what they're going to remember. Landing that trick, going wake to wake right there, doing the 180. She was waving out to the crowd there, to her supporters, toe side wake jump there, and she's finishing off standing on her board, which is what you like to see. And that's going to round off our girls 10 to 13 finals, I believe. Really cool. I've enjoyed sitting here with you guys and having a bit of a chat. I'm going to bring back in my amazing co-host, Kristen Beat. I know you've taken a bit of a breather, taken a break, maybe even checked out for the day. So I'm just really throwing you in the deep end here. It's been a long day so far, but joined in. I think I woke up at 5:30 this morning. I thought, we only have to go down the elevator to get started, and then they moved things forward to 7:30 a.m. start. So had to get the shower and had to get everything sorted, get a little bit of breakfast. But
Had to put your makeup on.
Oh,
Look
that
good,
too.
you
Yeah,
know?
do the hair.
Yeah.
Make
Well, you look good, mate.
Appreciate
You look
it.
great.
Thank you. From one heterosexual man to another. I appreciate the compliment. And on that note, I will leave you to it. I'll be back tomorrow.
Oh, it's your old man.
It's your old man. And I'll be back tomorrow for the rest of the action, starting things off on Saturday for the pro divisions that we're going to be seeing out here. Thanks again, and we'll be back very soon.
Yep.
from it. So come with me now. As long as I'm with you, I can do anything. As long as I'm with you, I can do anything. When you're looking for a way to go, won't you reach for my hand? 'Cause I will be with you, just need to hold on. And let me show you how to love somebody. And let me show you how to love somebody. And let me show you how to love somebody tonight. And let me show you how to love somebody. And let me show you how to love
Should we close that door?
Welcome back to the WWA Wakeboard World Championships live from the Gold Coast of Australia. I'm Kristen Beat alongside Corey and Noah. We are calling all the action from the boys beginner 10 to 13 semi-final division. Tucker Zimmerman already took his run as we look on to Nika Ford from Dunedin, New Zealand. He's 13 years old and just took a spill there.
But I tell you what, they look far from beginners.
There are some of the kids classes in the junior divisions that have absolutely left me jaw dropped. I mean, the amplitude they project, the confidence they ride with. Were you guys that confident when you were their age?
Probably not. No, I was.
You mean you weren't Cruisy Boy?
No Cruisy Boy, that's for sure. He absolutely rips. But I mean, this is the best riding in the world. We're in the World Championships, right? And I guess this is the reason why we're seeing such incredible riding from all age divisions. So it's amazing to see.
And we will be able to watch you guys not only on Saturday, but also on Sunday, big pro day. How are you guys amping up for it?
Yeah, no, I'm excited. This is, I mean, the whole year has kind of led to this moment, right? We've been traveling all around the world competing, and this is the last event for us, and I think we're all pretty excited and ready to get out and kind of put on a good performance for everyone, and yeah.
Noah, how are you mentally and physically preparing to approach this marathon weekend 4 events?
Mentally, I just try and pretend like I'm just gonna go do what I normally do on every day, and it's easy to pretend because it actually is what I do. But physically, it's really a lot of ice bathing, keeping my body away from being sore, because I get super sore when I'm doing 4 different sports in a day, and that's what I'll be doing out here at the World Championship. So really, it's just energy conservation and trying to stay calm and you really utilize the downtime that I'm not riding, so I can have all the energy that I possibly can when I am on the water.
Nikau forward turning around to make his second pass out there. Now, Corey, this year, we're not only awarding a Wakeboard World Championship tomorrow, but also the Wakeboard World Series. You missed a lot of the season with an injury. What was it like then coming back to competition after having to remove yourself?
Yeah, it was tough. It's always tough to sit on the sidelines, you know. I had 2 ankle reconstructions back in March, and was hoping to kind of compete in all the events this year, but just wasn't able to do to my level that I would like to. But it's also provided like a different outlook on this year for me. Normally I'm kind of in the front, like in the run for the overall championship, and there's always like a ton of pressure with that, but this year it's nice. I've kind of like, I told myself in the beginning of the year, like this is the one event that I really wanted to show up for and be fit and be healthy, and I didn't really care if I didn't compete in any other events or anything like that. Like this one for me is like probably the most important event of my whole career so far, so I'm really excited for it.
That will end Nikau's run out there, as that was his second fall. Up next on the dock, we have James Warby. It's hard to kind of ignore just how drastically the water has been changing throughout the day, whether it be a little choppy or we had really good glass in the morning. And I'm curious, as a rider, with your posture and your body on the board, how do you have to maybe make adjustments to that if it's choppy? Or how do you strategize physically on the board for
I think
varying
just staying
conditions?
present is the biggest thing. With the conditions changing so often and so quickly, you can't necessarily come in with an idea of what it's going to be like. I think the best wakeboarders in the world are the wakeboarders that can adjust on the fly and kind of ride in anything. So a big part of that is just being present and dealing with what you got in the moment. So just kind of try and keep a clear mind and just deal with you got, I guess. It's the only way to go about it. You can't change the conditions, unfortunately. So it's going to be challenging for everyone this weekend. Everyone's in the same boat. Everyone's going to ride in some pretty challenging conditions, and just got to deal with it, I guess. There's no way around it.
As we look to the water, we've got James Warby. He's 11 years old. He's from Australia. He trains on Murray River, and he's going to get a go out there. What kind of advice would you give the amateurs and some of these beginner kids kind of working their way into the weekend?
Embrace the moment and have fun. The events can be very chaotic, and there's a lot going on with all the events that we've had with the lead into this week, and just embrace it for what it is, enjoy your time, and at the end of the day, like, we're doing something that we love every day. That's why we're here, right? And we love the sport, and we're so passionate about it. So just have faith in that and really just enjoy the week for what it is, because there is a lot going on, and it's a really special week for not only the industry, but for all the riders that are involved as well.
Noah, do you want to take this call? I'm not going to attempt to.
Sure, yeah. Oh, whoa, he did a nice heel side wake jump, and then just coming in
I
for
might have jinxed him.
that toe side wake jump there, getting a little bit off axis in the air towards that bat wing side of the axis, and just clipping the wake. But the wake forgave him and didn't give him a super hard crash. He kind of just slipped out on his bum there, but that could have been a bad crash, Corey. He could have caught some nose.
Yeah, no, I guess that just shows the level of riding even in the beginner divisions. You know, everyone has a lot of control, even in the challenging conditions as well. So,
I
yeah.
like his board art. I think that's like a a checkered flag, am I right? Like a
Yes,
little
that
color variation. That's a pretty sick little board.
that's actually going to be the Hyperlight Murray Junior board. There's thousands of them in the market all around the world. So very popular board, that one, with all the juniors.
What goes into your specific board design?
I guess for me, I'm very lucky to work with a company like Hyperlight, to where they've hand-built me a board that I've gone back and forth shaping with. But I guess the biggest thing that I wanted to achieve with that board was it to show it's an expression of myself and how I like to ride on the water, and I feel like it's a direct influence of that. But also with the design of it is very like user-friendly, and it's not only like a top-end board. It's I've thrown a lot of new beginners and intermediate riders on it, and they feel really comfortable on it as well. So yeah, very lucky with that aspect for sure.
We see James Warby back on his feet, standing on top of the water.
Fellow Aussie out here ripping in the final, I believe.
Semifinal.
Semifinal, my apologies. But out here ripping, getting straight back up on the water, going hillside, wake to wake, boosting. We actually saw one of the judges in the boat giving him some shackers, giving him some love, coming back in on his toe side and sticking the toe side wake jump this time. So going straight back into what he fell on, it's always a nice feeling.
When you are in a position like maybe James is in right now, where you have these guys in the boat like Rusty, I mean, are there any nerves, or do you think there's a sense of like, wow, like I get to be behind the boat that, you know, Rusty's in?
I guess I'm pretty lucky. I consider Rusty one of my closest friends, so I'm very lucky in that aspect. But I do remember thinking back to, I mean, when I first met this guy when I was 9 years old, competing in the World Championships. It was definitely pretty intimidating watching just rubbing shoulders with all the pro riders and looking up to your heroes, and next thing you know, you're looking up to them and talking to them and hanging out with them. So it's a pretty surreal feeling. But at the end of the day, like, you have confidence in your ability and you know what you can do. So you kind of just go out and get back to the easy part, which is the wakeboarding. All the intimidating parts, kind of like being around the event site and experiencing the event for what it is, because there's a lot of anticipation, there's a lot going on. So he's out there just doing his thing now, and he's looking really comfortable coming in with that toe side wake to wake 180 and edging straight back in on his switch toe side, edging outside the wake, changing his board angle, coming back in on the switch heel side, going half cab 180, edging out on his toe side from what I believe might be his last trick, edging in, heel side, indie grab, and sticking it super clean and finishing his run. That was awesome.
Really well done by James Warby. And again, this is the boys beginner 10 to 13 wakeboard division. Now, I'm curious, do you guys ever listen to music on the water? I know that's been growing in popularity in like the swimming communities.
I love having some super loud
tunes.
speaker music going from the Nautique, for sure. Fires me up.
Yeah.
I got like I call it my riding hype playlist.
Oh, that's right. The boats have music. I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
in
and
my
that-
head,
yeah.
I'm thinking, yeah.
When you have headphones on, like in your ear, it's a little weird because you're kind of taking away an element of
Right.
sound where you're like, it
You
really
lose
helps.
one of your senses.
Exactly. You're taking away one of your senses, but in a way you're also like boosting that sense. But I think it's good to be able to hear the wind and hear your board on the water. And I think your hearing like definitely has a bigger role than you'd probably think. But definitely like blasting music from the tower is
That's your
like
thing.
the best ever, because you're still like almost 80 feet behind the boat and you're really tuned into what's going on in the water, but then you still have that additional benefit of like being hyped up by your favorite music.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the key for me when I'm riding, and I definitely notice, especially like when I'm free riding, if like I hear a song that just fires me up, I like gain a ton of confidence and I'll send it that much harder. And you kind of don't think as much about like what could happen, and you're just like, oh, this is
Just go
sick.
time.
Like, yeah, it just kind of fires you up to give it all you got. So
Harley Broadbent on the dock right now, 10 years old, from Cambridge, New Zealand. His whole family is actually competing at this event this weekend. Going back to the music trend, so in baseball, guys have like walkout songs. They choose this song that it's like, this is my amp song. What would be each of your walkout songs?
ooh, I don't know. That's a tough one. I like rap music.
So you got to have like something heavy.
I just like fast-paced things. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Who's your
Fires
go-to
me
rap?
up.
Because I'm curious. There's like
My
so many
go-to
different. There's a range of rap, right?
I don't even know. I don't have a favorite rapper, but I like good beats, really.
I feel like you know the answer to this one.
Corey might.
Me?
Corey's like, I have my walkout song.
I'm an Aussie boy. I listen to house music and
All
electronic
the
music.
EDM
so,
stuff. That is
um,
really popular in Gold Coast. A lot of restaurants I've walked into.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom.
So it's got to be a Fisher song for sure. Yeah, very lucky to go to like a couple of his events and see them firsthand, and it's pretty special moment. But it's either like something Fisher or like if I'm hanging out with like Thomas Herman or something, then it's probably like T Swift.
Yes. Is that his?
Oh yeah, his walkout song would be Our Song by T Swift for
Yeah.
sure.
That's actually my bar song. Like
Let's
if
go.
we go to a DJ spot, I will run up. I'll be like, play me Taylor Swift. And like,
Yep.
you want to get the girls in the club amped? Done.
That's it.
Everybody's on fire after that. Okay, we could see Mr. Broadbent out there.
So what's the go-to karaoke song then?
Oh, I don't know.
I want to know what your walkout song is.
My amp up song.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's actually a really hard question, but it definitely would be T Swift. I don't know if I want to go older or newer, like Reputation. Right? You get a little angry and like get the blood flowing, but you know, tough girls and stuff. Or maybe like something really heavy. Like, I don't know, Hawthorne Heights, and just walk out to like some screamo rock music and just surprise everybody because no one would expect that from me. I don't listen to that, but it'd be funny.
That's funny.
Okay. Harley Broadbent, on the way back, let's call this one, boys, for the final call of the day.
Is this our final rider?
This is the final rider.
Wow. Last
wow.
pass. Here
I know
we
you're
go.
itching to go out there and get in the water and do something, aren't you? You're like the
Yeah,
Travis Pastrana mentality. Like, I have to be.
Yeah, I'm pretty
literally
ADD.
itchy.
I can't sit down for too long. Nice starting off that second pass here with a nice wake-to-wake into the headwind. Not easy to do.
Into
It's
the
like he's-
rain by the looks of
Yeah,
it
that
too.
too. He's getting pelted back there. Nice little toe side wake jump. Looks like he's still up
It's
and
starting
riding.
to come down out there.
It's getting heavy.
Coming back into his third trick here. He's got a nice wake jump as well.
The
Let's see if-
fans still out there supporting,
Oh,
showing
yeah.
love. That's
Oh,
so
yeah.
cool to see.
That's the Aussie spirit right there as he does that nice half cab 180 wake to wake. And this might be our last trick here of the day. Let's see what he's going to put down. Nice. Little
Let's
front side
go.
180 there. Oh, and another one.
Let's go,
Solid
little
finish.
guy.
Oh, maybe one more trick. Let's see. Here he comes, heel side, just finishing off clean with a nice wake jump. And it looks like that's going to do us for the day, guys.
And that will be a wrap. We want to go ahead and thank some of our sponsors, Nautique, GM Marine, Roswell. And thanks, everyone, for tuning in. And thank you guys for joining me in the booth here. It's been a really fun day. Final thoughts after you've been able to watch some of these awesome amateurs. What are your takeaways?
I'm fired up. I'm ready to go battle it out with Corey tomorrow.
I'm excited. I want to get out there. It looks challenging, but it looks epic. It looks super fun. The atmosphere down at the site looks incredible. So I'm excited to feel that energy firsthand and get out there and rip it up and have some fun.
Well, thank you guys so much for joining us in here. And for everyone who is on the stream, make sure you follow along to the WWA Instagram if you want to see the podiums from the finals. So make sure you're on the WWA Instagram. They're going to go live here shortly. Follow along there, and we will see you guys tomorrow from the WWA Wakeboard World Championships in Australia.
I want you by my side.